The Crush Dilemma by Susan Haitler. The Crush Dilemma. Copyright 2016 by Susan Haitler. Chapter 1. I'd been the good girl so long I felt ready to burst, but I may have just found the perfect outlet to unleash my rebellious side, if I could get up the guts to take the plunge. Nerves crept up my spine, and I knew my entire future would be at stake if this experiment went awry. Being a reserved teen geek wasn't fulfilling me, but I wasn't dumb. I needed to ensure my carefully planned life didn't explode during my quest for adventure, or all I'd worked so hard for would be gone. Maybe I shouldn't take this chance. Sitting on my homework-piled bed, I closed my eyes, remembering the day's events, all of which were nudging me in the direction of, just do it already. My little brother had called me buttface, and when I asked my mom to have a talk with him, she told me to be the bigger person. My history teacher, Mr. Erickson, asked if I'd be a volunteer tutor for 2 of his students, which would mean even more after-school responsibilities. Then my best friend Beth made me recite the sacred pact, our outdated oath to engage in only productive fun, read, studying or volunteering at the pet shelter, not doing our nails or going to the mall. How did I respond to these incidents? I'd refrained from pointing out that my mom played favorites. I'd politely agreed to tutor Mr. Erickson's students in U.S. history. And I'd even recited the pact with Beth, though I no longer believed in our pact's monotonous merits. I'd been real forthright in my opinions, not? Frustration coiled within me at my wimpiness. If I wanted to change, the time would be now or never. Deep down, I knew I couldn't let this opportunity pass by. This experiment was the perfect safe way to be more, well, me. I turned to gaze at the phone on my desk. 5 minutes ago, I'd hung up with Ms. Peters, the school newspaper head, college advisor, science teacher, and my mentor. I'd told Ms. P about my idea to write a teen online advice column for the school, and she'd given me the green light. Since my secret career goal was to become a psychologist, via Stanford University, pretty please, this online advice column would be a fascinating psych project. Plus, the column would qualify as extra credit in my journalism class. Not that I needed the boost in grades with my 4.2, but padding my resume always gave me a glowy feeling inside. Chills rolled through me, a mix of excitement and terror. This advice column would be an offshoot of San Felipe High School's newspaper, but technically wouldn't be endorsed by the school, so I could run the column however I wanted. Well, within reason, she'd said. I assumed she meant to keep it clean, as if I'd do otherwise. Most importantly, though, I'd create a secret identity, which meant I could finally call things like I actually saw them, without having to worry about pleasing everyone. Having an alternate identity would be like living a double life. One life where I continued to be the usual me, studious, industrious, and a total good girl, which made my friends and teachers happy and my mom proud. And another life where I could let loose a different side of me and speak my mind, right or wrong, without having to meet anyone's expectations besides my own. Finally, okay, I needed to do this. For my own sanity, if nothing else. A slow smile spread across my face. Now that I'd made the decision, I itched to send out a mass email announcing the teen advice column to the students of San Felipe High, and hopefully hook some guinea pigs in need of my opinion. But first, I needed to think of a name for my alter ego. I tapped my finger against my cheek. With my name being Poppy Rose Pinkleton, my new persona could be a spin-off of my middle name. Like Rosangela. Too exotic for an advice columnist. Ooh, maybe Rosé? Nah, too subdued. Scarlet? A little too feisty. I dropped back onto my bedspread, threw my arms over my head and blew out a breath. None of those names were quite right. Sitting up, I opened my laptop and browsed the internet. After a few simple keystrokes, there it sat, all lit up on my computer screen. The ideal name for my alter ego. Aubrey. The definition of Aubrey was one who rules with magical wisdom, which fit perfectly with my expectations. I'd be in control of my online experiment, online identity, and would shell out my wisdom to the masses while tracking the results for my mini thesis. Finally, I'd be able to say what I wanted and be who I wanted without disrupting my good girl status. Yes, Aubrey was simple, smart, and very moi. Students could ask Aubrey any question they wanted. I'd give my best advice and require them to tell me the results of my advice so I could test my hypotheses. I'd be speaking my true mind, helping people, and testing the waters of my future career. Perfect. My column would be called, Dear Aubrey. Let the experiment begin. Chapter 2. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey. Oh wow. The school email I just got about your new advice column was like a sign. I'm desperate for help. My boyfriend wants to copy my homework. You know, that annoying take-home quiz Mr. Erickson makes us do each week. Should I let him mooch off me? I want to say no since he didn't help me study at all, but I feel kinda bad. He needs to maintain a C in U.S. history or they'll kick him off the basketball team. I don't want that to be all on me. Normally I'd say no prob, but he went to a party without me last night after he promised to study for the quiz. I think he may have cheated on me. Am I freaking out over nothing? I mean, why else wouldn't he have asked me to go with him? Confused. Dear Confused. Sounds like what's really bugging you is this party. Did your boyfriend stray on you? If you have to ask, the answer is always, dump him. He's either cheating or you don't trust him enough not to cheat. Either way, you'd be better off spending your evenings with a good book. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: teenage girls get cheated on. Purpose of experiment: if teenage girls raise their expectations, will teen boys rise to the occasion? Conclusion: to be determined. I strode into the cafeteria at lunchtime, feeling totally invigorated. I just checked my advice column in the computer lab and had a major high from my first write-in for Dear Aubrey. Yay! Telling that girl to dump her untrustworthy boyfriend was something I'd never say to anyone in a million years. But Aubrey had just laid it out there, and helping that girl had felt good. Colossally good. My gaze landed on Beth, who was waving her arms in the air like a crazy person in a boisterous effort to get my attention, an unusual gesture since we ate lunch together every day and had done so for the past 2+ years. I mean, where else did she think I would sit? Wondering what was up with my best friend's hysteria, I made my way over to our usual table with my brown bag lunch. Overindulging in your sugar intake? I joked. It's about time you got here, Poppy. She wiggled so hard in her seat that the table vibrated, causing her open yogurt container to inch away from her. I sat down across from her and pulled out my cheese sandwich. Excited? Her cheeks turned pink. Oh, did you already hear what happened? No, I haven't a clue, I assured her, since she was obviously dying to spill whatever news she had to tell me. What have you got? Well, brace yourself. She did a dramatic drum roll with her index fingers on the table before freezing both arms in the air. Amber broke up with Jake. My mouth fell open and my sandwich simultaneously slipped out of my hand, then it plopped onto the table. My sandwich, not my mouth. Had she really just said my longtime crush was finally single? My heart jumped in my chest. What? She crossed her heart and raised her right hand. The split happened 7 minutes ago in the courtyard while you were, well, where were you? What? What? I asked, blinking in what I hoped passed for an innocent expression. Normally, I didn't believe in repeating words. It's unimaginative, and there's a huge collection of cool words out there. But I couldn't tell her I'd been checking on my secret advice column. If anyone, even Beth, discovered Aubrey's true identity, then that would pretty much ruin my whole mental outlet goal. Wait. Are you sure Amber and Jake broke up? She nodded. I confirmed with 2 sources. The rumor is true. My heart skipped a beat. Old crushes died hard. I am in shock. It blew me away too. I mean, I thought they would last forever. They've been together since junior high. They were voted homecoming king and queen just last month. You're stating the obvious, I pointed out. She had asked me to alert her when that happened to help her move on. Personally, I admired her habit of speaking her thoughts aloud. Thanks, and here's another tidbit you probably don't know. She leaned toward me, her voice hushed and conspiratorial. Last night, while you, Mason, and I were having that study marathon at your place, there was a huge party at Daniel Baker's house. I held my hand up. Wait, who's Daniel Baker? He just moved here. She nudged her head in the direction of the IT table, and at a boy with short, sandy brown hair who wore a blue muscle shirt like nobody's business. He dodged left, then right, and finally shot an invisible ball in the air. He's on the basketball team, she added. I kind of guessed, I said, thinking I might have to start attending some basketball games. I watched the insanely attractive boy proceed to dribble an invisible ball. The girls at that table kept their gazes glued on him, following his every move. Jake sat at the opposite end of the table and didn't seem thrilled with the attention going to the model hot new boy. You're gaping, Beth said in a caught-you voice. Oh. I whipped my head away from the newbie and back to Beth. I wanted to return to our conversation, but couldn't, for the life of me, remember our topic of conversation. All I could see in my mind was replay after replay. I cringed. Refresh my memory? Daniel's party. She smirked, giving me a knowing look. Jake went without Amber. That's hard to believe. I shook my head to clear another high-definition replay in my head of Daniel Baker pretending to shoot hoops. I forced myself not to look over at the IT table again, even though I so wanted to see what he was doing now. Get it together, Poppy. I cleared my throat, forcing my thoughts back on the guy I'd been crushing on forever. Beth raised a shoulder. Well, according to Mason, Jake was scamming on some other girl at the party and totally hooked up with her. What? He couldn't have done something so skeevy, I said, stunned at the mere thought. And yeah, Jake and I hadn't had a real conversation since the 6th grade, but he'd always been an honest boy to the core. When I'd confessed my crush on him back then, he'd flat out told me he only thought of me as a friend. Brutal, but honest. Even with a broken heart, I had to respect that. How did Mason find that out when he was studying with us last night? He refused to reveal his source. She raised a brow, telling me she was annoyed that he wouldn't give up the name. Mason's information is usually accurate, even though Jake's infidelity does sound unbelievable. I mean, Jake cheated on Amber at that party? Get real. She shrugged. But that's the rumor floating around. Intriguing. I narrowed my eyes, trying to decipher the possibility of Jake cheating on Amber. Wait a minute. A party last night? Possible cheating? This sounded strangely familiar. I chewed on my lower lip, and then flared my eyes when the realization hit me. No way. Hey, did you happen to read the Dear Aubrey post this morning? She looked momentarily confused at the change of subject. Do you mean that new online advice column for the school? And no, I didn't read it. Why? I mean, don't you think it sounds frivolous or something? It's a respectable offshoot of the school newspaper, I said, defending my honor even while I tallied up that Amber, the it-est girl of the it crowd, had clearly written Dear Aubrey as confused. I mean, that had to have been her since 1. Jake's on the basketball team, 2. Jake went to a party last night without his girlfriend, and 3. His girlfriend just dumped him. Freak coincidence? I sincerely doubted it. Amber had written Dear Aubrey and had acted on Aubrey's advice. My advice. Adrenaline rushed through my veins. The number one it girl valued my opinion. Wow. Too excited to keep this thrilling revelation from my best friend, I opened my mouth to spill my secret identity to Beth. Poppy? She waved a hand in front of my face. You okay? As much as I wanted to confide in my best friend, as much as I knew I should tell her, I suddenly feared my column broke the sacred pact we'd written in junior high since the column's post had involved parties, cheaters, and not just advice on homework. The pact was old and outdated, but it had bonded us as best friends, and it meant the world to us. Well, currently only to Beth. I, on the other hand, was beyond ready to, grow up and move on. I needed to divert the conversation. Who did Jake allegedly hook up with? I let out the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Close call. Phew. Anonymity still intact. The sacred pact still not broken. Well, maybe by online me, but not by real life me. Mason didn't know for sure who the girl was. Beth reached for her yogurt, stirring the spoon around inside the plastic cup. When you see him in your journalism class, why don't you ask if he's found out anything new about what happened? Good idea. I had no doubt Mason would get the dirt. He was the smartest person in school and had the best ear for discovering gossip, and then substantiating whether or not the information was true. Beth, Mason, and I had been best buds since junior high when Mason and Beth had French kissed outside the auditorium after the school play. It had been a dare to Beth by yours truly, since I'd suspected they had crushes on each other, but apparently I'd been grossly in error. The kiss must have been bad too, since neither have ever spoken about it, and Beth changed the subject whenever I brought it up. Poppy? You don't seem like yourself today. Just processing the news. I shifted my gaze around the cafeteria. At each aluminum table, teenage heads clustered together. Whispers and murmurs buzzed. I turned back to Beth. Do you think everyone's talking about Jake and Amber? Of course. It's the biggest news San Felipe High's ever had. She threw her hands in the air, and her yogurt top flew across the table and stuck onto my boob. Her eyes bulged and her hand flew to her mouth. Oops, sorry. I'm such a klutz. Oh no. I removed the top and stared down as raspberry liquid dripped off my white polo shirt. My cheeks heated. I dreaded drawing attention to my embarrassing 32Ds, and Beth's error so didn't help in that area. I grabbed a napkin and began wiping the pink goop off my boob. I cringed, thinking this mess had to be karmic payback for acting shallow by gossiping over jocks and their swoon-worthy new basketball player. Feeling guilty, I blurted, Bethany Ann Cooper, we need to stop gossiping and refocus our attention on the integrity of the pact. She scratched her temple. Huh? There are more newsworthy happenings going on at this school than Amber and Jake's breakup. And, the hot new boy, but I wasn't going to say that last part. What about the new recycling program? That will save a lot of trees. Gossiping about the it couple, former it couple, like it's world news is just superficial. She leaned forward, her brows coming together. Clearly noted, Poppy Rose Pinkleton. My cheeks heated. You know I hate it when you use my full name. Then don't use mine. Deal, I relented. Why had I reverted to the pact anyway? Habit, no doubt. I sighed, dropping my napkin next to the remains of my fruit cup and giving up on the pink smear. At least you have a normal name instead of one that belongs in a garden. I mean, Poppy Rose Pinkleton? What were my parents thinking? Thank goodness my alter ego had an awesome name. I like your name. Beth sighed, then peered over at the it table. Besides, having a common name doesn't carry much weight with the it crowd. What? They'd be lucky to be friends with you, I said firmly. Although I doubted they'd have a single thing in common with Beth. Or with me, for that matter. I glanced over at Daniel Baker again and saw Trish Benson, cheerleader and all-around party girl, flirting shamelessly with him. Not that I could blame her. Anyway, you and I have a lot of fun together on our own. Our choices of entertainment are more goal-oriented, but that will pay off in the long run. Or so my mother claimed. That's true. Beth sighed, sounding far from convinced as she gazed over at the IT table wistfully. Just when I dared to hope that Beth was feeling as out of sorts with our long-term plan as I was, she sat up straight and held out her right index finger. Let's recite the sacred pact. Oh no, not again. But I only had myself to blame for bringing it up. Her eyes danced, making me wonder how to end this juvenile ritual without hurting her feelings. With a strained smile, I hooked my index finger with hers. Although we were alone at the table, Mason must be volunteering in the library again. We hunched together to be sure nobody could overhear us as we recited quietly, "Parties, boys, and drinking do not help our thinking. We gladly pass and study for class to keep our grades from sinking." While my stomach turned, Beth's smile radiated. Ah well. At least reciting the oath seemed to take her mind off the IT table she seemed so interested in lately. The school bell shrilled, signaling that our lunch hour, which was technically only 50 minutes, was over. I glanced down at my pink boob, wishing I'd brought a jacket with me today to hide the splotch. I'll meet you in class. I have to run to the restroom before this stain sets. I'm really sorry about that, she said, grimacing. Don't worry about it, I reassured her, then stood and gathered my belongings. As I headed out of the cafeteria, I caught sight of Jake, who was sitting a bit away from the group, a pained expression on his face. A weird feeling washed over me. I'd unwittingly contributed to Jake and Amber's breakup, which made me feel bad. Having a secret alter ego to speak my mind was one thing, but knowing I had the power to affect the lives of the IT crowd was quite another. It suddenly occurred to me that if Aubrey's advice could cause Amber to break up with Jake, then there was no telling what else my column could do. Having no desire to attend class with a pink yogurt-stained boob, I dashed for the cafeteria's exit door as the throng of students shoved past me as if I hadn't been there first. Total chaos. Why the school didn't have a proper exit line was beyond me. I'd written down the idea and dropped it into the suggestion box weeks ago, but our principal had never responded. I suddenly remembered having passed Jake's locker on the way to that suggestion box. Newly single, gorgeous Jake. I shook my head to clear that thought. Shouldn't waste my time thinking about Amber and Jake's breakup again. Single or not, he was never going to date me. Neither was that hot new boy on the basketball team. Wait, why was I still thinking about him? Arg. I burst into the ladies' room, hurried to the mirror hanging over the sink, and stared at my makeup-free face. My hazel eyes were dancing, and my cheeks were flushed from thinking about those hot basketball players. I pointed at my reflection. That kind of focus is not going to get you into Stanford. Grow up. Concentrate on your future, I commanded. Are you talking to me? A female voice squeaked from behind me. Ah! I shouted, jumping backward and bumping straight into Amber Glass. As in Amber and Jake. Make that formerly of Amber and Jake. How had I not seen Amber standing behind me in the restroom? And why had I babbled in front of the mirror like an imbecile? I dropped my chin to my chest. Total mortification. Hello? Amber's baby blue eyes widened as she tossed her blonde mane over her shoulder. She tapped her pointy-toed shoe against the tiled floor. I asked you a question. What had she asked me again? Oh, right. No, I wasn't talking to you. I was just reciting my, homework. Okay. She raised her brows, which brought my attention to the puffy, swollen skin around her eyes. Although it looked obvious she'd just been crying, she still managed a very clear, "you're a freak" look on my behalf. Points for making me feel 2 inches tall. Her gaze dropped to the pink spot on my chest and my cheeks flamed. I'm Amber. And you are? Great, now I felt 1 inch tall. She didn't even know who I was. I'm P. Poppy. Magnificent, my voice was shaking. I needed to get out of here, but not with a pink boob. I grabbed a paper towel from above the sink, drenched it with water, and rubbed the yogurt spot on my chest with serious vehemence. Why couldn't I talk to the IT crowd normally, like I could any other person in school? Probably because I knew they couldn't care less about me. Sure, there were around 2,000 students at San Felipe High, but come on. Amber and I had attended the same schools since we were 5 years old. Aubrey would have told this snob off, but instead I concentrated on my scrubbing, even though my hands were shaking. Stupid nerves. Could this day get any worse? You're totally blitzing me, she exclaimed, then blew her nose into a tissue. You're Poppycorn Pinkleton from Brown Elementary? Yes, I whispered, noting my day had just gotten worse. Tears burned my eyes. Hearing that denigrating nickname from childhood brought back humiliating memories of kids teasing me about my name. Why couldn't I be a Jennifer, or a Kim, or an Aubrey? But no. My parents had met in a garden and thought it would be romantic to name me after the flowers that had surrounded them. Obviously, they had no regard for how that name would affect my social life. Thanks, Mom and Dad. On a side note, their romance didn't last, and they divorced 6 years ago when my dad decided to move to Florida. You go to this school now? Amber's penciled brows quirked upward, and she stepped closer, towering over me in her pink high heels. Yes, I answered, wisely not adding that I'd never gone to any school other than the ones she'd attended. The final bell shrilled, alerting me that I was late for class. My belly churned at the impending tardy, but I couldn't leave the restroom with a wet boob. Averting my eyes from Amber's blue-eyed stare, I hurried to the automatic dryer and dipped under it awkwardly. Why oh why wouldn't she just leave me in peace? Didn't she have a class, too? Wait a minute. Amber turned around, stretched her lips in front of the mirror, and glossed them with pink. Then she snapped her fingers. I know who you are. You write for the school newspaper, don't you? The dryer blared near my ear, but I knew I hadn't heard her wrong. Every muscle in my body stiffened. Oh, why would you ask me that? I recognize you from the newspaper staff's group photo. She smacked her lips together, then gestured at my face. Your red-rimmed glasses and tight ponytail? You've got that whole Clark Kent thing going on. But you know, with lighter brown hair. And you're a girl. I glanced at my reflection in the mirror, and my mouth dropped open. Did I really look like a female Clark Kent? Huh. A shorter version, maybe. And yeah, with boobs. Clark Kent was a hero, so I took that as a compliment. If only I could change into a cape and fly out of here. Since you write for the newspaper, maybe you can help me. I need to know how to get in touch with Aubrey of Dear Aubrey. Alarms shrilled throughout my head at a deafening octave. I stood frozen, unable to verbally respond coherently. Air? She rolled her eyes, then removed a cotton swab from her purse, squeezed clear liquid on the end, and dabbed away the black smudges under her eyes. Aubrey writes that online advice column for the school? I've read Dear Aubrey, I said. Not a lie. Oh, good. How can I find her? My heart rate sped up. Dear Aubrey is written anonymously. Her identity is a secret. I know that. She stalked toward me with a predatory gleam in her baby blue eyes. But you have faculty connections, right? You could get her number for me, couldn't you? I shrugged noncommittally, hoping she took that for a no. Look, if you know who Aubrey is, just tell me. I need to talk to her. Amber inhaled deeply, and her eyes watered. She took a step back, and her shoulders drooped as she stared vacantly past me into the mirror. Don't breathe a word of this to anyone, but I took her advice and broke up with my boyfriend today. Now I feel horrible. I have to call her so she can tell me what to do next to feel better. Chills vibrated through me at her confirmation of what I'd already guessed. Amber was confused. I still couldn't believe she valued my opinion so much, especially since she didn't seem to think enough of me in real life to remember my name. What makes you think Aubrey's advice was right in the first place? I asked, curiosity getting the best of me. She turned to stare at me full on. You can totally tell by the confidence in her advice that she's been through breakups like this before and knows what she's talking about. Oh, really? My belly danced at her praise, even though her assumption was far from accurate. Try no breakups for me ever because I'd never had a boyfriend. Not even a first kiss, which would have violated the pact. Luckily for Beth, she'd smooched Mason about a month before we'd written the pact. Not that I needed the distraction of boys. Look what it was doing to poor Amber. If you need Aubrey's advice so badly, why don't you post another question on her column? I asked, proud that I hadn't stuttered at all this time. Progress. She paused, her perplexed expression letting me know the idea hadn't even occurred to her. Then she reached out and grabbed my shoulders. You're a genius. Why didn't I think of that myself? I pressed my lips together, feeling a bit sorry for her. I mean, how was she ever going to fill out her college applications? Or get a high score on the SAT? And why was she still gripping my shoulders? I debated how to break free of her grasp. She squeezed her fingers into my flesh. I'll go write Aubrey a post right now. She nodded, then gave me a nervous look. Don't tell anybody what I told you about Aubrey and her advice. Okay? I won't, I assured her. Like anyone would believe I'd had a private conversation with Amber Glass about her personal life anyway. Every muscle in my body tensed as I waited for her to release me. Touching someone you hadn't spoken to since elementary school seemed totally inappropriate. Not to mention invasive. You rock, Poppycorn. She let go of my shoulders, smiled brilliantly, then sailed out of the restroom, looking perfectly made up, and not at all like she'd just been crying her eyes out in the bathroom. Amazing. I, on the other hand, looked frazzled. Oh, and I still had a faded pink boob. My nerves were wrought, and my breaths were short as I fought to gather my bearings in the silent, fluorescent-lighted restroom. The most popular girl in school had just spilled her guts to me, and wanted my advice on relationships. Well, Aubrey's advice, which secretly came from me. Thank goodness nobody knew that, or they would blow off my column for sure. Suddenly, a whoosh-whoosh sound filled the room as a toilet flushed. Then I heard a squeak as the stall door to my right swung open. Heart-pounding, I flipped my gaze to the dark-haired girl who strode out in her designer skirt with a matching crop top. I immediately recognized Trish Benson. Her dark-lined eyes and pale skin reminded me of that heroine, Bella, from the Twilight movies once she'd been turned into a vampire. Striking, but menacing. Her dark-eyed stare racked my nerves way worse than Amber had. Trish was another cheerleader from the IT crowd, and the girl who'd been flirting the most with the new boy, Daniel Baker, in the cafeteria. She held my wide-eyed gaze, and the corners of her mouth curved upward, forming a wicked grin that gave me the heebie-jeebies. I'd rather stick a hot poker in my eye than eavesdrop, but did I hear that right? Amber asked Aubrey of Dear Aubrey for relationship advice, she asked, using a demanding tone. My mouth went dry. I said, non-committally. Wow. Oh wow. She reached down to adjust a designer shoe buckle and leaned against the stall door, which flew backward since it was no longer locked. Her reflexes must be sharp from flinging those pom-poms, though, because she grabbed the sides of the stall just before her touche hit the floor. Oopsie. I brought my hand to my chest and stood gaping, feeling thankful I didn't have to put my CPR skills to the test or call the school nurse in here. If I'd known stopping in the school restroom would cause this much stress, I would have gladly accepted my pink boob. Trish regained her composure, strode to the mirror, and fluffed her long loose waves. You know, I thought of writing Aubrey, but I figured she was probably just a geek writer. And what kind of advice could a dweeb from the newspaper have for someone like me? No offense. I glanced at her cropped shirt and wanted to say I'd advise someone like her that her top and her skirt were too short and violated the school's dress code. Seriously, if the rest of us had to follow the rules and dress in a manner the school thought appropriate, why couldn't the cheerleaders? But I couldn't say that because, well, it would be rude. Aubrey would have laid the truth out there, though. Well, if Amber Glass is taking advice from Aubrey, then the advice columnist can't be a geek. The column is brand spanking new, so maybe they got a celebrity to do it. Can you imagine getting advice from an actress or a singer? I watched her light up as she spouted her musings, as if Hollywood actors or Grammy Award winners would volunteer to write a column here for free. The column's affiliation with the newspaper requires that it be written by a student at San Felipe High, I pointed out. She wrinkled her nose and shrugged. Who cares? I blinked. I thought you did. She jabbed her index finger at me. Hey, if Aubrey's good enough for Amber, then she's good enough for any of us. Got that, Poppycorn? My stomach nodded. But I didn't respond. Wait a minute. I still need help with my problem. She tilted her head, then glanced at the ceiling as if deep in thought. Gotta run. Gonna go do something. She bolted from the bathroom, leaving me staring in disbelief. It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that Trish was going to write Dear Aubrey about her problem. The column had been up less than 24 hours, and already Amber Glass and Trish Benson were scrambling to get advice from Aubrey. From me. Incredible. I stared into the mirror and saw my eyes sparkling again. I couldn't wait to see what Trish and Amber asked Aubrey next. Thank goodness for my secret identity, though. The It Girls would keel over if they knew Aubrey wasn't a celebrity at all, and they were really getting advice from Poppy Corn Pinkleton. Chapter 3. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, you were so right about not trusting my boyfriend. I broke it off with him immediately. He can copy homework from whatever sleaze he hooked up with. Even though I know he's not worth my time, I still feel like garbage. Is that normal? What should I do now to feel better? Confused. Dear Confused, I'm not big on what's normal. What you really want to know is how to get over him, right? I say, get back in the game, girl. Ask another boy to hang out, go see a concert and have a blast. He might not work out either, but at least you'll have moved on. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis, it hurts to break up. Purpose of experiment, will moving on heal the pain faster? Conclusion, to be determined. After hitting post to publish my best advice for Confused, who I knew was secretly Amber, I glanced around the nearly empty computer lab and then rubbed my temples. I was still late to class, but I couldn't resist checking my column first. Amber's sadness over her breakup made me feel guilty for having a longtime crush on her ex. But I couldn't control who I liked. Actually, a small part of me hoped that since Jake was single now he'd realize what a great couple we'd make. Long shot maybe, since we ran in totally different social circles. But the prospect was possible. Well, possible in my imagination, but stranger things had happened. Not that I was being selfish by suggesting Amber should move on with another date. I mean, that was sage advice. If Amber didn't trust Jake, then she should find someone she did trust. And if that happened to leave Jake open to possibly dating a certain female Clark Kent lookalike, my favorite compliment ever, then what would be the harm? A ting-ting came from my computer's speaker. Whoa! Another student seeking advice from Aubrey? Call the fire department. My column was en fuego, Spanish for on fire. Mr. Rimmer liked us to practice our foreign language skills whenever possible. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, I've liked this guy for ages, and we totally hooked up last night. He was kinda seeing my friend at the time, but they're broken up now, so it's all good. The kicker is, he hasn't called me. Should I send him another text message? Or does that make me stalker-esque? I'm so excited to be writing you. I know you'll have the best advice. Also, there's a rumor going around that you're famous. Is that true? Love Addict. Dear Love Addict, where did you get that info on me? While I'm flattered, I have to say that if I were famous, my column would be in Teen Vogue, not in the San Felipe High Scoop. Secondly, it's not cool to poach on your friend's guy. But if he didn't call you, he's not interested. You were a hookup. Nothing more. My advice? Think of his not calling you as karma, work on your loyalty skills, and don't date guys unless they're unattached. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: teenage girls betray their friends over boys. Purpose of experiment: if teen girls put their friends first, will teenage boys have no one to cheat with? Conclusion: to be determined. As soon as I posted my advice online, something occurred to me. Love Addict could totally be Trish Benson. After all, in the ladies' room she'd said she had a problem she wanted to write Aubrey about, and this is the next post I received. Trish also thought Aubrey was a celebrity, and this girl did too. So, if Trish actually was Love Addict, then that must mean she hooked up with Jake at that new boys' party. Poor Amber, to have her best friend betray her in such a huge way. I'd be crushed if Beth did that to me. Wait a minute, if these posts added up the way I suspected it did, then Jake really had cheated on Amber. The thought smacked me hard upside the head. I sat stunned for a moment, then gave a quick laugh. I was being crazy. Jake had way more character than that. At least he did back in the day. I refused to believe otherwise, without solid proof. Ting ting. The computer's cheerful noise meant a new question had been posted. Wow. My column was really rolling. I quickly scanned the computer lab to make sure the sound hadn't caught anyone's attention. The few students in here were typing away, seemingly unperturbed. I'd picked the cubicle in the back corner, but still, one couldn't be too careful with one's secret identity. The coast seemed clear, so I opened the new post. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, this is kind of embarrassing to ask over the internet, but it's not like you know who I am, so here goes. My sort of boyfriend wants me to go all the way with him, but each time we start to, I freeze up. I think he's losing patience, and I worry my deadline is near. Maybe I'm just being a baby. It's not the end of the world, it's just sex. Should I give in and do it? I don't want him to leave me. First timer. Dear first timer. Not the end of the world, just the end of your virginity. Do you really want your first time to happen because of a deadline? Think of the big picture. You're what? 16? 17? If you're going to be with this guy for the rest of your life, then what does it matter if he waits until you're ready? If you're not going to be with him forever, then who cares if he leaves today, tomorrow, or a month from now? Don't let him pressure you. Your comfort zone is telling you no. I think you should listen. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: teenage girls sleep with boys under pressure. Purpose of experiment: if teen girls stand up for themselves, will they find the right boy faster? Conclusion: to be determined. Significantly late to class, for the first time ever, might I add, I slid into a seat in the back row of AP Biology, feeling like a delinquent. Ms. Nixon flicked her gaze at me, then continued her lecture. I turned my attention to her discussion on nutrition and how the government allowed candy companies to sell chocolate bars with up to 6 insect legs per bar. I wanted to ask Ms. Nixon if spiders, which are arachnids, not insects, were allowed 2 extra legs per bar since they have 8 legs and not 6. Quite perplexing. But before I could raise my hand, my mind drifted back to my Dear Aubrey column and whether or not Love Addict could be Trish Benson. It couldn't be a coincidence that Love Addict had hooked up with a friend's guy around the same time Amber felt Jake had cheated on her. The timelines were too close. Had Trish fooled around with Jake while he was still with Amber? Had Jake turned into a cheater? Writing my Dear Aubrey column was supposed to be a mental outlet. Instead, mixing my two realities made my head swim. I blamed Amber for this mess due to her confession in the ladies' room. How was I supposed to give unbiased advice if I knew the parties involved? Ms. Nixon? Susie Steiner, the girl seated in front of me, waved her hand madly as if desperate for permission to pee. Ms. Nixon? Our biology teacher spun away from the whiteboard. Yes, Susie? Susie wiggled in her seat. Can we talk about sex? My eyes flared at the change in subject. I mean, seriously. How did the class topic go from insect legs in a candy bar to sex? I turned to my right and exchanged a look with Beth. Well, not exactly, but what would you like to know? Ms. Nixon took an empty chair from the front row, turned it around so she could face us students, and sat down. Susie sucked in a breath. I want to ask your opinion on the latest Dear Aubrey post. What? My hand popped straight up. Did I really want to hear everyone in class discuss my advice on a couple doing it? Even if my advice was not to do it? That would be a strong no. Before Ms. Nixon could call on me, I burst out with, didn't we already study sex ed our sophomore year? The class chuckled, and my cheeks heated. Ms. Nixon sighed. It's just a question about an advice column, Poppy. I think it's fine. But to be fair, if anyone feels uncomfortable, then he or she is welcome to wait in the hallway until we're done. Nobody moved. Wow. Discussing my advice column was bigger than goofing off in the hallway. Shocking. I raised a hand to my forehead, feeling slightly dizzy. This secret column was supposed to be a freeing experiment for tension release, not the hot topic at school. Okay then. Ms. Nixon smiled and turned to Susie, appearing eager to help. What's the question? I noticed my hand was still in the air, so I lowered it in defeat. I turned to Beth for sympathy over the uncomfortable subject, but her attention was riveted on Susie. Just great. Well, did you read Dear Aubrey's column? Susie asked. Ms. Nixon nodded. I sure did. My mouth dropped open. Our AP biology teacher had read my column? I hadn't anticipated the faculty reading it. At least she'd lurked and not asked advice. The thought of giving my 40-something teacher advice gave me the willies. So you read the whole thing? Cool. Susie paused, looking around her, as if to make sure the entire class was listening. Then you know Aubrey makes a big deal about losing your virginity, because she wrote it all in caps. All caps means shouting, Dylan Brady chimed in. Everyone knows that. Right. The surprised expression on Susie's face showed she clearly hadn't known that, but she played it off pretty well. Anyway, do you really think you need to be with someone, like, forever before you have sex with them? That seems extreme to me. My mouth twitched in frustration. Forever? That's not what I'd meant. I didn't like people misinterpreting my advice. And it wasn't like I could speak out and correct her. Did I need to be clearer in my next post? If only I could say something to clarify. Read slower next time. Karen Warner, one of Amber and Trish's cheerleader friends, filed her nails with a purple emery board as she spoke. What Aubrey meant was if the relationship's not going to last anyway, then you shouldn't do something you're not ready for. I feel sorry for any girl who lets a guy pressure them. That's just weak. But you can't expect a guy to wait forever, Dylan argued with a lopsided grin. Karen pointed her emery board at him. If a boy just wants to get laid, he can take a hike. Girls aren't sex objects. That's right. Erica Scott cheered from the back. Dylan let out a slow smile. That's news to me. Everyone hear that? Karen made eye contact with all of the girls in class, except me. Then she turned back to Dylan. Good luck getting a date to the winter formal. Ms. Nixon waited a moment until it was clear nobody else was going to speak. Did that answer your concerns, Susie? Susie nodded, obviously not wanting to disagree with Karen Warner. Sounds like Aubrey's the go-to girl for advice. Is she a friend of yours, Karen? Karen went back to filing her nails. A girl that sure of herself is someone I'd definitely hang with. Karen's words made me feel all glowy inside, and a smile stretched out across my face. I'd just received a compliment from Karen Warner from the IT crowd. Finally, one of them actually respected me, well, Aubrey. I glanced up to find Beth staring at me. You okay? She mouthed. I nodded, then turned to study Karen, who thought my advice rocked. She wore her blonde hair twisted up in a clip that made her look effortlessly stylish. Her makeup was applied using bright colors that made her face sparkle. Her jeans and tank looked straight out of a fashion magazine, and her nails were no longer being filed. Our eyes met. She glared at me. Why are you staring at me, Poppycorn? Oh. My face heated as the entire class chuckled. Amber had apparently resurrected my mortifying elementary school nickname and shared it with Karen. I meant not staring. Right. She threw me an annoyed look. You totally need to write Aubrey and ask her advice on how to act normal. Karen, Ms. Nixon scolded. That's not nice. Not nice, but definitely a reality check. Aubrey may be gaining popularity, but Poppy still held teen geek status, and the IT crowd sure didn't want anything to do with me. How could Aubrey and I be the same person, yet be in totally different social groups? As Aubrey, I easily dished out advice, and the IT crowd ate it up. But as Poppy, I just slunk down in my seat and hoped the class would stop staring at me. Now that the sex discussion was over, Ms. Nixon stood and went back to her lecture on nutrition. Wishing I could live as my alter ego full-time, I turned to gaze out the window and caught the eye of the boy seated in the front row. Daniel Baker, the hot new boy. He'd been chewing on a pen, but when our eyes met, the corner of his mouth curved upward. A zing whipped through my chest, but I couldn't look away, couldn't stop wondering what that smile meant, and why he'd directed it at me. After 5 minutes, journalism class, the only elective I deemed relevant to my collegiate future, turned into its usual organized chaos. Everyone worked on their own projects, voices buzzing as the staff went about their business. But today I sat in the corner of the room, by myself, nothing new, thinking about Daniel Baker's smile. The new IT boy had actually smiled at me. A friendly smile, too. Not as if he'd found it humorous that Karen had called me abnormal in front of the entire class. Surely he'd heard her insult and had seen everyone laughing at me. So what had that smile meant? I stared at a hard copy of the San Felipe High Scoop, trying to push my confusion out of my mind and concentrate on my work at the newspaper. I scrutinized my photo in the newspaper staff shot, thinking I definitely had that Clark Kent vibe. You look pretty there. Mason peered over my shoulder, scaring the life out of me. I jerked backward, my breath catching in my throat. I'm fairly certain you just shortened my life by several days. Please start wearing a bell. I'll put that on my wish list, he joked, sliding into the chair across from me. What's up? I tossed the paper on the desk, wondering whether or not Amber had actually meant her Clark Kent comment as an insult. I owned contacts, but glasses were just easier. After a couple of hours, contacts dried my eyes out and made them feel scratchy. Besides, so what if I didn't have 20/20 vision and the perfect complexion? Did that make me less of a human being than the it crowd? Mason let out a low whistle. Something has you bugged. What's going on? Just wishing I had Aubrey's guts and had asked Amber what she'd meant by that Clark Kent comment. But I wasn't going to admit that to Mason. Why do you ask? I asked. He shrugged. Just making sure you aren't upset with me. Why would you think that? I asked, bringing my brows together. Mason could be ultra-sensitive and liked reassurance that all was well in our friendship. I called you last night but didn't hear back from you, he said. I vaguely remembered my little brother telling me Mason had called late last night, but I was so absorbed in formatting my Dear Aubrey column that I'd forgotten to call him back. I'm sorry. The creep told me, but I was studying some more after you guys left. Not a lie. Dear Aubrey counted as studying since the column earned me extra credit in school, and my mini thesis would be a great addition to my educational resume. So, there's no other reason you didn't call me back? He studied me, while wringing his hands together in a way that made my stomach uneasy. Good, because I was afraid you'd be mad at me for telling Beth about Amber first and… Hang on. I shushed Mason as I overheard someone say my alter ego's name. I just hoped they weren't talking about the sex post. What is it? He dipped his head, causing his dark hair to fall across his forehead. His brown eyes went wide, like he did when he was ready to get the scoop for an article. Shush. My stomach nodded as I stood, inching toward Ms. P's desk as inconspicuously as possible. Mason gave me a weird look but followed close behind as I eavesdropped on Denise Young and William Hall's conversation. Ms. P, it's not fair that we weren't offered the opportunity to write for Dear Aubrey. Denise adjusted her rimless glasses. You just know Mason's going to be valedictorian eventually, so I need some kind of edge for my resume. Mason and I exchanged a look. Competitive much? I mouthed. He stifled a chuckle. It's not about our individual goals, Denise, William said in his usual condescending tone. We need to focus on collaboration and success. The column's up already, so we should move forward with its growth in a proactive way. A proactive way with my secret identity? My jaw muscles tightened, and I wanted to speak up and defend my column in case Ms. P was buying any of the thievery Denise and William were suggesting. I glanced up, studying my mentor's face in order to gauge what she was thinking. Absolutely unreadable. No wonder I admired her. An amicable solution might be if we all took turns answering the posts, Denise braved on, as if her suggestion was already a done deal. We could swap weekly. The column would still be anonymous because only you would know who was assigned to answer each week. Denise, William, please. Ms. P leaned back in her chair, holding a silver pen between her fingers as if she'd return to work at any second. Go back to your assignments. But it's not fair. Denise made a motion like she was about to stomp her foot, but had thought better of it. That column is being talked about all over school, and I demand to know which one of us in here is writing as Aubrey. Mason gave me an odd look and I blushed. Call me paranoid, but I suddenly felt afraid that he might connect my interest in the Dear Aubrey conversation with my actually being Aubrey. Just to be clear, we'd need to set strict guidelines on the cleanliness of our responses, William asserted. Last period, Ms. Nixon's class was discussing the pros and cons of a teenage couple having intercourse before marriage. As a proud member of the newspaper staff, I found the discussion highly offensive and inappropriate for school grounds. It affects all of our reputations, Ms. P. He made a good point, except, wait a minute. That discussion hadn't been brought into classroom by me or my advice column, or Aubrey's advice column. Susie had posed the question about sex, probably just to get some attention. Denise leaned toward Ms. P's desk and lowered her voice. At least tell us who's working the column now. Since we're going to be collaborating with him or her, we deserve to know that much. My entire body froze as I waited for Ms. P's response. What if she revealed my identity and Jake found out I'd told Amber she should dump him? What if Trish found out Aubrey wasn't a celebrity, but the girl she'd been making fun of since elementary school? Or what if first-timer learned that the girl giving her advice on sex had never even been kissed? They would all laugh at my lack of credentials and ridicule me for the rest of my high school days. Plus, for this one day, giving advice as Aubrey had made me feel like I mattered at the school. That my opinions were not only valid, but praised. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could hear a mental tick-tock of a clock as I waited to hear my fate. Ms. P blinked, then tapped her pen against her opposite palm. It's an anonymous column, Denise. The advice column is a school project for a student here at the high school. That's all I can tell you without violating that student's confidentiality. So the columnist isn't in this class? Mason asked. Ms. P gave a cursory glance at each of us. Please respect the person's privacy, everyone. If you don't have enough work to keep you busy, I can remedy that, she added, then turned back to whatever she'd been doing. The air whooshed out of my chest, relief sweeping through me. William and Denise exchanged defeated looks, making it obvious they had coordinated their efforts. I couldn't believe my own classmates had been lobbying to find out Aubrey's real identity. How had my advice become all that on day one? Mason slung his arm over my shoulder as I headed back to my desk. It's obvious you were interested in writing the column too. If it's worth anything, I can't see you working on Dear Aubrey anyway. I slipped into my seat, frowning. Why not? He shrugged. I don't know. You just seem too smart to write a gossip column. First of all, Dear Aubrey is not a gossip column, it's an advice column. Secondly, you don't think Aubrey sounds smart? How would I know? It's not like I've read the column. I couldn't help but feel defensive. Well, maybe you should read the column before forming an opinion on its merit. Aren't you the one always talking about facts before conclusions? He chuckled. Okay, relax, I'll read the column. Maybe you should even pose a question for Dear Aubrey to receive the full effect. I tried to keep my voice light, in a joking way, even though I truly felt my column deserved a fair shot before he gave his opinion. Mason was one of my best friends, and I respected his opinion. If he thought my column was lame, well, I just hoped he didn't. Be sure to report back to me on your findings, I said. Will do. Excellent. I turned my attention back to the newspaper on my desk, but couldn't stop thinking about Mason's assessment that Dear Aubrey wasn't a good fit for me. How could one of my best friends not know how much I loved reading people's questions, mulling over their dilemmas, and giving them advice? Well, probably because I'd never told him my dream to be a psychologist. I'd never told anyone my dream career. I dropped my chin on my fist. I longed to help people, but who was I to counsel people when I couldn't even talk to the it girls without stuttering? But what I worried about most of all was what Mason would think of Aubrey after he read the column. Because what Aubrey has to say is exactly what I want to say, but hold back for fear of repercussions. In a way, Aubrey is more me than I am in real life. My stomach tightened. What if my best friend didn't like the real me? What would I do then? Chapter 4. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, I'm not sure what kind of credentials you have to be giving sound advice, but I guess this is worth a shot. There's someone I'm interested in. A girl. I've liked her for a while now, and have hinted that we'd make a good couple. I'm pretty certain she's hinting back that she likes me, but I'm not 100% sure. What's your professional advice? Curious George. Dear Curious George, great question about this girl you're interested in. Your situation is one I'm sure many people can relate to. Just to be clear though, I'm a student at this high school and am not a professional. But I'm happy to give you this teen girl's advice, and maybe a new perspective will help you with your crush dilemma. So here's what I think you should do. I know it's hard putting yourself out there, but I recommend you stop trying to interpret your friend's hints and just ask her on a date. That way you'll find out for sure if she likes you too. Good luck, and don't forget to follow up with me on the results. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: teenage boys try to read girls' hints before asking them out. Purpose of experiment: get them to take the risk and try for love. Conclusion: to be determined. I posted my answer to Curious George, but his comment about my credentials made me question if I really was qualified to give advice. Let's face it, I've had zero training, no practical dating experience either, considering I'd been asked out, never. But at the same time, I agreed with Aubrey that a new perspective could be helpful. Plus, the buzz around school was that Aubrey was the go-to girl for advice. Surely that meant I was doing a good job, credentials or not. I hoped my advice to Curious George helped him build up some courage to talk to this girl he liked. Maybe she even liked him back and had been waiting this whole time for him to make a move. Swoon? Or, he was about to get shot down. Yeah, not so swoony. But even if the girl Curious George liked didn't feel the same way about him, then at least he wouldn't be stuck wasting his time wondering if he had a shot with her or not. Better to find out the truth than waste time on an unrequited crush. How could Mason think I wouldn't love helping people like this? Hopefully, once he saw this latest post, he would think I'd given good advice to Curious George, and then he wouldn't be so critical of Aubrey. Not that he knew Aubrey was me, but if he told me what he thought of Aubrey, then I would know what he thought of the real me. Not that he'd know that I knew, but still. My secret advice column was getting more complicated by the minute. I shook my head and turned back to my cell phone's internet screen to check the next post. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, I know best friends are supposed to tell each other everything, but I'm keeping a secret from mine. I feel like I can't live up to her expectations. At the same time, I really admire her and don't want her to think less of me if I tell her my secret. I hope I'm not a terrible best friend. What do you think? Friend girl. Dear friend girl, I'm sorry you're having trouble with your BFF. Guess what though? If you can't reveal your secret to her, then you probably aren't that good of friends. Unless you're honest with her, she doesn't even know the real you. If you think she's worth it, spill your guts. Her reaction will define your friendship, trust me. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: people have trouble talking honestly to their friends. Purpose of experiment: be yourself and hope they like you anyway. Conclusion: don't I wish I knew the results on this one. After school, I slammed my locker shut, feeling bad for friend girl who had posted on the Dear Aubrey column. She claimed to be keeping a secret from her best friend, and I could so relate. Actually, I had multiple secrets. Why was it hard to confide in my own best friends? I mean, wasn't that what best friends were for? Sharing each other's hopes and dreams, and supporting each other? Maybe I should tell Beth and Mason about my goal to become a psychologist. But even the mere thought of telling them made my stomach curl. I knew they wouldn't laugh in my face or anything. They weren't cruel. But what if they thought I didn't have what it took to be a psych major? I was pretty sure that would crush me. With a sigh, I headed toward the library because, in addition to all of my regular studies, I'd committed to tutoring 2 of Mr. Erickson's students in U.S. history. And Mr. Erickson had just told me who I'd be tutoring, Jake Taylor and Daniel Baker. Me tutoring two it boys, one of them being my longtime crush who was newly single, and the other one who had given me that half-smile I couldn't stop thinking about. My stomach flip-flopped with either excitement or nausea. Probably both. I mean, tutoring Jake and Daniel for the next month? Talk about too much for my nerves. I braced myself as I turned down the hall toward the library, hoping neither of the guys would notice the faded pink yogurt stain on their tutor's chest. Poppy. Beth's voice came from behind me. I turned around and saw her running in her sequined white flats, must be new, until she caught up with me. I'm glad I caught you. I need to talk to you, she said, sounding winded. It's important. Sure. I started to smile, but when I saw Beth's animated face, I thought of friend girl and felt like a complete hypocrite. Actually, that was what I'd been thinking ever since I'd written and posted my gut response. I mean, who was I to advise friend girl that failing to tell her best friend the truth meant that they weren't close? Did that mean Beth and I weren't truly best friends either? I wanted to tell Beth I was so over and done with the pact. But I didn't want to hurt her feelings or have her be upset with me. Aubrey would have totally called me out on my wimpiness. I must have looked as depressed as I felt because Beth squinted her eyes at me and laid her hand on my forehead. Are you feeling okay? She asked. See? Someone who wasn't a true friend wouldn't care enough to check me for a fever. I shouldn't be such a coward about talking to her. My stomach clenched. I'm fine. It's just... I stumbled, unable to get the words out. I don't know. Is this about dear Aubrey? She asked. My eyes grew wide. Huh? A lot of the IT crowd is glomming onto Aubrey's column, and some even claim they know her. She chewed on her glitter-polished thumbnail like a hamster nibbling on a pellet. It's making me feel more unpopular than normal. So I thought that might be bothering you, too? No. My alter ego was a highly sought-after advice columnist, so I didn't exactly feel unpopular. Well, part of me didn't. But something about the way Beth was attacking her nail bothered me. Since when do you care about being popular? I asked. I don't. She snorted. Or tried to. It wasn't very convincing. Walk with me so I'm not late. I checked my watch, then gave Beth a sideways glance as I hurried toward the library with her trotting along at my side. I'd never heard her worry about being unpopular before. So weird. And when had she bought those sparkly shoes? I might not be a very good friend for keeping dear Aubrey a secret, or not telling her I felt done with the pact, but at least I could try and find out what was bothering her. What was the point of giving advice to strangers if you couldn't even help your best friend? In fact, maybe I should take my own advice and open up to her right now. I cleared my throat. There's something I should tell you. I sucked in a breath and hugged my books to my chest. It's kind of a confession. She stopped just outside of the library door, swiveling to face me. Sure, you can tell me anything. With her eyes covered by silver aviator sunglasses, I couldn't see the expression in her eyes, but her voice sounded tight. Okay, well, I don't want to upset you, but it's about the sacred pact. I started, wanting to explain that while I was tired of it, I'd never get tired of her. I'm sick to death of the sacred pact, Beth blurted out. What? I guess shock didn't do much for my ability to speak. An awkward silence ensued. I don't want you to be mad at me. I know how important the pact is to you. But we made that up in junior high, and it feels childish to me now. Old school. I know you believe in the pact wholeheartedly, but I need to be myself. You're my best friend, and that means I should be able to tell you anything. She paused, staring at me. You might hate me now, but there's more. My eyes widened. More. She nodded. I'm constantly thinking about the fun parties the IT crowd has, even though their extracurricular activities have nothing to do with long-term goals. I'm ready to try new things, just for the excitement of it. Are you blitzing me? I asked. Wait, did I just say blitzing? That was Amber's word, not mine. Oh, fabulous. Between Aubrey, Amber, Trish, and Karen, I'd totally lost my own vocabulary. I love you, Poppy. She pushed her sunglasses down her nose and peered over them. I don't want anything to come between us. But for me, not everything in life has to be about being productive. The IT crowd has so much fun, and I want to be part of that. Part of the IT crowd? I asked, unable to believe my ears. She nodded. I truly value your opinion above everybody's, and I don't want you to be disappointed in me, she went on. You're going to think it's frivolous, but I wrote to dear Aubrey about our relationship. She said if we were truly best friends, then I should be able to tell you honestly how I feel. So I am. You wrote to Aubrey? My mouth dropped open as it hit me that, an hour ago, I'd given my best friend advice about how to talk to me. I'd even kind of insulted myself. Oh, the oddness. I shook my head. I can't believe you wrote Dear Aubrey. She shook her head and sniffled. I knew you'd be mad. Confused would be a better word, I said, stunned. Aghast. Any of those assessments would be accurate. My best friend had gone to my secret persona to get advice on how to talk to me. How whacked was that? I'm not mad, Beth. Just surprised. You're not mad? Really? I shook my head. Believe me when I say that I agree with Aubrey's advice. You should be able to tell me anything. So you're okay if we put the sacred pact to rest? It was fun and all when we were young, but we're juniors, you know? I nodded. I totally agree. I can't believe it. Her eyes suddenly watered. I've been wanting to talk to you about this forever. Aubrey was totally right about opening up to you. In addition to wanting to go to an IT party, I also want to start dating. And if my grades drop to a 3.9 because of my social life, then I'm okay with that. Now you're talking crazy, I joked, since Beth was throwing me off guard. I hadn't even considered she might feel the same way I did about the pact. And I'd had no idea she was interested in the IT crowd, still didn't understand that one. But she'd opened up to me, even though it had been hard for her. I totally admired her for that. Now more than ever I wanted to confide everything to her, even about my alter ego. But would I still be able to give honest and open advice to kids if she knew Aubrey was me? I wasn't sure. I checked my watch. Can we talk more later? I promised Mr. Erickson I'd tutor a couple of his students at 3 o'clock, Jake Taylor and Daniel Baker, in U.S. history, and it's almost 3 right now. Jake and Daniel? She grabbed my arm and squealed. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. How'd you score that tutoring gig? I want in. Can I tutor one of them? Please? Or I could be your assistant. I pondered having Beth help me out. She really was an excellent tutor, and aced everything involving U.S. history. But I felt nervous about talking to Jake after all these years, especially since he and Amber had finally broken up. And I hadn't been able to stop thinking about that smile, half smile or whatever, from newbie Daniel Baker. It was all too much. Not this time, but thanks for offering. She faux pouted. You just want them all to yourself. Yeah, that's it. I laughed and Daniel's half grin flashed in my head. I forced the image out of my mind and reached for my best friend's hand. Beth, I'm sorry you had to write Dear Aubrey for advice on how to talk to me. We can tell each other anything. And if you want to go to parties, then you should go to parties. I couldn't believe I just said that. Not like anyone from the IT crowd would actually invite me to a party anyway. But if I did go to one, Do you promise that wouldn't affect our friendship? Her tone said she didn't buy that, and she gave me a skeptical look. I promise. I gave her a big hug, assured her we'd talk more later, then pulled open the library door and slipped inside. I glanced around the library, but neither of the guys were here yet. Probably a good thing since Beth's questioning tone still nagged at me. I'd given Beth my word that it wouldn't bother me if she went to a party, and I felt the need to prove that to her. Whose party should she go to, though? How could she score an invite? Not like I had any experience in this area. But it would be rude for her to just drop by someone's house unannounced and without a proper invitation, right? What if the host made fun of her for coming and kicked her out? Suddenly, I had an idea. Finding an empty table in the library, I plopped my books down, pulled out my phone, and typed furiously to the private email address that had been left by my first commenter on Dear Aubrey. Dear Confused, I have a huge favor to ask, but need it kept as a secret between us. Would you take Beth Cooper to a party? She's in your grade and is a really sweet girl. Maybe you could introduce her around, too? I can't really explain why I need this favor, but I'd really appreciate your help, and I think it will help with your situation as well. Let me know. Stay real. Aubrey. The moment I hit send, guilt flooded through me. This had to be an unethical use of my authoritative position. Plus, Amber may be in a bad place, but she wasn't a total doormat. There's no way she'd take Beth to a party just because Aubrey asked her to. Clearly, my ego had clouded my judgment. I just hoped my spontaneous request wouldn't raise questions about my column, or even worse, about Aubrey's true identity. At 3 to 16 p.m., yes, 16 minutes late to our tutoring session, for which I was volunteering my services for free, Jake Taylor, my longtime crush, pushed through the library's entryway. He sauntered in wearing jeans, a blue Golden State Warriors t-shirt, and a baseball cap worn backward. My heart unwittingly went pitter-patter. I hadn't talked to Jake in years, so I felt more than a little nervous. Daniel Baker still hadn't showed up. Aubrey would never put up with such tardiness, especially if she were helping them on her own time for free. But as Poppy, I waited, and knocked out my biology essay, I might add. I was nothing, if not efficient with my time. Jake spotted me right away and took a seat at my table. Hey, Poppy. How's it going? Mr. Erickson sent me for help with U.S. history to bring my grade up, or whatever. Hi. I was about to impress Jake with a witty greeting when I saw something flash by outside the window. Then, the on-site police officer ran full speed down the sidewalk toward the student parking lot. Seconds later, the principal, a petite woman with short salt and pepper hair, and 2 male teachers followed in hot pursuit. Very odd. Oh man. Jake turned away from the window and pulled his cap around, tucking the bill low on his forehead. His grin grew wider, and it looked like he was trying to stifle a chuckle. Hope that's being covered by the newspaper, I mumbled and then cringed. Those were the words I'd chosen to say to my newly single, long-time crush? Jake burst out laughing, which was not exactly a good sign that he'd missed me all this time, had seen the light, and realized I'd make a wonderful girlfriend and potential future wife. Oh, magnificent! Was I still crushing hard or what? The crinkles around Jake's eyes reminded me of a younger version of him, back in elementary school when he used to tug on my braid. His hair was a darker shade of blonde now, and he used some kind of hair product in the front to make it stand up, but looking at him still made my heart start thudding. It was all I could do to find the breath to form words. What's so funny? Nothing. Just, he shook his head and bit his lip. Nothing. Okay. I waited, still hoping for a miracle, but he didn't confess a reciprocated crush or his regret that we hadn't stayed in touch all these years. Probably a far-fetched fantasy on my part. Time to get back to reality. Let's get started with our tutoring session. Good idea, he said, but made no move to open his book. Instead, he slung his arm over the back of his chair. I couldn't help but stare at the definition in his biceps. His arms certainly hadn't been that buffed when we were 7. Wait, what was that white stuff smeared on his arm? You have something on your bicep, arm, I said, feeling my cheeks heat. Oh, can't have any evidence. He wiped the white goop off with the back of his hand, then brushed it on his jeans. For a moment, his evidence comment reminded me of the chase scene outside. But I worried he'd get annoyed if I asked about his comment, since his thoughts weren't any of my business. Why don't you tell me where you're having problems in U.S. history? You know, dates, historical figures, or whatever? Then we can go from there. Truthfully, Pop, the problem is those take-home quizzes. Like, who has time to do a new one every week? I frowned at his nickname for me. Pop wasn't demeaning like poppycorn, but it reminded me of a cereal, which I couldn't think of as a good thing. More of a father-daughter nickname as opposed to an I have the hots for you nickname, which I would have preferred, or even an I respect you as my tutor nickname. I cleared my throat. We have to complete a quiz every week because it's required work for the class. Mr. Erickson makes the rules, not us. If you don't feel like you have time, then you need to reprioritize your activities and make time in your schedule. He leaned across the table. Between you and me. My chest radiated warmth at the you and me part. All I need is a C in U.S. history for coach to keep me on the basketball team. He leaned over the table until his face came so close I felt lightheaded. Do you think maybe I could just get a few answers from you each week? Not copy it all or anything, just borrow enough answers to pass the quiz? I may have been head over heels, but I wasn't stupid. By borrow, he meant cheating. No, I don't think. Suddenly, the library door burst open, and in came Daniel Baker, the afternoon sunlight streaming in behind him, casting his tall, athletic physique in a golden aura. My gaze felt physically glued to him as he sauntered over to our table. Sorry I'm late. Daniel slid into the seat next to Jake, sounding just as out of breath as Jake had when he'd arrived, and he looked even more swoon-worthy. His sandy brown hair fell across his forehead over dark brows and intriguing green eyes with gold flecks. He smiled, an adorable dimple popping out on his cheek. You must be Poppy Pinkleton? I'm Daniel Baker. Thanks for offering to help us out with our U.S. history. My voice trailed off because I had the urge to say I'd help him out with anything, anytime, anywhere. But wait a minute. The guy had arrived 20 minutes late, which did not exactly scream appreciation. It's nice to meet you, Daniel, but would you mind getting here right at 3 o'clock tomorrow? As it is, we only have 40 minutes left for tutoring. I couldn't believe I'd just spoken my mind, exactly what was on my mind, to the new it boy. I'd thought it, then said it, just like Aubrey would have but in my real life. Squeal. Oh no. What if Jake thought I sounded snotty? For that matter, what if Daniel did? Yeah, sorry about being late. To his credit, Daniel actually looked a little embarrassed. I'd planned to be here right at 3, but something important came up. Sure it had. I noticed a smear of white cream on the front of Daniel's muscle shirt and wondered what he and Jake had been up to. Jake started snickering. Dude, were you there when it went down? Jake hit his buddy playfully in the arm, and I couldn't help wishing he'd touched me instead. I didn't see you. Daniel gave Jake an unreadable look, but didn't answer him. Apparently Jake didn't know what to make of that look either, because he dropped the subject and turned to me. So what do you think? Can we pretend to meet for tutoring, but really just swap some answers before quiz day? I couldn't figure out how he thought we'd swap answers, when in actuality he'd be taking the answers from me and giving me nothing in return. Did I miss something? Daniel's brows rose. Well, maybe if you'd been on time. I wanted to bite my tongue. He'd already apologized, so why couldn't I let it go? For some reason, it irritated me that he didn't deem me worthy enough to show up on time. I peered into his unique green eyes, and our gazes held. I turned away first, opening my history book. Never mind. Let's get to work. Work? Jake's eyes widened in a puppy dog look that made me want to type him up his own personal answer key. No wonder Amber had let him copy her homework. But I couldn't cheat, even for Jake Taylor. I shook my head. I'm here to tutor you both in U.S. history, so you can learn the material. I'm not here to hand you quiz answers to boost your grades enough to stay in sports, I blurted. Wow, Aubrey's forthright personality must be rubbing off on me. Jake shrugged. It was worth a try. Not really, since cheating wouldn't help him in any real way, besides staying qualified to play on the high school basketball team. But when he winked one of those brown eyes at me, I couldn't help but smile. Then I glanced at Daniel, whose brows came together. Why did he seem annoyed that Jake had winked at me? The thought made no sense, so I shook my head and then got down to work. An hour later, I settled into the leather chair in our den and stared at the computer screen as I pulled up my emails. Oh, one from Amber. I immediately clicked on the message to read it. Dear Aubrey. Okay, my friend Trish is having a bunch of people over Friday night, so I'll ask Beth Cooper if she wants to go with me. I'm not sure how this will help my situation, but at this point, I'll do anything to get over Jake Taylor. Oh no. I just realized I'm using real names. That's okay. I trust you and need you to help me through this breakup. I've never been without a boyfriend, and part of me wants to call Jake and take him back, even though he's a slimeball cheater. We girls need to stick together, so help me be strong. I hope you don't mind me leaning on you, but I totally respect your opinion. Some boy I barely know smiled at me in 5th period today, so I took your advice and asked him to a concert for Friday night. He's not really the type one usually go for, but he's super nice and totally hot in a geeky kind of way, and at least I've moved on, right? Isn't that what you said I should do? I'd love to talk this out in person. Can we meet for coffee or something? Please? Your friend, Amber. Guilt flooded through me as I finished reading Amber's email. I'd been so focused on snagging Beth an invite to an IT Crowd party that I'd spontaneously made up that it would help Amber's situation. Amber's declaration that she trusted me, well, Aubrey, as a close enough friend to use real names made me feel all kinds of wrong about my fib. What a two-faced sneak I was, well, technically Aubrey was. Having two identities was getting confusing. I also couldn't help but wonder why Amber respected Aubrey's opinions so much, and yet she ridiculed me with name-calling. Aubrey and I were the same person, so our different social statuses boggled my mind. It's about time you got off the computer, buttface, Stephen said, tapping me on the arm. Then my dear 8-year-old brother flashed a metal-toothed grin at me. Name-calling isn't nice, creep. I scrubbed my hand over his head at high speed until the hairs stood on end. Payback for calling me buttface. Read me a story, he said, climbing onto my lap as I closed out my screen. What were you doing online? Mom asked, entering the den with a dish towel in hand. Just emailing someone, I said. Not a lie. It would have been nice if you had helped me make dinner instead of fooling around on the computer, she said, letting out a sigh. Who were you writing? My heart stopped. A friend. A friend of Aubrey's, not mine, but still. I gave Stephen a smooch, then eased him off my lap. Hand in hand, we followed our mom into the kitchen where she handed me a spoon and ordered me to stir the pot of boiling tortellini. She suggested that Stephen go outside to play. So not fair, but then again, Stephen was fairly useless in the kitchen, given his propensity to add sugar to all recipes and his uncanny ability to get underfoot at the exact moment something hot was about to come out of the oven. Still, a pinch of jealousy sat heavy and unwanted in my chest at the clear inequality of her parenting. Why did my mom expect so much of me, and yet so little of him? It wasn't the age issue. When I was Steven's age, I had loads of chores and massive expectations. No, this was favoritism, plain and simple. More than a little put out, I stirred the pot with fervor and mentally debated on how I'd make sure to raise my kids in an equitable manner. How was school today? Mom eyed my wooden spoon in a way that clearly said it was about time I was helping out. Amazing how much that woman could say with one eye flick. Fine, I answered, if you didn't count getting humiliated in front of the entire class about a supposedly off-limits sex topic, having an old current crush ask me to cheat for him, and receiving a half smile from Daniel that I'd thought about all day and still couldn't interpret. Not that I'd tell my mom anything that personal. I got an A on my math test, I offered. Safe subject. Grades were all my mother cared about anyway. She smiled. Good job, Poppy. I felt a tug at my shirt and looked down to see Steven, his grubby hand on the tail of my once white shirt. Clearly, he hadn't taken up our mom's offer to avoid chores. Why aren't you outside playing? I asked. I want to help. Ah. I grinned down at him. Thanks, kiddo. I handed him the wooden spoon. Here, have at it. Poppy. My mom's voice held a warning tone. If I wanted Steven's help, then I would have. Whatever my mom had been about to say was silenced by my squeal when Steven flicked the spoon, splattering red pasta sauce all over the front of my shirt. Now, a spray of tomato sauce drops accompanied the pink stain on my boob. Magnificent. Irritation rolled through me. What did you do that for? I asked. I want you to read me a story, he said, using a whiny tone. My jaw dropped open. You stained my shirt on purpose? Just to get my attention? Steven, my mom said, interrupting, I told you to go outside. Now go. My little brother stuck his bottom lip out and backed away from both of us. Tears brimmed in his eyes. Once again, I felt compassion and righteous indignation play tug-of-war inside of me. Before I could figure out my emotions, Steven turned and ran out the back door into the yard, leaving me alone with my mom. She glanced at my shirt, her gaze zeroing in on the yogurt stain. Didn't I tell you it was a bad idea to buy a white shirt? That it would get stained easily? I like white, I insisted, my cheeks tightening. Neither stain was my fault, you know. She sighed. Maybe so, but I'm the one who will have to take you shopping for another shirt, and that's less money I'll have for something else. The phone rang. Saved by the bell. I had an emotional whirlwind churning inside of me, and everything led back to my mom's high expectations of me. Trying to please her felt like walking a tightrope, which grated my nerves. So frustrating. My mom answered the cordless phone, then handed it to me. It's Beth for you. Come help me set the table as soon as you're off the phone. Fine. I darted from the kitchen and then took the stairs 2 at a time, wondering why she refused to ask my brother to help her set the table. I was doing that at his age. I blinked away the tears that threatened, feeling hurt and perplexed over why she'd choose to raise us so differently. The image of Steven, about to cry, stayed with me though. I'd find him later and give him a big hug, but for now, I needed my space. And I most definitely needed my best friend. I pressed the receiver to my ear. Hello. It's me. Beth's voice came through the line in a high-pitched tone. Everything all right? My belly clenched and I held my breath, hoping she wasn't upset that I hadn't let her tutor with me. Oh, Poppy. She squealed so loud that I had to pull the phone away from my ear. You'll never guess what happened this afternoon. I sat down on my bed and clenched the bedpost. You're scaring me. What happened? I was walking to my car after school when Amber Glass came up to me. Amber Glass. She paused. Guess what she did? My stomach dropped. Oh no. Whatever Amber had done had to have been my fault because of my email. Well, Aubrey's email. Even though I'd had the best of intentions for my bestie, I knew I'd gone too far with Amber. What did she do? I asked, bracing myself. She invited me to go with her to Trish Benson's party Friday night. Beth's voice turned into a squeak. Isn't that the coolest thing ever? So you're hysterical in a good way, I said, breathing a sigh of relief. I plopped down onto my bed, stunned. Amber had actually invited Beth to a party. Wow. Aubrey could pull some serious weight with the it crowd. Yes, I'm so excited, she said, squealing once again. Maybe I'll come with you to the party? I suggested. Attending an it party held no appeal to me, since I had zero in common with those girls, but I wanted to support my best friend. Oh, Poppy. Beth's voice trailed off and a long, uncomfortable pause ensued. Amber only mentioned me coming with her. I'm not comfortable asking if I can bring a friend along. You don't want me to come with you? I blinked, feeling my chest go hollow. I just shamelessly used my influence as Aubrey, with the queen of the it girls, to score Beth an invite to Trisha's party, and she just said she wouldn't do the same for me? Had more than the pact changed for Beth? Did our friendship now mean more to me than it did to her? Maybe I was already on the edge because of my mom's favoritism, but my throat suddenly tightened and my eyes burned. I'm sorry, but I have to go, I choked out, putting a hand to my mouth. Wait, Poppy. Bye. I hung up the phone, dropped back on my bed, and covered my face with my hands, trying to hold in the pain. I couldn't believe Beth had tossed me aside for Amber. We'd been best friends for years. Did she care so much about spending time with Amber that she no longer had room for me? Maybe I should ask Amber to uninvite Beth to Trisha's party. That idea was very appealing. No. I gasped, ashamed of my own thoughts. Appalling. The thought was appalling, not appealing. How could I even think so selfishly? The pressures from the day became too much, especially now that I might be losing my best friend on top of everything else. I flopped over on the bed, buried my head onto my pillow, and commenced with bawling my eyes out. Chapter 5. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey. You sound hot. When do you want to go out? The man. Dear the man. When? Never. This is a respectable advice column, not online dating. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: boys can be juvenile. Purpose of experiment: N.A. Conclusion: boys can be juvenile. I arrived at school the next morning, wishing I'd never emailed Amber about inviting Beth to a party. My supposed best friend had replaced me with an it girl, which had to be karma's way of teaching me a lesson for abusing my social power as Aubrey. Well played, karma. I opened my locker, grabbed my books for first period, and jumped when Beth came up next to me. I don't want to talk right now, I muttered. She tilted her head, letting out an exasperated sigh. I can't believe you're upset with me. I can't believe you dumped me for an it girl, I said honestly. My throat tightened. There were too many changes going on, and I didn't want a repeat of last night's sobbing, so I turned my back to her and fished around in my locker for the book I needed. You're not being fair, Poppy. How long are you going to hold a grudge? How long should one take to get over her best friend ditching her? A question for Aubrey, for sure. I decided not to justify her invalidation with a response. She sighed. Well, even though you're not speaking to me, I think you should know Mason's not coming to school today. What a low blow, using Mason to make me talk. He had a perfect attendance record, which meant something big must be going on with him. Why isn't he coming to school? I asked, a slice of pain jabbing my chest over her rejection. I pressed my palm to my heart, still unable to believe she'd chosen Amber over me. I slammed my locker shut, gave her a cursory glance to follow, and then started down the hall. Brace yourself. This news is not good. Beth pushed through the crowded hallway beside me, and then we stopped outside my classroom door. Somebody used toilet paper and whipped cream to vandalize Mason's car after school yesterday. My brows came together. Please tell me they caught whoever it was. No. She shook her head and stepped closer, as if attempting to create some sort of privacy amidst all of the lockers banging and kids goofing around in the hallway before the start of the school day. And someone wrote, "Go back to your four-eyed dating pool," across his windshield in chocolate syrup. My stomach lurched as my thoughts raced. What is that message supposed to mean? She glanced away for a moment, then took a deep breath and shifted her gaze back to me. Mason didn't tell you? The warning bell for the first period shrilled. Didn't tell me what? I asked, wondering why Beth looked so uncomfortable. I thought you knew. She stepped back as several kids pulled my classroom door open and pushed their way inside. The door slammed shut again. An odd flicker of emotion flitted across Beth's face as she studied her feet. Amber Glass asked Mason out yesterday. What? I shrieked. A girl stopped in the hallway, gave me a look like I was crazy, then moved on. Maybe I needed to tone down my shock. But, hello? Are Mason and the it girl? I know. Beth's gaze remained on the floor and she paused, making me sense how much it bothered her that Amber had asked Mason out. She finally lifted her gaze. Mason said yes to going out with her. He did? I blinked, processing that information. Truth be told, I always thought Mason and Beth would make a cute couple if either could admit they liked the other in that way. Over the years, I'd sensed occasional sparks between them, but neither had made a move. Not sure what's going on there, but we can talk more at lunch, Beth said, the corners of her mouth turning downward. Gotta run or I'll be late for class. Okay, I said, Beth's downcast expression making me want to forget my own hurt and comfort my friend. After she walked off, I took a moment and leaned back against the wall outside my classroom, squeezing my books to my chest. When had life at San Felipe High spun so out of control? First, Amber dumped Jake based on Aubrey's advice. Second, Amber invited Beth to a party. Ahem, Aubrey's advice again. Now, Amber had asked Mason out on a date, not Aubrey's fault this time. And subsequently, Mason's car had been trashed. Wowzers. Go back to your four-eyed dating pool? Such a mean thing to say. Like people without 20/20 vision were less than worthy. Mason was one of the nicest guys I'd ever met and didn't deserve to be treated that way. Also, he was an A student, so he must be mortified over the incident if he'd skipped school. Why hadn't he confided in me? Had I been too wrapped up in my column the last few days to be there for my longtime friend? I shook my head, unable to imagine who had picked on him. Everyone liked him since he was the world's nicest guy. The last bell shrilled and kids scrambled into their classrooms. I reached for the door handle to my classroom at the same time someone else did, and my fingers accidentally wrapped around a large, masculine hand. I turned to peer into green eyes with gold flecks. Daniel. The feel of his skin against mine sent tingles skittering up my arm, and I snatched my hand away as if it were on fire. You're in my class? I blurted, like a bubblehead. The corner of his mouth hitched up. I didn't realize you owned it. I bought the class online. You didn't hear? I asked, barely recognizing the playful tone in my voice. The corners of his eyes crinkled, sending a zing through my chest. Well, I am new to this school. He pulled the door open, gesturing for me to go in first. I might need some help getting acquainted with everything. Oh, really? I smiled, but then my cheeks burned because I was pretty sure we were flirting and that was new territory for me. Miles out of my comfort zone. Excuse me, Trish Benson said, her tone accusatory as if we had violated some law by talking to each other. She gave me a look that said, "Move it," so I stepped back and she squeezed up next to Daniel. "Good morning." She smiled at him, batting her long thick lashes. "Are you coming to my party Friday night?" "I've heard that's the place to be," he said. I couldn't tell if Daniel's answer meant he was going to her party or not, but one thing was obvious. Poppy Corn Pinkleton wasn't invited. "Definitely," Trish said, then dropped into a chair in the back row and gestured toward the seat next to her. "Here's an open spot, Daniel." The hands-off look Trish shot me made me so uncomfortable, I hurried to the row of seats by the windows with my head down and slipped into the front spot. Oodles of humiliation rolled through me. I'd opened myself up to talk with Daniel and even flirt a little, but then Trish swooped in and shot me down. Aubrey would have stood her ground, but I'd slinked off like a coward. Everyone around me took their seats. I opened my notebook, mentally berating myself for flirting with Daniel and for letting Trish scare me away. Clearly, I was destined for a solitary existence as a teen geek with no social life. Suddenly, I felt a tap on my shoulder, making me jump in my seat. I swung around and my gaze met soft green eyes with gold flecks. "What are you doing here?" I asked. Daniel slipped into the seat behind me. "You took my spot." "I did." I glanced down at my desk, wondering how he'd claimed it when we didn't have assigned seating in here. "I'm sorry." I started to stand up. "I'm kidding, Poppy." He chuckled, brushing his pencil against my arm. "You own the class anyway. Right?" "Right?" I said, biting my lip to suppress a giggle. The teacher started talking, so I turned to face front again, my gaze catching Trish's stare from the back row, and the look she gave me could have set my backpack on fire. Yikes! My smile faded, and I kept my gaze glued on the teacher. Trish's glare reminded me I didn't belong near the it crowd. Probably the only reason Daniel had chosen to sit behind me was because he, liked being by the window. Or something. I wanted to defend myself to Trish, but it's not like she'd listen to me. I didn't matter to her or to the it crowd, and it was very clear I never would. I changed into yoga pants for PE and hoped some exercise would alleviate my anxiety about Trish's party Friday night. It felt weird that Beth and Mason would be there while I'd be at home, alone. I'd wanted to add some spice to my junior year with dear Aubrey, not send my best friends to join the it crowd without me. After 40 minutes of playing basketball in PE, only one person decided to pass the ball to me, and it was promptly taken away. Still, I was exhausted from all of the running around, and my worries didn't feel even a smidge further behind me. Trish was so not a nice person. Yet somehow she'd be spending Friday night with my best friends. And maybe with Daniel too. I wanted to write Aubrey and ask her how this had happened and what I should do about it. But couldn't exactly write myself. "Poppy Pinkleton?" Mr. Santiago, our PE teacher, handed me a green piece of paper and then called another student to come forward. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I unfolded the piece of paper and nearly fainted from what I read. Progress report for Poppy Rose Pinkleton. Current grade in PE, C. Participation is satisfactory. The world around me spun, making me dizzy. I'd never received as low as a B grade before, but Mr. Santiago was giving me a C? That wicked letter of the alphabet would destroy my GPA, ruin my chances of getting into Stanford, and my mom would freak. I felt the ground crumbling beneath my feet. There must be something I could do. I hurried over to where my teacher was giving out the progress reports. "Mr. Santiago?" "Brian Walker," he called, handing out another green slip. I reached out and grabbed his arm, which just went to show how desperate I was about this atrocious error. "Mr. Santiago. There must be some mistake." And last but not least, Hannah Yardley. He gave out the last slip, grabbed the whistle from around his neck and blew, piercing my ears. See you all tomorrow. He began collecting the orange and black balls, so I trotted behind him and waved my green slip in the air for him to see. This progress can't be right. This says C, I shrieked. Several students turned my way. I cringed, then forced myself to take a deep breath. I'm currently getting a C? There has to be a mistake, and I need you to fix it, please. Holding a basketball between his arm and hip, Mr. Santiago took the dreaded paper from my hand and squinted at it. Yes, a C, it's not your final grade, just a progress report. Just a progress report? I asked, feeling my dream university and my desperately needed life of freedom slip out of reach. But I've never missed a single day of participation. How could I be getting a C? I don't want to brag, but I have straight A's. To get an A in this class, you have to do more than show up, Poppy. He handed back the green slip and shot the ball in the air, which slammed against the backboard and dropped through the hoop. You'll have to start participating. Did he not see the sweat still dripping down my temples? My fist tightened, wrinkling the green paper in my grip. With all due respect, sir, I was participating the entire class period. He retrieved the ball and did some fancy kind of layup that threw the ball in the air and through the hoop again. You were running back and forth down the sideline, avoiding the actual play. That doesn't count as participation. I frowned. Mr. Santiago, I'm there to participate. It's not my fault that nobody throws the ball to me. They play as if I'm invisible. Why do you think that is, Poppy? He asked, the sound of the buzzer screeching across the gymnasium, signaling the end of class. Apparently, Mr. Santiago thought that meant our conversation was over as well, because he tucked a ball under each of his beefy arms and started toward the boys' locker room. Desperation inflated my chest more and more the further he got away from me, until I raced to catch up with him. Isn't there anything I can do to increase my grade? Please? Yeah. He spun around to face me, walking backward as he pointed his fingers at me as if holding imaginary guns. Start participating, he said, squeezing the imaginary triggers. I gaped after my horribly unfair PE teacher as he disappeared into the locker room, leaving me alone in the empty gym. The vein on my temple throbbed, and I could hear my pounding pulse throughout my head. I had no idea what my mom would do to me if I came home with a C, or if that grade blew my shot at Stanford. There had to be a way to bring my grade up and participate to Mr. Santiago's satisfaction, but I had no idea what that way would be. After a grueling morning of classes, I now had the joy of choosing to eat lunch by myself or joining my best friend, who had chosen not to invite me to her first party. Neither option appealed to me. I contemplated studying in the library for the lunch hour. But then I pictured Beth's obvious sadness over Mason dating Amber, still couldn't wrap my brain around that conjuncture, and he hadn't answered his phone when I'd called him during our morning break, so I sucked it up and strode toward our usual table in the cafeteria. Hi, I said, sliding into the seat across from Beth. I pulled my tuna on rye out of a brown bag and opened my soda with a crisp, welcoming sound. Then there was a long, awkward silence. I was worried you weren't going to meet me for lunch. Beth's facial muscles tightened, and she visibly swallowed. Do you want me to back out of the party? I blinked, surprised she'd make such an offer when I knew how badly she wanted to go to that IT party. You'd stay home just because I'm upset? Her eyes watered. Of course. My heart squeezed at the confirmation that I was still important to Beth. I suddenly realized I might have overreacted to the one minor rejection. Whoops. That means a lot to me. I smiled, then shook my head. But don't cancel your party plans. Go and have fun. I took a bite of my sandwich, a deep sense of relief washing through me. Beth and I were still besties. All felt right with the world again. Well, except for my mediocre grade in PE. But I couldn't even think about that right now. Too devastating. Suddenly, loud voices echoed from the table. I glanced over to see Amber in a heated argument with Jake. Trish and several others at the table watched them intently. Yikes. I turned back to Beth. Have you heard from Mason? No. She gave me a long look. Is it really okay if I go to Trish's party? An icky feeling crept across my chest at the mention of Trish's name. But in the best interest of my friend, I lifted my soda can in a salute. Yes, it's really fine. I swear on the pact. Very funny. She chuckled, rolling her eyes. Then her gaze flicked over to the ruckus at the table. What do you suppose Amber and Jake are arguing about? Do you think it's about her date with Mason? Could be. My thoughts muddled over the possibility of Amber forgiving Jake, telling Mason to take a hike, and dismissing my fantasy future with my crush. Although, on the flip side, their reunion would free up Mason to date Beth if she were truly interested. It's none of your business who I date. Amber yelled, her entire table gaping at her with rapt attention. Guess that solved the question of what or who they were arguing about. Behind Amber, I saw a boy walk by and then take a seat at the end of the table next to Trish. Every nerve in my body went numb when I recognized Daniel. He was eating lunch with Trish? Did that mean he was going to her party? Did that mean he liked her? As if sensing me watching, his gaze lifted, catching mine, and he smiled at me. Instead of smiling back like a normal person would have, I swung around in my seat, embarrassed that he'd caught me staring at him. I closed my eyes, feeling like a dweeb. I'd been intending to stare at Jake and Amber, and their not-so-private argument that just escalated to shouting, but actually, that truth wasn't much less humiliating. Maybe I needed to rethink the pact. Well, they're my concert tickets and you're no longer invited. Amber's voice echoed across the cafeteria, causing more heads to turn their way. Jake's cheeks turned red. Then what am I supposed to do? Amber stood, snatched up her lunch tray, and bent toward him. You can go out with that sleaze you hooked up with, she said, then stormed away. Snap. Everyone in the cafeteria turned to Jake for his reaction. Whatever. Not like I care. He pushed his tray away from him, stood, and stormed off in the opposite direction where Amber had gone. Can you believe that? Beth asked. No, I said, even though I'd witnessed the formerly perfect couple's argument with my very own eyes. My gaze skimmed the table again, and everyone had turned toward each other, gabbing away, except for Trish. She stood, then walked out of the cafeteria in the same direction Jake had gone. Odd, especially when she'd been so eager to sit next to Daniel in class. Made me wonder once again if she'd hooked up with Jake. Not that I should speculate. My gaze drifted back to the table, and I locked eyes with Daniel. My belly fluttered. This time I kept my gaze on his and raised my brows in a, what was that all about? Kind of way. He gave an exaggerated shrug. I smiled, thrilled that he'd noticed me and that we'd had communication, albeit the nonverbal kind. I turned back to my lunch and found Beth's mouth hanging open. Were you just flirting with Daniel Baker? I'm not sure, I said, lamely. She leaned forward, her eyes lighting up. I take it the tutoring session went well yesterday. Not really. I shrugged, hoping she'd get the hint. I didn't want to talk about the tutoring session. Despite my possible flirtation with Daniel, my crush on Jake was still alive and thriving. I didn't want to admit to Beth that my first exchange with Jake in 7 years had been him asking to copy my answers to our take-home quizzes. Not exactly the romantic scene I'd envisioned. Part of me dreamed he'd show up to tutoring today, apologize for the inappropriate request, and then invite me to go to Trish's party with him. Such a laughable long shot. Beth's mouth worked a moment, but she took the hint and didn't ask any more about tutoring. Want to go to the mall after school? I'd love your help picking out something for me to wear to the party Friday night. I have to tutor again. Jake and Daniel, she asked. Yep. I glanced over my shoulder, my gaze stopping at the end of the it table. My mouth went dry. Trish had returned and was sitting next to Daniel again. She touched his bicep and then giggled. Watching them made my stomach coil, but I couldn't force my gaze away. So tell me honestly, Beth said, her voice slow and careful. What happened in tutoring yesterday? Let's put it this way. If the session doesn't go better today, then I'm going to talk to Mr. Erickson about finding a replacement tutor. Make sure he considers me. Beth laughed. I gave her a look, but couldn't muster up a smile back. My gaze kept returning to the it table. Did Daniel like Trish? I had to admit, she was kind of pretty, if you were into that teen magazine model kind of perfection. But did she have a 4.2 GPA? Or a secret advice column? No, didn't think so. Plus, the girl had no loyalty. She'd fooled around with her best friend's boyfriend. Well, she was the most likely culprit anyway. But then again, Daniel wouldn't know any of that. I let out a breath, deciding to push these random thoughts out of my mind, reminding myself that my crush was on Jake, not Daniel Baker. Chapter 6. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey. Just saw the last post, and am still trying to figure out how a person can sound hot. Anyway, never in a million years did I think I'd write to a public advice column, but I need a female opinion, so here goes. I've noticed a girl at school, and I'm wondering how I can tell if she likes me. I'm getting mixed signals. Sometimes I think she might be interested, but she's hot and cold. Not to sound like a wuss, but I've been through a lot lately and don't need to get shot down on top of it. As a girl, what are your thoughts? In doubt. Dear in doubt. I'm sorry to hear you've been going through a lot. Hope things get better for you soon. You sound like a good guy, and I'll tell you honestly what I think. If this girl liked you, you'd probably know it. Plus, you're already having a hard time. Do you really want the work of a girl who's hot and cold? You deserve someone who makes you feel secure. BTW, you sound like a hot boy, haha. Actually, you do sound like a nice boy, so make sure you find a girl who reassures you, not one who keeps you guessing. Good luck and please follow up with me on the results. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: some girls toy with boys' feelings. Purpose of experiment: help boy find nice girl. Conclusion: to be determined. After posting my response, I closed out my cell screen and shoved my PE clothes into my backpack. I noted my clothes were still sweaty. From participating in basketball, thank you very much. Mr. Santiago was so unfair. I needed to find a way to convince him of my active participation in order to bring my grade up, or I'd ruin my chance at my dream university. I would not let that happen. I'd become the participation queen, even if I had to tutor every student in PE to get them to pass me the ball. For some reason, the word tutor struck a nerve in my chest. Wait a minute. I glanced at my watch and gasped. How was it already past 3 o'clock? I must have moped after journalism class longer than I thought. I was supposed to be in the library tutoring Jake and Daniel as of 2 minutes ago. I threw my backpack over my shoulder, then raced to the library. Breathing hard, I pushed through the library's doorway, barreling inside. My gaze darted around frantically until I spotted Daniel at a corner table next to the book stacks. His gaze was glued to a thick book, but he lifted his head as I rushed over to his table. "You're late," he said, wearing a grave expression. "I'm so sorry." Guilt washed over me since I'd chided him big time for being late yesterday. Being late is irresponsible. Disrespectful. Something came up and No excuses. He crossed his arms and raised a brow. Would you mind getting here right at 3 o'clock tomorrow? As it is, we only have 53 minutes left for tutoring. I flinched from hearing my own words thrown back in my face. But then I noticed his stony expression didn't match the light dancing in his eyes. I dropped into the chair across from him. You're kidding around with me, right? Of course I'm kidding. The corners of his mouth curved upward, and he wiggled his brows. What's the big deal about a few lousy minutes between friends? A zing zapped through my chest. He'd just called me his friend. Oh wait. Did he really mean that? Or was he still joking around with me? Aubrey would have totally made him clarify, but I couldn't muster the guts to ask him. Instead, I fiddled with the zipper on my backpack. I'm sorry for getting all over your case about being late yesterday. Guess I overreacted a bit, huh? No problem. He smiled, his green eyes with those intriguing gold flecks turning soft. He nudged my hand with his. So, is everything all right? My hand tingled from the brush of his skin against mine. Then the green slip I'd received in PE practically burned a hole through my jeans pocket. It's fine. He waited a beat. Want to tell me about it? Instead of pretending everything was great like I normally would, for some reason I found myself pulling the vile green paper out of my jeans pocket. I set the cold, hard evidence of my mediocre future down on the table in front of him. This happened. He lifted the paper, his eyes scanning the miserable lines before he looked back up at me. You look exactly how I felt when I got my progress report for U.S. history. I didn't see how failing a class and getting a C in a class were even close to the same thing, but maybe he was just trying to relate. I've had straight A's since freshman year. And you think a C is fine with me? Why do you think I asked Mr. Erickson for a tutor? Huh? I blinked, feeling like a moron since something didn't compute here. Was Daniel passing his class or failing it? I thought your basketball coach said you needed a tutor to bring your grades up to a C so you could stay on the team. He bent his head, giving me a quizzical side glance. Where did you hear that? Jake told me. My voice trailed off, and it was at that moment I realized there was an empty seat next to Daniel. Jake was late again. I glanced up at the clock, which showed 3:17. Jake needs his grade up to participate in sports, so I assume that's why you were here too. Emotion flickered across his face. You think Jake and I are the same just because we're on the basketball team together? Well, When he put it like that, I sounded pretty judgmental, forming an opinion without the facts, just like Mason always warned us not to do. Sorry about that. No worries. He folded the green paper and handed it back to me. I'm not going to pretend to be a straight A student like you, but I'm not a C student either. I've just had a lot of distractions from school lately with my move, changing schools, and stuff. The seriousness of his tone stunned me into silence. I'd never had a boy open up to me before, especially not an it boy. I bit my lip, wondering what Aubrey would say to him. But as usual, I could only think about the practicality of the situation. It's just a progress report, not the final grade. You still have a couple months to bring your grade up. Same to you. Touché. My mouth twisted from side to side as I admitted to myself that this lame progress report shouldn't be the end of the world. It just felt like it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong though. We're doing basketball in PE right now, and I played the entire class. But the teacher says I need to participate. I don't get what he means by that. Sounds like you need a basketball tutor. The corner of his mouth hitched up, causing an adorable dimple to form. I happen to know someone who's on the basketball team. Since you're helping him out in U.S. history, I'm sure he'd be willing to help you out too. At first I thought Daniel was talking about Jake, who still hadn't bothered to show up to his free tutoring lesson, and then I realized he was offering to help me. I couldn't believe it. You'd really tutor me in basketball? Why not? You're helping me with US history. Yeah, but what? I wanted to say, but you're popular, or you hang with the it crowd and I'm a total teen geek. But the way Daniel was looking at me, exceptionally confused by my question, made me keep my mouth shut. Hello, Poppy. I thought of my pathetic grade in PE, and his generous offer to help me. I felt awkward and oh so awesome at the same time. I'd really appreciate your help. Thank you. He smiled. How about we start today? Today? I gulped. Daniel Baker was really going to tutor me, Poppy Pinkleton, in basketball? There must be a full moon out. First, we get through this assignment. Deal. He smiled, tapping my arm with the end of his pencil. I smiled back at him. It wasn't until after we'd finished going over Chapter 7 in the textbook that I realized Jake hadn't shown up for tutoring at all, and that I didn't really care. After our tutoring session in the library, Daniel and I headed toward the outdoor basketball court behind the gym. I wondered what people thought at seeing us together. Super hot basketball star with female Clark Kent look-alike, news at 11. But I reminded myself we weren't hanging out together for real. He'd only offered to tutor me in basketball in return for my helping him with US history. But still, being with him made me feel all giddy inside. Aubrey would remember to stay calm and act confident in this situation, so that was exactly what I planned to do. Maybe I'd even try flirting a little. Show me what you've got. Daniel stopped at the white-edged line on the basketball court, then passed the ball to me. Instinctively, my hands whipped up, and I batted the ball away seconds before the big round thing hit me. The ball rolled pathetically back in his direction. He scooped the ball up and dribbled it with one hand while looking at me. You were supposed to catch that. But it flew at me like a large orange bullet, I protested, wondering if getting slammed by a ball was Mr. Santiago's idea of participation. Then remembered I was supposed to be acting cool and confident. Not easy to do, with butterflies going bananas in my belly. Can I try again? You bet. He grinned. This time he threw the ball so that it bounced on the ground before popping up at me, more slowly this time, and I managed to catch it. Yay me! Great job. He pointed toward the basket. Now shoot the ball. I swallowed. Shoot it? Quickly, before the opposing team takes it away. He rushed at me, his arms wide on both of his sides, and I couldn't help noticing how muscular his arms were in that short-sleeved sports shirt. I so needed to focus. I vacillated between passing out from the thrill of this hot guy charging at me, pulling the ball to my chest to keep it from the opposing team, or chucking the ball down the court so I could flee out of harm's way. The last option sort of called to me. Shoot, he shouted, only a few feet from me now. My gaze shot past Daniel and up at the basket that seemed miles away. My heart pounded against my ribcage, and I had to make the decision to let go, to participate. Gripping the ball between my hands, I bent my arms back behind my head, then thrust them forward and released the ball. In slow motion, the large orange globe soared toward the hoop, holding my dreams of Stanford in its flight as it rose up, up, up and way over the backboard. Pathetic, I moaned. Just your first try. Daniel clapped his hands and ran after the ball. You'll do better next time. Trust your instincts more. What instincts? With that sad shot, I seriously had nowhere to go but up. I wanted to bury my head in my hands. But I couldn't help admiring how fit Daniel looked as he jogged to retrieve the ball. Snap out of it, girl. I should be learning how to play basketball, not staring at my tutor's muscles. I might have underestimated my current need for the pact. Unaware of my unprofessional ogling, Daniel swooped the ball off the ground with ease, turned to look at the hoop, then shot from the sideline, and the ball swooshed through the net. At first I was duly impressed. Then I cringed, wondering what he must think of me and my botched basketball abilities. Confidence, Poppy, I could almost hear Aubrey whisper. She would so have the guts to flirt with Daniel right now. Maybe I should give it a shot. You're getting an A in PE. Aren't you? I asked, then wondered if it was flirtatious to talk about grades. Well, preparing properly for college was an admirable character trait in my book, and thus, a worthy topic of conversation for flirting. He shrugged, the corners of his eyes crinkling. We practice for 2 hours every morning before school. I'd better be getting an A. I jogged over to where the ball had rolled after his shot, and picked it up. Tightening my jaw, I gazed up at the net with renewed determination, and then threw the ball as hard as I could toward the basket. We both watched the ball soar through the air, slam against the hard rim, and then spring back toward me at a frightening speed. Eek! I ducked out of the way just in time, and the ball missed my head by a hair. Did I really have to take a ball to the face in the name of participation? Ouch! Breathing ragged, I brought my hand to my chest. Okay, so I wasn't stellar at sports. But I always attended class, dressed down appropriately, and exercised the entire time. Couldn't I get an A for effort? How wrong was it that my entire collegiate future, and life of freedom away from my mom, rested on a game of basketball? Just then, music blasted from the gym, and high-pitched female voices wafted out in one-word shouts. Cheerleading practice, I assumed. As if to confirm my suspicions, Trish Benson and Karen Warner rounded the back of the gym in their very short shorts and tank tops that, in my opinion, were a size too small. Trish's face lit up when she spotted Daniel. Hi, Daniel. Trish waved her fingers at him, then her eyes shot to me and she stopped in her tracks. Karen smacked into her from behind, gave her a playful swat on the arm, and then glanced over to see what had shocked Trish motionless. My cheeks heated as they stared at me like I had two heads. I hoped Daniel wouldn't notice my had-to-be bright red cheeks. Luckily, he'd turned toward the two of them. Hey girls? He waved at them, before jogging to retrieve the ball that had shot past me. He picked up the ball, bouncing it with one hand while grinning at them. Karen ignored me, while eyeing Daniel suspiciously. What are you up to? A sick feeling came over me as I waited for Daniel to admit he was only tutoring me in basketball because I was helping him in U.S. history. But he just said, shooting hoops. With her? Trish asked. The heat in my cheeks turned into scorching flames. Her tone made it sound like hanging out with me was akin to getting a bikini wax in the middle of the cafeteria during the lunch hour. I knew I should stick up for myself, but instead I felt my bottom lip quiver. Daniel stopped bouncing the ball. His gaze darted over to me and my had-to-be flaming cheeks, then back to Trish again. Don't you know, Poppy? In response, Trish leaned toward Karen and whispered something. They both giggled. I wanted to hurl from utter humiliation. We'd better get back to cheerleading practice. Trish tilted her head, winking at Daniel, and failing to answer his question about me. Great seeing you, though. Have fun playing hoops. Daniel strode over to me. What was that about? I don't know. I shrugged, trying to hide how much their ridicule hurt me. They had made it obvious that a hot basketball star like Daniel Baker shouldn't be hanging out with a geek girl like Poppy Corn Pinkleton. But I knew the real reason he was spending time with me. He obviously felt like he owed me for tutoring him for free, and this was his way of paying me back. Suddenly, I felt emotionally exhausted. It's late. I retreated a step. I'd better get home. But we haven't finished our lesson. I continued backing away. I forgot, my mom is having a new work colleague over for dinner tonight. I really do have to go. He gave me an unreadable look, making me wonder if he'd bought my lame excuse, even though the excuse also happened to be true. Are you sure you're all right? He asked. Totally. I waved a hand in the air dismissively. I'll see you in the library after school tomorrow, so we can go over Chapter 8. Thanks again for your help. All I wanted was to escape to the quiet safety of my car, away from the roller coaster of emotions rolling through me right now. Did Daniel like Trish? It seemed obvious she liked him, but the thought of them dating made me nauseated. He deserved a nicer girl than Trish Benson. As I walked away, I decided I wasn't cut out for the emotional turmoil of flirting. Maybe I'd have Beth finish tutoring Daniel. She would act more professionally than this. Poppy! Daniel shouted from behind me, and I turned toward him. One last shot. He threw the ball to me. I caught the ball, cleared my mind, and looked up at the basketball hoop with absolute focus. Maybe if I could make one basket, just one, it would prove I could fit in at this school. Prove that Mr. Santiago should bump my grade up to an A, maybe even prove me worthy of a boy like Daniel thinking of me as more than a tutor. So I threw the ball harder than even before, and even grunted as it left my hands. The orange ball sailed through the early evening sky, carrying all of my hopes and dreams with it. I watched the ball fly up and over the basket without so much as hitting the backboard. I knew it, Mr. Santiago knew it, and Trish made it very clear that she knew it. Poppy Pinkleton was hopeless. Dear Aubrey, you haven't responded to my email, but I've seen you answer other posts on your column. I can only assume you're upset with me because I wanted you to violate your column's secret status by meeting with you in person. Okay, I can see you're doing a serious job, and I didn't mean anything bad by wanting to meet face to face with you. It's just, well, my friends don't seem to get how I'm feeling. My best friend is practically giddy that I broke up with Jake, and any time I bring up his name, she rolls her eyes and changes the subject. You're the only one who understands how hard this is on me. I know I shouldn't have asked you to meet in person. Maybe we can just email back and forth. Your friend, Amber. When I got home from school, I double braided my hair and changed into my comfort clothes. My favorite Minnie Mouse shirt, the matching pink and white polka dot shorts, and my pink fuzzy slippers. But that didn't alleviate the lingering ick I felt from Trish and Karen's snub this afternoon at the basketball courts. Aubrey would have so put them in their place for being mean. I, on the other hand, couldn't even muster up a word in my own defense. Even worse, they had looked down on me in front of Daniel. I totally needed to stop pretending there could be anything between us besides a professional tutor-er and tutor-ee relationship. Plus, my crush was Jake, not Daniel. Those fickle butterflies in my belly seemed to be affecting my rational mind. Sitting in my den, I fiddled with one of my braids while contemplating Amber's email. I felt bad that her best friends weren't there for her during her obviously traumatic breakup. Although, truth be told, I had a hard time believing Trish Benson could ever be a support to anyone. She was just so harsh. Quite the opposite of Beth, who would totally hold my hand during a breakup. Well, if I ever ended up with a boyfriend anyway. Thinking about Beth brought up my insecurities over her hanging out with Amber this Friday night at Trish's party. What if Amber realized how awesome Beth was and decided to make Beth her new best friend? I knew Beth cared about me, but I also knew how badly she wanted to be part of the it crowd. What if she ditched me for good? I heard the doorbell ring, which must have meant my mom's new friend from work had arrived for dinner. I knew she'd want me to greet her guest, but my worries swirled through my brain, keeping me glued to my chair. Staring at Amber's letter on the computer screen, I pictured the look of pain on her pretty face while she'd been arguing with Jake in the cafeteria today. Couldn't her friends see how much she needed them? Apparently not. She'd said Aubrey was the only one she could count on, which made me feel bad for not responding to her email already. At the same time, it wasn't like she'd really want to meet me in person. So where did that leave Amber and Aubrey's friendship? I needed to respond to her, so I hit reply and started typing. Dear Amber, I'm not upset with you at all. I've just been contemplating your email. Unfortunately, meeting in person is just not an option given the circumstances. I'm sorry to hear your friends have let you down, and I'm definitely here for you via email. I know this is a hard time for you. Glad to hear you've jumped back into the dating game with a new boy, even a different type of boy. Let me know how the concert goes and, of course, Trish's party. Stay real. Your friend, Aubrey. Poppy. The door to the den burst open, and Stephen was immediately in my face. Mom's friend is here, and you are so busted for not answering the front door. I quickly logged off the computer, hoping Stephen hadn't glanced at the screen and read any of my email to Amber. Are your hands broken or something? Why couldn't you just get the door yourself? I did. He laughed in my face, and his breath reeked of pickles. Mom told me you were being rude because they're sitting down for dinner. You'd better get out there fast. Now? I asked, gazing down at my Minnie Mouse outfit in horror. Once I'd gotten on the computer, I'd totally spaced about the dinner plans. Comfort clothes were so not appropriate attire for meeting Mom's new friend from work. The sane part of me wanted to run upstairs to put together something properly respectable for her work colleague, but I was already busted for not greeting at the door. Which would get me into more trouble? Coming to dinner even later? Or wearing something that looked like I was a cartoon character come to life? Finding it unlikely I'd be in her good graces either way, I decided I'd keep wearing my outfit. After all, I'd had an exhausting day, I was comfortable, and if she didn't like what I was wearing, she could just deal with it. Holding my head high, I left the den and found everyone already seated at the dining room table. My mom was serving up the lasagna she had defrosted earlier, when I hadn't come home in time to make something fresh. She'd pointed this out several times, as if it were my sworn duty to make dinner for the family every night. Poppy, this is my friend, Suzanne. Mom wore a frozen smile, her narrowed gaze chastising me with that one glance. I smiled politely at the woman from her office. She was seated next to my mom and wore what was clearly a business suit from work. Hello, Suzanne. Nice to meet you. She smiled back at me. Nice to meet you as well, Poppy. I've heard a lot of good things about you from your mom. I nodded, even though I found her statement highly unlikely. Suzanne gestured to the person occupying the chair next to her. This is my son, Daniel. He goes to San Felipe High as well. Nice to meet. I stopped midway through my automatic polite response. There, sitting between Suzanne and my mom, was Daniel Baker, the it boy, my basketball tutor, and Trish says hands-off guy. Hi, Poppy. Daniel's eyes danced, seeming amused by my reaction, almost as if he'd been waiting to see it and hadn't been disappointed. Do you two know each other? Mom asked. I opened my mouth to answer her, but no words came out. Horrified, I immediately remembered the outfit I was wearing, Minnie Mouse shirt. Minnie was standing with her hands together in a happy but bashful way, matching shorts and fluffy slippers. How could this happen? Daniel Baker was in my house, looking breathtaking as usual, whereas I looked like a fifth grader on her way to Disneyland. Oh, the mortification. Why, oh why, hadn't I taken the 2 minutes to run upstairs and change? Trish and her friends would have a field day laughing about my outfit if they found out. There was a long silence, and from the back of my mind I remembered my mom had asked a question. It was impossible for me to answer, however, as my mouth seemed to be frozen shut and my eyes widened in a seemingly permanent bulge. Silence. Awkward, miserable silence. After exchanging glances between Daniel and me, Suzanne finally said, You didn't tell me you knew Poppy. How did you two meet? Daniel caught my frozen gaze, his smile dropped, and his eyes seemed to plead something that had me guessing his mom didn't know about his C in U.S. history. Finally, Daniel shrugged, reached for his water, and promptly began guzzling. Oh my! Awkward had just transitioned into total disaster. I suddenly remembered babbling to Daniel that my mom's new colleague was coming over for dinner, and the weird look he'd shot me. Had he come with her tonight, knowing this was my house? Why would he want to do that after I'd blown it so bad on the basketball court? Not to mention how I'd been put down by his girlfriends. Poppy and I have a class together, Daniel said, setting his glass down. Yep. I nodded, impressed. True statement, and he'd been smart to stick to the short, reliable facts. Instead of, informing the parentals of denigrating progress reports. I willed Daniel not to say a single word about my own progress report. My mom expected perfection out of me, and I had to deliver, or I could kiss Stanford goodbye. Well, that's wonderful that you're making friends already. Suzanne smiled brilliantly and then leaned toward Daniel and elbowed him softly. And you were so worried about it. Thanks for that, Mom. Really? Daniel rolled his eyes and gave his mother a reproachful look. I covered my mouth, holding in a snicker. It felt refreshing to see I wasn't the only one who got embarrassed, although my embarrassments seemed to occur on an hourly basis. Poppy has a new friend, too. Stephen flashed a metal smile as if he was thrilled to hold some important information. Poppy's new friend is named Amber. I choked on a forkful of salad. Stephen slapped his open palm repeatedly on my back until I elbowed him away. Mom gave me a stern look. He was just trying to help you, Poppy. I mean, really. He's your brother and he loves you. Don't elbow him like that. Could she not see that I'd been choking and he'd been actively trying to finish me off? Not to mention his violent backslaps had come 5 seconds after he'd outed me on a private email he'd read without my permission. Once again, my mom was playing favorites. Coughing a few more times, I reached for my water and willed someone to bring up a non-school related subject. No such luck. Poppy was emailing her new friend, Amber, on the computer when she was supposed to be answering the front door. Stephen waved his fork in the air. They were talking about some girl named Aubrey. Mom gave me a curious stare. Who's Aubrey? Is she a new friend of yours? Every nerve in my body stood on red alert. No, And Poppy also. I kicked Stephen under the table in warning for him to not say another word. To his credit, he swallowed his yelp and didn't open his mouth to finish his sentence. Mom and Suzanne exchanged awkward glances, while Daniel studied a painting on our wall with apparent fascination. Thankfully, the adults turned the conversation away from me and to the goings-on at their office, which was boring. But I preferred boring work conversation over talk about Amber and Aubrey that could potentially ruin me at school if Daniel put 2 and 2 together. He'd only been at San Felipe High a couple days, but he had to get that, since Trish and Karen didn't deem me worthy friend material, then there was no way Amber would have been emailing me about Aubrey. And if he tried to confirm any of that with Amber, well, I'd definitely have to change schools. My stomach churned with worry, but I managed to finish my meal, just as Mom and Suzanne started talking about an art exhibit in downtown San Felipe tonight. Mom wanted to show Suzanne a fun time out on the town, so she and Suzanne decided they'd go after dinner. Mom gave me a forced smile. I'm sure, Poppy, you wouldn't mind looking after your brother this evening. Right, dear? The look my mom gave me told me I'd better love it, or else. I imagined all the things she could do to me as I contemplated refusing to watch The Traitor tonight. 1, ground me, not like I had any plans anyway. 2, take away my car, nope, then she'd have to drive me around. Or 3, tell me she won't contribute to my living on campus at Stanford, this was too sacred to mess with. Yes, I'll watch Stephen. I smiled sweetly, as if I wouldn't have it any other way. He and I can play a game. Or watch a movie. Or all kinds of fun things. Right, creep? Stephen? Yeah. My brother's little face lit up, and I felt guilty for my secret thoughts of pelting him with marshmallows after my mom left. If he genuinely wanted me to hang with him so badly, why did he insist on torturing me? Daniel, why don't you stay and keep Poppy and Steven company while we're out? Suzanne put a hand on his arm, which I'm pretty sure meant he didn't have a choice either. Parents could speak volumes with a look or a touch. It was both scary and impressive at the same time. I'll pick you up after the exhibit, honey. Sure, Mom. Daniel nodded, then looked over at me. When our eyes met, his mouth crept into that half-smile I'd first seen in English class. A zing zipped through me, but I didn't want to kid myself. It's not like Daniel had chosen to stay and hang out with me, but then again, he hadn't exactly protested either. I bit my lip, wondering what that smile meant, and hoping it had nothing to do with tutoring. Chapter 7. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, there's an awesome party Friday night, and I'm not sure what to wear. Does everyone dress up for a party? Should I break out heels and a skirt? Or do you think it's a jeans occasion? Do I need a brand new outfit? Or can I just pull something from my closet? Help. Undecided. Dear Undecided. Wear whatever makes you feel the most comfortable. A party is supposed to be fun, so stop stressing. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis. Fashion competition plays a major role in teenage social gatherings. Purpose of experiment. See if individuals can choose an outfit based on what they feel like wearing, as opposed to what their peers will think about what they're wearing. Conclusion. When you're in high school, anything would be better than a Minnie Mouse outfit. While Daniel was out front shooting hoops with my brother, I checked my column, wrote a reply post, and then logged off my computer. I turned out the lights in the den, and caught my reflection in the window. 2 braids, Minnie Mouse outfit, and fuzzy slippers. I started for my room to change clothes, but then remembered my Dear Aubrey post and stopped in my tracks. What kind of hypocrite would I be if I went upstairs and switched outfits just because I didn't want Daniel to think I was a dork? Was I comfortable? Yes. Did I like my outfit? Obviously, or I wouldn't have put it on. So the only reason I had the uncontrollable urge to change was to impress Daniel by not looking like I was auditioning for a Minnie Mouse club. What would Aubrey say to my very strong desire to change into more age-appropriate attire? I mentally wrote Aubrey an email. Dear Aubrey. Slight crisis here. Would it be wrong to make myself dress more like a teen girl and less like a first grader right now? I mean, really. It's just clothing. What's it hurt if I change and wear something that doesn't have an animated character on it? I'm in the presence of an it boy at my house, which I can safely say has never happened before, so I'm sailing into uncharted territory here. Please advise. Minnie Mouse Girl. Dear Minnie Mouse Girl. I think you know good and well why you shouldn't change your outfit, but you don't want to admit it to yourself. Isn't that true? I mean, you're comfortable in your outfit and face the facts. You know it's cute, and that's why you bought it when it wasn't even on sale. What you really want to do is change your outfit because you're hoping it will make Daniel like you. Only if you change outfits and that does make him like you, then he wouldn't like you for you, he'd like you for what you thought he'd like to see. So really, it wouldn't even be you that he'd like if you changed clothes. Right? You're great at dishing out the advice, so now it's your turn to take it and like it. Stay real. Aubrey. Dear Aubrey. You sound sanctimonious, but you make a strong point. But if he doesn't end up liking me, you'll only have yourself to blame. Minnie Mouse Girl. Dear Minnie Mouse Girl. If he doesn't like you for who you are. Dear Aubrey. Did I ask your advice? Nope, didn't think so. Copy. I dropped my head into my hands. Yes, this is what my life had come down to. Mentally arguing with my alter ego. I'd seriously lost it. There's no other explanation. Dishes. Must go clean the dishes from dinner. No advice needed there. Just me, being a super responsible daughter, thus creating peace in my life. With one last gaze at my outfit, I ambled to the kitchen to clean up the mess from dinner while my mom enjoyed herself at the art exhibit. She hadn't put a thing away either, and that wasn't like her to at least help out. The additional cleanup had to be punishment for disappointing her, yet again. It felt like I couldn't do anything right lately. The water sprayed out of the faucet, pelting the plates loudly, and hot water burned my hands as I rinsed the dishes before putting them in the dishwasher. I really needed to watch myself, or I could end up spending my first year of college living at home, and nothing could be worse than that. I needed to be free to live on my own without my mother's unrelenting expectations. If I'd taken an evening to go to an art exhibit, she probably would have expected me to fill out a report when I got home. I scrubbed the counters with a sponge and sighed. With the water turned off, the kitchen was quiet, and I could hear Stephen and Daniel outside by the garage shooting hoops. I got one. Stephen's voice was loud, as if he were trying to impress Daniel. Sweet. Good job, Stephen, Daniel said. Ah, I muttered. Despite wanting to wring my brother's neck for reading my private email and almost blowing my secret identity, my heart warmed at how happy he sounded shooting hoops outside. And let's face it, even my little brother could make a basket, though I couldn't hit the backboard if my life of freedom depended on it. So depressing. I noted that we'd had that basketball hoop for years, since our dad put it up before he'd left, but we'd never really used it. Another one. Stephen's voice came through the screen door. Yeah. You're doing great, Stephen. Daniel's voice sounded proud and sincere, like he meant the compliment. Here, see if you can get 3 in a row. I smiled to myself, then picked up my school books from where I'd left them on the entryway, and couldn't help stopping to listen by the open front door. A cool breeze from the evening air came through the metal screen, uncharacteristically chilly for fall in the San Francisco Bay Area. Hey, Daniel? Stephen asked in his little voice. The sound of a ball smacking against the backboard sounded, followed by its bounce back to the pavement in an echoing beat. Yeah. The ball clunked a few times, then there was silence, until a swoosh sound, signaling the ball hooking the net. Do you have any brothers? Stephen asked. Silence ensued, making me wonder if Daniel hadn't heard the question, or if he just wasn't going to answer. Finally he said, No, I don't have any brothers. I adjusted the books in my arms and leaned toward the cool air still coming from the screen, wondering about the strange tone in Daniel's voice. Do you think it'd be fun to have a brother? I knew Stephen was only asking because he obviously looked up to Daniel and wondered if he was thinking Stephen was just as cool too. Sure, he answered, but his tone had gone flat. I'm sure that would be all right. Hey, you ready to go inside? Didn't your sister say you could watch a movie? My stomach tingled at Daniel mentioning me, even though I reminded myself that was only an innocent remark and not really like he'd been thinking about me. 5 more minutes? Stephen asked, his little voice sounded hopeful. The ball bounced against the pavement, and I could hear a short laugh. All right, 5 more minutes, but no more talking. You got it, Stephen agreed, sounding thrilled. They were outside, shooting hoops together for another half an hour before coming inside. True to his word, Stephen hadn't asked another question. This was major self-control coming from my blabbermouth brother, too. I, on the other hand, stood frozen in the entryway, holding my books tightly to my chest, wondering about the changes in Daniel's life that brought him to San Felipe High, and about the life he'd left behind that he didn't seem to want to talk about. Need water? Stephen said, as he ran past me in the entryway and flew into the kitchen, where he began filling a glass using the ice maker on the fridge, the frozen cubes clinking against his glass as it filled up. I knew how much the basketball match with Daniel had meant to Stephen by his happy mood, and from the fact that he hadn't called me buttface. It was practically a miracle. Daniel opened the screen door with one hand and wiped his brow with the other. Amazing how he could look so good, all hot and sweaty. Yes, he wore the athletic look very well, and I wanted to kick myself for never attending basketball games. I glanced down at my Minnie Mouse outfit again, sucked in a deep breath, and reminded myself to wear it proudly. "Decided not to join us outside for the match, huh?" he asked. I shook my head. "I think I blew enough baskets for one day." He eyed the books in my hand, but still hadn't busted up laughing at my outfit. Either that was a good sign, or maybe he didn't care enough to notice what I was wearing. "Tough call. Gonna do some studying?" he asked. "English essays due tomorrow," I said, referring to the first period class we had together. "You write the paper yet?" He shook his head. "We can get a movie on for Stephen, and then maybe I can join you." "Sure." My stomach fluttered at the thought of studying at the dining table with Daniel, and I had to remind myself he was only here because his mother had ditched him. He was basically a prisoner here until she returned. I got a glass of water for Daniel, put it on the dining room table next to my laptop, and then went to set up the movie for Stephen. I put a blanket over my happily exhausted little brother, then ruffled his hair before joining Daniel back at the table. I handed him a few pieces of binder paper and a pen so he could write his essay, and our fingers touched briefly, sending electric tingles up my arm and neck. Oh my! Schoolwork. I needed to focus on schoolwork, not how gooey I felt around Daniel. Gulp. I slid into a seat and picked up my pen, trying to focus my attention on the English essay. Writing always came easy for me, and I had journaled privately for years. So I put pen to paper, and was halfway finished with the first page when I glanced up and noticed that Daniel still hadn't written a thing. My gaze stayed on his green eyes as he stared at the blank page while leaning against his fist, his elbow on the table. "Stuck?" I asked, as I scribbled out the rest of the sentence I'd been writing. "Writing's not my strong suit." "What is?" I couldn't believe I'd asked that, like it was any of my business. He shrugged. "I'm not sure anymore. I thought I knew, but things change, you know?" "They do," I said, immediately thinking of my personality on Dear Aubrey, and the fact that, for a brief moment, I'd forgotten I was wearing a Minnie Mouse outfit. "Try not thinking about the entire essay as a whole, and just write the first thing that comes to your mind," I said. "Even if it's not very good, you can always go back and change it, but you can't edit a blank page." He sighed. "The assignment is to write about someone you admire, though. That's a tough one." Really? It had been automatic, for me. Ms. Peters was everything I hoped to be 10 years from now. Ethical, kind, and accomplished. I'd have a hard time staying in our 2-page limit, detailing the reasons I admired her. I wiggled the pen between my fingers, but I'd stopped writing. "There has to be someone you look up to." He scoffed. "If there is, I don't know about it." "What about your parents?" "Mine weren't first on my list, but didn't most people look up to the people who raised them?" It seemed a logical suggestion. He shook his head. "Not even close." "Your mom seems nice." I don't know why I felt the need to defend Suzanne when I'd only just met her. But she truly did seem like a nice person. Not like she'd looked down on me or judged me after my mom's admonishment. "She is nice." He paused and seemed to be considering something before he spoke again. "But it's hard to admire someone who lets herself get walked all over." Something in his tone told me we were getting into personal territory here, but I couldn't stop myself from asking, "What about your dad?" His jaw set. That man's the opposite of everything I admire. I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to say to that, but I could totally relate to how he felt. I mean, my dad had moved to the other side of the country and hadn't visited my brother or me in years. I'm pretty sure dads were supposed to be role models for their sons, so what a letdown. But I didn't have the guts to pry any further. You don't have to be sorry. He tried to look like his disappointing dad didn't bother him, but he wasn't doing a good job of it. Life happens and there's nothing you can do, right? I guess. The tension building from our conversation felt palpable, and I didn't want to say what I really thought, afraid of hurting his feelings, offending him, or ticking him off. Then I realized I wasn't being myself. Again. Just trying to please the person sitting next to me. Actually, Daniel, I don't believe that life just happens. His gaze flicked to mine. What do you mean? I cleared my throat. Well, things happen and we choose how we deal with it. It felt weird speaking my mind, but he didn't yell or walk out or anything, so I took that as a sign that I could keep going. Sometimes things happen as the effect of something we did, so we might have either contributed to the situation or actually caused it to begin with. He wouldn't know that I was secretly referring to Trisha's party and how I'd manipulated Amber into taking Beth, which in turn had affected my own social life by taking my best friend away from me. Well, at least for Friday night. Other times, things happen to us all on their own, but we still have the choice as to how we deal with the situation. And really, how we deal with what happens to us and what actions we take will affect our lives more than the actual event. Don't you think? I haven't a clue. He shook his head. You sound like a psychology major. Psychology is one of my main interests, I blurted, unable to believe how much I was sharing with him. My face heated. I'd never told anyone about my secret goal to be a psychologist before, and it was surprising how comfortable I felt talking to him. He studied me, but if he noticed my had-to-be bright red face, he didn't say anything. Are you going to apply as a psych major in college? I nodded. What are you going to choose? He rubbed his hands over his face. To be honest, this year has been so messed up, I don't know what I want to do after I graduate. Wow. I'd always thought I was in a tough spot, knowing exactly what I wanted to do, but not being sure my mom would allow me to do it. I couldn't imagine what I'd do in Daniel's predicament, of not knowing what to do. It only made me more curious about what had happened to him, and why he'd moved here. He looked at me then and gave me a sad smile. Any advice? Or should I write Dear Aubrey? My breath caught and my heart rate kicked up a notch. Why would you bring up Dear Aubrey? Was it me, or was there panic in my voice? I don't know. He gave me a funny look. Just making a joke, I guess. Since Stephen said you and Amber were talking about Aubrey's advice column. Every nerve in my body went on red alert. So he had been paying attention to what Stephen had said. What if Daniel told Trish or Amber about my brother's comment? What if Amber made the connection to me since Aubrey emailed her and Poppy hadn't? What if the entire school found out that I was Aubrey? My mind raced with the possibilities of this potential disaster. What if the entire school found out that I'd been the one to give them advice? Or even worse, what if they thought my advice was stupid? What horrible nickname would they think of for me then? Poppy. I jerked out of my mental freak-out mode and met his eyes. Huh? Is something wrong? He asked. Yes. Why? You seem different. Scared out of my mind would be more accurate. Maybe we should get back to our homework assignment, I said, and the suggestion sounded lame even to my own ears, but it was the only way I could think of to change the subject. For some reason, he looked irritated. I don't get you, Poppy. I thought we were having a deep conversation. Now you want to go back to schoolwork? One minute you're hot, and the next minute you're cold. I'm not sure what to do with that. Hot and cold? A chill vibrated down my spine. Why did that phrase sound eerily familiar? I'm sorry. I bowed my head, unable to think of an excuse for my odd behavior. But I couldn't tell him my entire life at San Felipe High was in his hands, and that it depended on whether or not he kept what my brother had said about Amber and Aubrey private. I bit my bottom lip. Hot and cold, the words circled around my brain. Maybe I just... Then it hit me. The advice column. My mind raced back to that post from In Doubt. I've noticed a girl at school, and I'm wondering how I can tell if she likes me. I'm getting mixed signals. Sometimes I think she might be interested, but she's hot and cold. Hot and cold? I repeated, unable to believe what I'd deduced. My mouth dropped open, and I could barely form the words. Are you in doubt? I blurted. It took him a second to get that I'd made the connection to his post on the advice column, and then his cheeks turned pink. You've read Dear Aubrey? Worse, I was Aubrey. Had In Doubt make that Daniel been talking about me in his post? And I'd advised him that he deserved better than hot and cold. Better than me. What had I been thinking? I swallowed. Yes, I read Dear Aubrey. First he was quiet a minute, then he fidgeted, as if he might get up and leave. But he stayed in his seat and finally met my gaze. And what did you think of my post? All sorts of emotions ran through me. Hope. Fear. Excitement. Fear again, and in a big way. These new feelings slammed into me all at once, super intense, and they were all urging me to face my fears and be honest with this sweet guy about my alter ego. Daniel? Yes? I took a deep breath, hoping I was right that I could trust him with my secret. My hand trembled as I stared into his beautiful green eyes with those intriguing gold flecks. I want to tell you something. What is it? He asked. My pulse raced, but I knew I needed to be brave and open up to him. It's something really private. Something that could ruin me if anyone ever found out. I need you to make a promise never to tell another living soul. I promise. His voice was strong and sincere as he kept his gaze on me. You're shaking. He reached out and covered my hand with his own. It's okay. You can tell me. My hand warmed from his touch. My heart pounded in my chest, in my ears, and I grew dizzy. Okay, the truth is that the reason I know you're in doubt isn't because I read the Dear Aubrey column, but because her advice is that I should forget about it. Oh, what stupid advice. And I called myself a pre-psych major? I could seriously kick myself. Well, I had new advice from Aubrey and Poppy Pinkleton for that matter. Just let me get this out. I sucked in a deep breath. Daniel, the truth is that we're home. The front door burst open, and in walked my mom and Suzanne. They were laughing and loud, and their footsteps clipped across the entry tile, making it obvious they were heading toward the kitchen. It was the worst timing ever. Daniel slipped his hand off of mine, and air swirled above my skin, making my hand feel cold and empty without his touch. I glanced up at him, wondering if he'd guessed what I was going to tell him, that I was Aubrey. But his gaze was on his mom as she strode into the room. Her coat was still on and buttoned up. You ready to go? Sure. He took a deep breath, and his gaze met mine. Then he pushed his still blank piece of paper back at me, and gave me a look I couldn't read. See you at school tomorrow? Of course, I said, trying to keep the disappointment out of my voice. I'd been saved from revealing my alter ego, but for some reason I didn't feel relief. I'd wanted to open up to Daniel, even though that meant I'd be completely exposed. Should I call him later and confide over the phone? Who was an advice columnist supposed to write for advice? Because I wasn't about to start mentally arguing with myself again. My mom gave me an odd look, then nudged her head in the direction of the door. So I stood up. Together, she and I walked them to the door. I'd kept the blank piece of paper in my hand, and I folded it in half and handed it back to Daniel. Just write the first thing that comes to your mind. I'm sure it will be good. I'll try. His fingers brushed mine as he took the blank sheet from me, and he stared down at his hand a moment, making me wonder if he'd felt the same spark I had. Butterflies danced in my tummy. Maybe Aubrey's lame advice hadn't ruined things completely. Maybe it was possible that an it boy really did like the real me. Thanks for the wonderful evening, Suzanne. My mom put an arm around her and squeezed as if she'd made a new best friend. You'll have to email me that recipe we talked about when you get a chance. Or I'll just invite you over to my place for dinner, Suzanne quipped, then headed out the door. Even better, my mom called out. The temperature had dropped outside, and the cool evening air made me shiver as we watched them walk down the front walkway to their car. What a lovely woman! I'm glad I could take her out and show her a good time. Mom's voice was low, and she waved again as they climbed into their car and shut the doors. What a mess she's going through. Her husband left her for a younger woman, and it turned out he'd been seeing that woman for over a year. What? I asked, dumbfounded. There was that word, what, again. If dumbfounded were a permanent state of mind, I was afraid I'd soon be named their leader. She sighed. Apparently, Suzanne had been ignoring his relationship, hoping he would change his mind. But a few weeks ago, he asked for a divorce and plans to marry this woman. She's having his baby. Can you imagine the heartbreak Suzanne must be feeling? No, I said, unable to imagine the heartbreak Daniel must be feeling. I flinched, remembering when Stephen had asked Daniel if he'd like to have a little brother. That innocent question must have stung big time, since that might become a reality for him very soon, but not in the way he would have wanted, since he didn't talk fondly of his dad. We returned inside and I closed the door and locked it behind us. Stephen had fallen asleep on the living room couch, with the TV still on. Sweet boy must be all worn out. She smiled endearingly at him, brushing her fingers across his forehead. What did you and Daniel do this evening? Brief moments flashed through my mind, but it wasn't like I could tell her he'd held my hand, still couldn't believe that had really happened, or that I'd almost risked the status of my life as I knew it by confessing my secret identity to him. She'd never understand though, so I simply replied, homework. That's my girl. She smiled, kissed my temple, then headed toward her bedroom. I can always count on you to do the right thing in the end, Poppy. My brows came together as I watched her go. Do the right thing? She was happy that I was doing her thing. That I'd watched my brother for her without a fuss, and that I'd been doing my homework. But she couldn't tell how much I'd been through this evening, opening up to Daniel about my dream to become a psychologist. She couldn't tell because she never truly listened to me. It hurt that she had such empathy for Suzanne, a woman who was practically a total stranger, yet she didn't care about her own daughter's dreams at all. Chapter 8. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, my daughter is going to a high school party tonight, and just to be clear, it's not an adult supervised party. Although she often accuses me of being so out of it, I'm not so out of it that I don't realize there will likely be alcohol and drugs there. Sure, it was all available in my day, but I wasn't much of a partier. My daughter didn't used to be either, but lately she's accrued some new friends that pursue the party scene. I don't want to be the kind of parent that restricts her child from having fun, but safety has to come first. Don't you think? As a teen, what's your take on these parties? Should I be worried? Concerned Mom. Dear Concerned Mom, talk to your daughter. Tell her your concerns. How can you ensure she won't drink or do drugs? You can't. But there's no better way to make something enticing than to forbid it. Rebellious? Teens? You betcha. I've seen a lot of it. Good luck with your conversation. I wish my mom would take the time to talk to me about important things. Sadly, she's more of a dictator. But that's another story. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: mothers worry that their kid might use alcohol or drugs when unsupervised. Purpose of experiment: see if increased communication can help teens make a healthy decision. Conclusion: sounds like I'm going to have to attend Trish's party for blog research. Tutoring Daniel in U.S. history had gone well the entire week, and he seemed to be caught up to speed. Jake hadn't bothered to show up since that first day, so not sure how he was hoping to bring his grade up. I had mixed feelings about my basketball tutoring sessions with Daniel after school, because I really looked forward to spending more time with him, but I also feared that increasing my basketball abilities might be a lost cause. Sigh. Another thing that bothered me was Daniel and Trish sitting together at the table all week. I didn't know if he was going to her party tonight, but it wouldn't surprise me either. If he liked Trish, as in liked her, then why would he write Aubrey about me and not her? Or maybe he'd meant Trish was hot and cold? That possibility stung. But then again, he had held my hand that day he'd come over. My mind started spinning again, so I definitely needed to stop. Trying to push Daniel from my mind, I stared at the computer screen in my den, hardly able to believe I'd just given a parent advice. It felt weird that concerned mom cared about what I thought. Unlike my mom. Well, technically the adult cared what Aubrey thought. But still, Aubrey was me, just anonymous me. Oh. I also just realized that concerned mom must have read my previous posts and liked my advice, and she decided to ask my opinion. That gave me a glowy feeling inside. Unfortunately, having never been to a high school party, I could safely admit to myself that I didn't know squat about them. But I felt my advice was stellar. At least I hoped so. Clearly, I'd have to attend Trish's party in order to be more properly experienced to answer party questions. Yes, crashing Trish's party was the responsible thing to do in order to improve the quality of my online advice column. I was only thinking of my educational goals. Nothing more. Certainly not about Daniel Baker. I logged off the computer, stood up to get ready for school, and turned around. Staring at me open-mouthed was the dictator, my mom. What are you doing? I asked. The question is, what are you doing? She demanded, her eyes narrowing in a way that made me wonder if actual daggers were going to start spewing from her hazel eyes. Getting ready for school. I swallowed, wanting to kick myself. Great, I'd responded in an interrogatory way. No better way to express guilt than showing doubt about my own actions. She crossed her arms over her chest. Who were you writing? No one. Not a lie. Technically, I hadn't been writing anyone. Aubrey had. Poppy Rose Pinkleton, I asked you a question and I expect an answer. Her tone irked me. What was I to? I gave you an answer. I said no one. I saw what you wrote about me. Her eyes got even squintier. I also saw you talking about alcohol and drugs. You tell me who you were talking to right now, or you're grounded for the entire weekend. How dare she threaten me like that? I was 16, a student, and working on my school project. But like always, she didn't trust me. She only wanted to remind me that I wasn't doing enough. Irritation over never feeling good enough for her bubbled up inside me. You're going to ground me from studying, which is all I ever do? I crossed my arms. She stared at me as if I had 3 eyeballs. What has gotten into you? You have no right to read my emails. Don't I deserve some kind of privacy in this house? Her face turned red, and she thrust a hand to her chest. I hardly recognize you right now. What happened to my good little girl? I'm standing right here. Not that she cared about getting to know the real me. My fists balled and tears burned behind my eyes. All she cared about was chastising me, that I should be doing more. I shrugged. This is me, Mom. You try to mold me into your idea of the perfect child, but I'm never going to be good enough for you. Am I? That's why I'm going to move out of this house the first chance I get. She gasped. Look, Poppy, I know you think you know more than I do, but you're barely 16 years old. I have life experience, and believe me, I know what's best for you. One day you'll look back and thank me for guiding you. She sighed and shook her head. You almost had me thinking you were mature enough to live away from home and on campus at college, but now I'll have to think again. My entire body went numb as I felt my freedom crumbling away from me. What? She put a hand on her hip. You have a lot of growing up to do, young lady. You've made it clear that you aren't going to do that on your own. And yes, you're grounded. Tears filled my eyes as I watched her turn on her heel and head back to the kitchen. I shouldn't have talked back to her. Shouldn't have said what I really thought. And now it was too late. I'd blown it. My life of freedom at Stanford was over. Dear Aubrey, I'm so glad to hear from you. I'm freaking out about my date tonight. I know I asked him, Mason Vincent, to go to the concert, but I invited him spontaneously without thinking everything through. Now I'm wondering if he might have said yes without thinking. What if he's having second thoughts about going out with me? I mean, I told you he's not really my type, but maybe he thinks I'm not his type. He's really smart, probably the smartest boy in our school. What if he spends 5 minutes with me and thinks I'm an airhead? I have to admit, I don't think Jake exactly liked me for my brain power. Jake. You probably heard that he trashed Mason's car with whipped cream when he found out we were going on a date, right? What a psycho. Although, he can be really sweet when he wants to. Okay, enough. I'm late for school. Thanks for being here and for listening to me. It means a lot. I'll let you know how it all goes tonight. Hope you have an awesome day. Your friend, Amber. What are you reading? Beth leaned over my shoulder to check out my cell screen. Nothing. I closed the screen quickly, hoping she hadn't seen Amber's name. What was it with people reading over my shoulder lately? Like everyone figured they had a right to read my every move. I shut my locker and turned to Beth, contemplating what Amber had said about Jake trashing Mason's car with whipped cream. I suddenly remembered seeing white stuff on Jake's arm at the library, on the day Mason's car got messed up. Oh no. I also remembered seeing white cream on Daniel's arm. What? I asked. Beth gave me a weird look. What do you mean, what? Didn't you ask me? I couldn't remember if she'd said something more. I'd been distracted by my own thoughts. Suddenly, I tilted my head, listening to the conversation of two it girls at the locker next to mine. Apparently, there was a new teen dance club opening up tonight called Crush. They were debating ditching Trisha's party for the club, but didn't want to suffer her wrath. I didn't blame them. I talked to Mason last night. Beth waved a hand in front of my face, and I realized, in addition to eavesdropping, I'd been searching the halls for Daniel. Oh, really? I asked, thinking there was no way Daniel had trashed his car. He was too nice of a guy. But then again, there had been the whipped cream evidence on him. I held my head as a headache formed. Mason's wondering if you're mad at him. That got my attention. Why would he think that? Beth adjusted her backpack to the other shoulder as the 5-minute warning bell sounded before school. He says he called you last night, but you didn't call him back. Oh, I was studying, I said, watching each and every person that walked by our classroom, searching for the one person I couldn't get off my mind. Beth put her hands on her hips. Who are you looking for? Something is going on with you, Poppy Rose Pinkleton, and I want to know what it is. You know I hate it when you use my full name. I frowned, turning around to face Beth, who had asked me what was wrong, but the list was too long to go into right now. I decided to give her the short version. My mom and I had a fight this morning. I'm sorry. She strolled beside me toward my classroom. What about? She was reading over my shoulder while I was writing an email this morning, and she didn't like what I'd written. I gave her a deadpan look. She said that I had a lot of growing up to do. Me. I have a 4.2 and spend my spare time tutoring. Please. Wow. I haven't seen you this riled since the school tried to cancel that advanced placement English class. She tilted her head. What didn't your mom like that you'd written? My cheeks heated. I called her a dictator. You didn't. Well, it's true. I paused outside my classroom door and searched the faces in the hall, looking for Daniel. Could he have joined Jake in trashing my friend's car? No, he couldn't possibly have done that. But then why had there been whipped cream on his arm? So, who were you writing? Beth asked. Huh? I turned back to her. The email your mom didn't like. Beth shifted the books in her arms. Who was it to? Oh. Awkward. 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 Just a friend. A friend? She scoffed. Can you be any more vague? Oh, I see. You're not telling me because you're still upset that I'm going to Trisha's party tonight. Is that right? My mom grounded me for the weekend, Beth. I couldn't go with you to that party even if you had wanted to invite me, which you didn't. It's not that I didn't want to invite you. She threw her gaze at the ceiling and blew out a breath. Since when do you keep secrets from me? Since I'd taken on an extra credit psych project as a mental outlet to speak my mind freely without repercussions. But it turned out there had actually been quite a few repercussions in my life. One being that Beth was going to Trisha's party tonight. But I couldn't reveal my secret identity to Beth, so I merely shrugged. You know what, Poppy? Maybe I'll ask Amber if she wants to sit with me at lunch today. Maybe she'll treat me like a real friend and not keep secrets from me. What? My mouth dropped open, and I felt like admitting to her that the only reason Amber wanted to hang out with her was because I had told her to. Well, you know, Aubrey had asked her to. Either way, it had not been Amber's idea to hang out with Beth or ask her to a party. I raised my chin. That party invite has totally gone to your head. Beth raised a brow. Maybe you're just jealous. Jealous? Pshaw. I was the one who'd set them up. I crossed my arms over my chest. Fine, ask your new best friend to lunch. Don't let me stop you. Fine, I will. She tossed her head in the opposite direction and started away from me, but then she turned back to look me up and down. You know what? Your mom's right. You do have a lot of growing up to do. I sputtered, trying to think of a mature comeback for her retreating figure as the final bell rang, signaling school was starting. Then suddenly 2 warm hands covered my eyes, and somebody leaned close to my ear. Good morning, a smooth male voice whispered. Recognizing Daniel's voice, I felt a goofy smile spread across my face, despite the dramatic exchange with Beth. I reached up and took his hands off my eyes, as if I hadn't been elated that they were there. Yeah, right. Good morning. I turned to face him, my grin widening as I took in his soft green eyes with gold flecks and the warm smile he was giving me. Me. Someone shoved me from behind, bumping me into Daniel, chest to chest. I hoped he didn't notice how large my chest was, compared to the rest of my body. How embarrassing. At least I didn't have a pink stain on my boob today. Progress. I guess we should get to class. He reached for my hand, guiding me into the classroom and past the back seats over to where we'd sat by the window all week. Mrs. Cunningham, our English teacher, cleared her throat, snapping me to attention, and I realized everyone was already seated except the two of us. Daniel quickly dropped into his chair from yesterday, and I took a step toward mine, but someone was sitting in it. Long dark wavy hair. Black-lined eyes with thick lashes. A super short skirt. And a glare I'd received many times this week. Trish Benson. "Take a seat, Poppy," Mrs. Cunningham commanded as she approached the whiteboard with a colored marker. Daniel started to stand up, as if to give me his seat, but I shook my head and hurried to the back row and sat in the only empty seat next to William Hall, who was in my journalism class with me. William nodded at me, then slunk down in his seat, scribbling notes on whatever Mrs. Cunningham was writing on the whiteboard. I looked away from William and over to Trish, who was turned around in her seat whispering to Daniel. Whatever she said must have been funny too, because my stomach sank as his mouth stretched into that adorable smile which had been directed at me only minutes earlier, the smile that I'd mistaken as special between Daniel and me. But I'd obviously been wrong. Very wrong. "Poppy," Daniel called. As I walked down the hall, I turned around to see Daniel push out of English class and then pass several people as he jogged to catch up with me. I'd been barely able to concentrate on Mrs. Cunningham's lecture since Trish and Daniel had whispered through most of the class, and now I couldn't stop myself from staring at him. I really just wanted to get to my next class and erase the disturbing picture of them huddled together that seemed permanently etched into my mind. I slowed but didn't stop. "You turn in your essay today?" he asked, breathing hard as he caught up to me. "Yes." My tone wasn't frosty, but it wasn't friendly either. I'd started to fall for him, but apparently he was interested in Trish, which hurt. Big time. Sure, she was pretty in a more obvious way, with her fashionable outfits and perfectly applied makeup. But I really thought we'd connected, especially after that night at my house. Clearly, I'd been wrong. "Oh, good." He swung his backpack over his shoulder as we exited the hall and turned the corner. "I wanted to tell you about my essay. You totally inspired me." "Sorry, but I have to get to class." I couldn't help wondering if that's what he'd been sharing with Trish. "I have PE and it wouldn't help bring my grade up if I'm late." "Okay." He paused and reached for my arm. "I'll tell you at lunch then?" I stopped in my tracks, my stomach fluttering uncontrollably. Had he just said, "You want to meet for lunch today?" I asked a bit too loudly, but I couldn't believe my ears. He nodded. "In the cafeteria?" My treat. I squinted from the sunlight as I gazed up into his soft green eyes. "You want to buy me lunch?" I asked to confirm I wasn't losing my mind. "Sure." He shrugged and began backing up. "Yeah, I know it's miserable cafeteria food, but hey, it's the least I can do after how you helped me." He smiled, turned on his heel, and waved over his shoulder. "See you then." I stared after him as he hurried in the opposite direction. Daniel wanted to buy me lunch. Did this mean he liked me? Or did he want to tell me about his essay in a friendly way because I was his tutor? Wait, if he wanted to have lunch with me, then what was up with his long whispering conversation with Trish last period? Suddenly, I felt a gaze burning against the side of my head. I turned in that direction and locked eyes with Trish, who was standing next to another guy from the basketball team. But she wasn't listening to whatever he was saying. Her eyes narrowed, and she walked around the guy in his mid-sentence, heading straight for me. I started toward the gym, but she stepped right in front of me. "Did I just hear you say you're having lunch with Daniel in the cafeteria?" she said. Each word she spit off felt like bullets to my face. Yes? My face heated, and I wanted to kick myself for answering her with a question. She studied me a moment. "Sounds like you helped him with an English assignment?" "I guess." I moved to step around her. Excuse me, I have to get to class. She sidestepped me, blocking my path again. I heard you were tutoring him in U.S. history, too. My throat tightened, and I started to feel dizzy. I bowed my head and took a step to the right. She pointed a finger right into my chest, so hard that it actually hurt. Oh, I get it. He's just being nice to you because you're tutoring him. Now it finally makes sense. I'd been wondering what was going on between you and him. My heart pounded, tears burned my eyes, and I just wanted to escape. I looked around me, but the courtyard was empty as the last bell rang. I have to get to class. She laughed. Well, go, Poppycorn. Who's stopping you? This time when I moved to go around her, she didn't block me. With my head down, I hurried away as fast as I could and smacked straight into a concrete column. My head spun, and it was all I could do to make it to the gym without my legs giving out. Trisha's laughter echoed behind me. In PE class, my stomach roiled as I waited not so patiently to negotiate with Mr. Santiago about bringing up my grade from my current and pathetic C. I tugged at the hem of my shirt while Mr. Santiago messed around with the rack of balls for a few minutes. When he got done, he looked up, saw me standing there, and frowned. Pinkleton, what are you doing? You're supposed to be on the court warming up. I know. I grabbed a ball, trying to act like holding it was a natural thing for me. The ball slipped through my fingers and bounced along the scratched-up wooden floor. A boy from my class scooped the ball up, and an impromptu game broke out. Great! I distracted the students, who were supposed to be warming up. Not a good start to my negotiation. I gave Mr. Santiago a hopeful smile. I need to talk to you about the C on my progress report. Mr. Santiago grunted. There's nothing to talk about, Pinkleton. You haven't been participating. I have participated, though. My voice died off as he lifted one brow toward the top of his skull. Well, I've tried my best to participate anyway. There is no try. You either participate or you don't. He thrust a ball into my hands and then lifted a whistle to his mouth. He gave a sharp blow on it, and I winced. When he finished with the whistle, he dropped it back around his neck. I stepped forward. So if I participate today, can we discuss my grade? He waved a huge hand in my direction, like he was shooing a fly. Pinkleton, get yourself out on that court now. With a defeated grunt, I trudged to the side of the court, scared and trembling. Negotiation failed. Maybe if I participated, I could try again. The teams were already forming, and nobody ever wanted me on theirs. In elementary school, our teachers used to make us line up, while the team leaders got to select us one by one in the most humiliating process of team formation ever. I was always the last player chosen and had to suffer through the cries of not fair and no from whichever team got stuck with me. That feeling of not being wanted or good enough to play had never left me either. Luckily, Mr. Santiago had us form teams alphabetically by last name. I scrambled into my team forming on the right. Trish stood on the team opposite of mine and crossed her arms. I didn't dare make eye contact with her. The whistle blew, and the game started. Hey Poppy, look out, Denise yelled. I blinked and turned my head toward my journalism buddy. Huh? Just then the ball hit me right in the belly. Ow. Trish shook her head. It's basketball, Poppycorn. You're not supposed to dribble the ball with your stomach. She laughed, and raucous laughter ensued all around me. My cheeks heated. I glanced over to Mr. Santiago, who stared at me with a raised brow. I could not have a C in PE. My entire collegiate career depended on bringing my grade up in this class. So I picked up the ball and took a deep breath. I could do this. I summoned up everything Daniel had shown me and started dribbling my way down the court. Denise jogged beside me. Poppy. Stop. No way. Even though Denise was on my team, not she nor anyone would keep me from making this basket. Although, most of the opposing team seemed to be hanging around watching me, so taking the ball down the court was a breeze. Wow, did I look so determined that nobody dared to stop me? Denise panted next to me. Poppy. No. I have to, I replied, continuing down the court, completely focused as the rest of my team sprinted up. What were they doing? Oh, guarding me, of course. Doing the best imitation of Daniel I could manage, I tossed the ball hard, then watched it fly toward the basket and bounce off the rim. I dropped my hands to my knees, trying to catch my breath. Okay, I hadn't made the ball in the basket, but I had tried and participated. Surely that was worth something. Then one of the guys on my team retrieved the ball and started up the court in the opposite direction. Trish bent over laughing and shouted, "Way to go, Poppy Corn." I turned to Denise, who gave me an agonizing stare. Our basket's down there, Poppy. Oh no. My stomach sank like a stone as I followed her gaze down the court. I looked back up at the basket hanging above my head, humiliation coating me like a wet blanket. Mr. Santiago bellowed, "Pinkleton." Sorry, I mumbled. I'd blown my first shot big time. But I wouldn't let that defeat me, today. I set off down the court with renewed determination. Trish came out of nowhere, dribbling the ball. Back off, Poppycorn. You can't beat me. No. I couldn't. I couldn't beat her at basketball, and I couldn't beat her at the boyfriend game either. She liked Daniel and she wanted him, and it was clear she would do anything to get him. But I could participate, right here, right now. This was my PE class too. The ball shot was taken away from Trish, then shot toward me. I reached for it. Trish blocked me neatly, and then she had the ball, and her team went running back toward their basket. I ran after them, but everyone else from my team was already there. I was too late. The ball went in the basket, and the other team earned points. The whistle blew, and we went back to the middle of the court. I wound up right across from Trish. The ball tossed in the air. I jumped for it. Trish did too. We ran right into each other and both fell on the floor. Trish shouted, "This is basketball, not football." Mr. Santiago yelled, "Pinkleton." Sorry. Again. I scrambled up just as someone caught the ball, turned and started to run. Since I was in their path, I got knocked over again, and would have fallen if Denise hadn't grabbed me. I hobbled after my team, trying to look like I was playing, even though it was clear nobody trusted me with the ball. One wrong decision and I'd been blacklisted. I finally got close, but Trish zoomed in. Her athletic ability looked perfect, of course, while I felt all sweaty and tired. "Get out of my way," she yelled. Was she talking about on the court or with Daniel? Did it really matter? No. I shouted, then dodged around her and grabbed for the ball. I had it in my hand again. I envisioned Daniel tossing the ball from far back and shot the ball out of my fingers. Unfortunately, I wasn't Daniel. It didn't go anywhere near the basket. It went right over my teammates' heads and bounced into the hands of the opposing team. The shouts of Pinkleton and Poppy made me grimace in shame. The next time we got to center court, the ball came flying right at my face like a speeding bullet. I screamed and ducked. Denise caught the ball. Denise, of all people. Why hadn't she been terrified like me? She went dribbling down the court, and I tried to keep up next to her. Trish moved between us. Her hair, put up in a tight ponytail, swatted me in the face when she jumped in front of me and grabbed for the ball. She knocked the ball from Denise's grip, and the hard ball came down again, this time on my foot. I reached down, my fingers fumbling, but I managed to get the ball for a second. Then Trish slapped it out of my hands and made a neat grab that allowed her to pass the ball to a boy who did a great standing jump shot, sending the ball soaring into the net just as Mr. Santiago blew the whistle again. Yeah, we win. Trish fist bumped everyone around her. I slunked toward the door that led to the locker room. Santiago shouted, "Pinkleton, over here." I walked toward him, trying not to huff and puff too much. "Yes, Mr. Santiago?" "That's an improvement. But to actively participate, don't duck away from the ball." "Got it?" "Yeah, I got it. Even when I tried to participate, I wasn't good enough. Trish knocked me down each time, sometimes literally. There had to be something more I could do. But I had no clue as to what that could be." Chapter 9. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, I just wanted to tell you that I read your column every day. It's absolutely amazing to have a teen's perspective on things. Seriously, each time I hear your advice, it's totally inspiring. I mean, the answers are so obvious once it comes out of your keyboard. Thanks so much for starting this column. Not to be pushy, but will you be at Trish's party tonight? I know you're anonymous girl, but I'm sure you take time to chill. Right? Hope to meet you there. Devoted reader. My eyes narrowed as I adjusted the ice pack against my throbbing forehead. I'd spent my last 2 periods in the nurse's office, thanks to Trish Benson. So I certainly had zero interest in attending her party, whether I was grounded or not. Even though I'd told Daniel I'd have lunch with him in the cafeteria today, I wasn't about to leave the emotional and physical safety of the nurse's office to sit near the IT table and have Trish make fun of me for walking into a concrete block, getting smacked with a basketball, and for falling down on the court during PE. Her wicked laughter echoed in my head like a bad movie, and I glanced at the Dear Aubrey post again. Would I be at Trish's party? Ha! Why would anyone want to attend Trish's party? The girl was malicious. I pulled the ice pack away from my head and stared at the blue and red writing on the white package as an idea formed in my mind. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear devoted reader, I'm glad you're enjoying my column. It's my goal to help people, and it makes me happy to know you find my advice inspiring. Honestly, I just call them like I see them, and we each need to make our own decisions in life. Yes, I definitely take time to chill out. But if you're asking if I'll be at Trish Benson's party, then the answer is no. I'd rather stick a hot poker in my eye. Have you heard about the new teen club that opened up? It's called Crush. I'm so there tonight. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: Trish Benson is dangerous. Purpose of experiment: avoid Trish Benson. Conclusion: no Trish equals safe forehead and other body parts. Upon my second read through the Dear Aubrey post, my response seemed way harsh. While it was true that I'd rather stick a hot poker and many other things in my eye than attend a party Trish was throwing, that wasn't the sage advice that should come from a pre-psych major. Plus, hello? I was grounded this weekend. I was lifting my finger to delete my post when Nurse Pratt called my name. Poppy. Nurse Pratt towered over me, her sympathetic smile replaced with tightly pursed lips. You've been in here long enough and have 2 choices at this point: call your mom to come pick you up or get to class. Yes, Ms. Pratt. I quickly turned off my phone. Even with a swollen forehead and a massive headache, I'd rather go to class than see my mom. I snuck into journalism class after it had started, slinking my way to the back where Mason was working on his sports article. I slid into the seat next to him and lay down on the desk with my head in my arms. Tired. Mason put a hand on my back. Tired of life? My voice was muffled, but I figured if he didn't hear the exact words, he'd still get the gist by my deflated posture. The floor screeched as he moved his chair in my direction, and his arm fell across my back. I lifted my chin off the table. I'm sorry I forgot to call you last night. No biggie. Tell me what's going on, he prodded. I groaned and turned my face to show him the massive white bandage the nurse had taped across my forehead. "Trish Benson happened," I said, my voice an octave too high since Denise Young glanced in my direction. She gaped at my forehead. "Nasty bandage, Poppy." "Thanks for pointing that out," I mumbled. "Hope you have better luck on Monday." Denise patted my shoulder, then moved to a seat further away and began writing on her notepad again. "Me too," I said, knowing my forehead looked like a gauze commercial gone wrong. Mason leaned toward me. "Where were you at lunch today?" I pointed to my forehead. Getting this monstrosity applied. I walked into one of those pillars outside Second Hall, and then made friends with the floor of the gym. Even through my sarcasm, my heart started pounding, and a wave of dizziness came over me, as if I were reliving those awful moments. Why had I let Trish get to me? "Does it hurt?" he asked. I shrugged. "It throbs a little, but I'd rather not think about it anymore." "Tell me about your date with Amber." A strange expression crossed his features. "Did Beth tell you about my date?" "Yes, plus the whole school knows about it. You can't date the it girl and steer clear of the gossip mill. So where are you and Amber going?" "Please don't tell me to Trish's party." "Well, she is Amber's best friend. We're going to a concert first, then I'm sure we'll drop by there for a while." He looked me in the eye. "Do you want to come with us? Or meet us there? We could come by and pick you up." My stomach warmed. At least Mason was still a true friend. Unlike traitorous Beth, whose only concern seemed to be her fledgling reputation with the it girls. "I appreciate the invite, but I'm grounded." "You? Grounded?" I pointed to my bandage again. "It's been one of those days." He smiled sympathetically. "I can see that." Suddenly, I felt incredibly selfish bringing up all my problems. Since I'd started my column, Dear Aubrey had consumed most of my time. I'd barely seen Mason, and we usually talked every day. "Beth told me about what happened to your car this week." "Yeah." His cheeks got pink, reminding me of the sweet boy I'd grown up with, who had been my best friend since junior high. Images of Jake and Daniel that day in tutoring flashed in my head. The campus patrol running by. The cream on Jake and Daniel's arms. Amber's confession that Jake had trashed Mason's car in retaliation for his dating her. Did Mason know who the culprit had been? "I heard it was Jake who messed up your car." I couldn't stand to add that I'd seen whipped cream on the front of Daniel's shirt. It seemed like I'd be betraying Daniel, even though the evidence had been right there on his person. I still couldn't reconcile that in my mind. Daniel was too nice to do something mean like that. Mason shook his head. "I don't get Jake Taylor. First, he cheats on Amber. Then, he's upset because she breaks up with him? Makes no sense. Unfortunately, my car was collateral damage. Amber keeps saying how sorry she is, but it's not her fault. I'm sorry too." I blinked, feeling guilty for not telling Mason I'd seen the whipped cream on Daniel. But even now, I couldn't make my mouth form the words to out him. We changed the subject and chatted about the newspaper instead, and soon it felt like old times. When the bell rang at the end of class, I realized we'd spent the entire period talking and not working. Thank goodness Ms. P wasn't into micromanaging. Yet, another good quality I admired in my mentor. If only my mother could be more like that. I was not looking forward to going home after school today. But first, I had to go to the library for tutoring. I really didn't have the energy to tutor today, especially with the gargantuan white bandage on my forehead. But I'd committed to tutoring, so my work ethic required me to go. I'd rather be brainstorming ways to finance my way through college without living under my mom's rule. I pushed through the library doorway and physically bumped into Daniel, who appeared to be on his way out. His hands wrapped around my forearms to hold me steady. Once again, his touch caused butterflies to go wild in my belly. Where are you going? I asked. He released my arms, looking surprised to see me. I didn't think you'd be in here. But I checked real fast to make sure. What happened to your forehead? Gazing into his earnest eyes, I had the strong urge to tell him what happened. But the image of him whispering with Trish during first period still burned in my brain. The concrete column in front of second hall and I didn't see eye to eye, I said. True statement, even if it was the edited version without my nemesis. Ouch. Daniel reached up and brushed his fingers near the bandage on my head, and electric tingles spread across my forehead where he'd touched. When you didn't show up at lunch, I wondered if you'd gone home sick. I asked your friend Beth, but she didn't know where you were. I texted you too. I turned my phone off in the nurse's office. I stared at my shoes, unable to believe he'd texted me, and that I'd missed it. He'd even talked to Beth? Huh. Did that mean she hadn't had lunch with Amber? I lifted my lashes. Thanks for checking up on me. That's sweet. He nodded. Would you like a ride home? The image of Daniel and Trish whispering was quickly fading from my mind as I contemplated accepting the ride home from him and sneaking back to school later to retrieve my own car. Not only impractical for obvious reasons, but I was also grounded, and my head spun so much that the nurse had to be off the mark when she'd said I didn't have a concussion. No, I didn't need a ride home. But after talking with him again, I wasn't ready to say goodbye yet either. Thanks for the offer, but I have my car here. Aren't we tutoring? His gaze flicked to my forehead again. You're up for that? Sure. My voice didn't sound convincing. He shifted his backpack on his shoulder. Why don't you go home and rest? We can start again next week. Disappointment and relief flooded through me. Okay. I'll walk you to your car, he said, gesturing toward the parking lot. Lead the way. When he smiled at me, my stomach fluttered. I couldn't deny my huge crush on him, and this roller coaster of feelings was wearing me out, making me long for the old days with the pact. Daniel and I walked toward the student parking lot in silence. I tried to work up the nerve to ask if he was into Trish. I knew Aubrey would have asked him point blank. But I couldn't build up the guts to ask. Maybe I didn't want to know the answer. Either way, I tried to savor the fact that he wanted to walk me to my car. He was clearly a polite guy, but surely he didn't walk every girl to her car. The gesture had to mean something. Right? Suddenly, I remembered something he'd said to me after first period. You were going to tell me about your essay this morning, remember? You ended up writing it after all? He raked his hand through his hair as he walked. I stared at his sandy brown hair, wondering what it would feel like under my fingertips. Not like I could touch his hair to find out. He was so lucky that he could touch his own hair any time he wanted. Oh yes. I had it bad for him. I did finish the essay, thanks to you. He glanced at me and then grew quiet for a minute, and way too soon we arrived at my car. This is me. I gestured to the small silver sedan, which had been my mom's until I turned 16 and she'd added running errands to my to-do list. My gaze flicked to a couple of kids from the IT table walking by, and I saw them give us a second glance. Daniel didn't appear to notice. Feeling out of my element, I reached for the door handle. I guess I should go. Wait. He reached into his backpack, pulled out a piece of paper, folded it, then held it out toward me. Read this when you get home. I want you to see what I wrote. Okay, thanks. I felt honored that he wanted me to read his essay. Or maybe he just wanted me to read it because I was his tutor. Was I supposed to critique it? So confusing. I accepted the piece of paper, and our fingers brushed, sending tingles up my arm. I sucked in a breath. Sorry I missed lunch today. I should have texted you to let you know. You had bigger things on your mind than me. He stood beside my car, his backpack over his shoulder, looking like he was debating saying something further. But he didn't. Finally, he backed away and kicked at a small rock on the ground. "I'm just glad you're all right." I smiled at him, feeling so confused about how he felt about me. Amazing how I could get straight A's, with the exception of my current progress report in PE, in all of my classes, but I was downright terrible with this boy-girl thing. "Well, bye." He shifted from foot to foot. "How about I call you later to see how you're doing?" My insides hummed, and I felt my cheeks go hot. "Sure." His mouth crept into an adorable smile. "See you, Poppy." "See you," I said, hoping he'd really call me. I also hoped this meant he liked me as more than just his tutor. Maybe I'd find out tonight. "Poppy's grounded tonight," my mother announced at dinner, as if my state of going nowhere were world news. "This is what happens when you're disrespectful, so let's all be on our best behavior from now on." "Yes?" Stephen's brows furrowed as he chewed the vegetable stir-fry I'd made for dinner. Then he turned to me. "What's grounded? Is that like gardening? Can we play in the mud?" No. I had the distinct feeling he already knew but was trying to torture me anyway. Mom leaned forward. "It's when you must stay home and think about all of the ways you can improve your behavior. Hopefully it also means apologizing when you know you're wrong." I guffawed. "But I didn't. You said terrible things about me in that email." I ground my teeth together, wanting to point out that calling her a dictator was accurate. But I knew that would not help my current situation. I mentally told myself this several times before my fork clanked to my plate and I blurted, "What gives you the right to read my emails?" "It was entirely innocent, Poppy." "Doubtful. How do you innocently read someone else's private email?" Mom threw me a hurt look. "How can you talk to me like this after all I do for you?" "Don't pick on Mom, buttface," Stephen said, pointing at me. Great, the entire family was against me when I'd done absolutely nothing wrong. May I be excused? I have a serious headache from my injury. Should I take you to the doctor? Mom transitioned from hurt mode to protective mode in a matter of seconds, giving me mental whiplash. No, I'm fine. I stood up, knowing I just needed to get away from her. I'll be in my room. I put my dishes in the sink, went upstairs to my room, and lay down on the bed. Even though I hadn't heard it ring, I checked my cell to make sure I hadn't missed a call from Beth or Daniel. Nothing. Rather than obsess over whether or not Beth was mad at me, or if Daniel would really call me, I clicked on the internet to check my Dear Aubrey column. I hadn't checked it since the nurse's office when I answered the post on Trisha's party. Oh no. Nurse Pratt had interrupted me, and I totally forgot to go back and delete that obnoxious post where I'd used Trisha's full name. Cringe. Well, maybe nobody had checked the column since then. At least, I crossed my fingers that would be the case. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey. Thanks for the tip on Crush. I was going to go to Trisha's party, but I'm changing my plans now that I know you'll be at this club. Hope to see you. Love. Party Girl. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey. Trish Benson is a spoiled brat. I wouldn't touch her party with a rubber glove. Crush it is. Cool dude. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey. I'm excited you're going to be at Crush. That sounds like more fun than a party. I've arranged for my entire group of friends to be there too. Will you finally reveal yourself? Or more likely, do I already know you? Anyway, I've started a Dear Aubrey fan page online. Hope all of your fans stop by. Stay real. Aubrey fan. I dropped my face into my hands. There was no way to delete my previous post now that people had responded to it. This was not good. I wondered what Trish would do in retaliation to my post. Or Aubrey's post. Knowing Trish's personality all too well, it was highly likely that Aubrey would be on the receiving end of her vicious wrath. At the same time, I couldn't believe how many posts I'd received. Plus, I'd received some similar emails as well. And I had an online fan page? People loved me and they thought Trish was a spoiled brat, which was an accurate assessment. But people didn't tend to take it well when one pointed out their flaws. Ahem, my mom. I lifted my head and checked my reflection in the mirror behind my door. My cheeks were flushed and my eyes were dancing. It seemed that everyone was going to crush tonight because of my suggestion. A thrill shot through me. This meant that I actually mattered at my high school. Well, Aubrey mattered. But still. I was stoked, I was elated. Oh wait. I was grounded. Chapter 10. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Party Girl, Cool Dude, and Aubrey Fan. Can't wait to see everyone at Crush. Sadly, I won't reveal myself due to the entire column being anonymous and all. But I'll definitely be seeing you there. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: Aubrey is popular. Purpose of experiment: Aubrey must keep her word to fans. Conclusion: if Aubrey is going to crush tonight, then where does that leave me? I hit post, realizing I had a huge problem. I'd urged my fans to go to Crush and assured them I'd be there. I couldn't let them down. Well, Aubrey couldn't let her fans down. It just figured this would be during the only time in my life I'd ever been grounded. How could my mom do this to me? All because she snooped into my private life too. Not fair. Not at all. A classical ringtone sounded and my cell screen lit up. Daniel Baker. Chills flowed up my neck and my hand was shaky as I cleared my throat, then answered the call. Hello. Hey, it's Daniel. I leaned back against my pillow, unable to believe he was actually phoning me. Daniel Baker was phoning me, Poppy Pinkleton. I pinched myself hard. Ouch. I mean, hi. How are you? Good. Everything okay? I rubbed the growing pink splotch on my arm, knowing I was awake and had just shouted at one more of the most popular boys in school. Nice one. Yes, all's good here. Or it's well. Great, actually. Oh man, I was blowing this. What's up? I squeezed my eyes shut and smacked myself in the forehead, which felt extra painful because of my previous injury from today. But, hello? What's up? Did I just use that phrase? Really? Oh, the mortification. Not much. He didn't sound taken aback by my lack of original dialogue. Just checking to see how you're feeling after your run-in with the concrete post. Better, I said, wanting to talk about anything else but that since it involved Trish. Suddenly, I remembered what my mom had told me about his family. How are things with you? At home? I froze, unable to believe that I'd asked such a personal question. Not that it's any of my business, I added. It's been pretty hard, actually. His voice deepened and he cleared his throat. My mom's having a rough time. The walls in our apartment are thin so I can hear her right through them, and she's up most of the night, upset. I'm sorry, I said, knowing how inadequate those two words were. I remembered what it was like when my parents divorced. Lots of arguments and tears, although my dad hadn't cheated on my mom. Maybe that made it worse. He'd also moved across the country from us, which hadn't been a picnic. Still wasn't. Daniel let out an audible sigh. I just need to get out of the house, you know? He paused a moment. Trish is having a party tonight. You interested in getting out, too? With you? My heart seriously melted. Daniel had just invited me to go Trisha's party with him. Was this as a date? Or as his tutor? Although a Friday night wasn't a usual time for a tutorer to get together with a tutor and a teen party wasn't the usual venue of choice. But seconds later, my heart sank to my stomach. Not only was I grounded, but I had other plans. Oh, the irony. I'm actually going to crush tonight. It's that new club everyone's talking about. Nobody was talking about it to me, only to Aubrey, but he didn't have to know that little detail. Yeah, I've heard of Crush. Of course, Daniel had heard of the club. He'd probably received numerous invitations as well. But you said you're going to Trisha's party, so? I can skip the party and check out Crush. Want to go together? I can pick you up. He wanted to take me to the club? Teen geek Poppy Pinkleton out at a club with the new it boy Daniel Baker? If I believed in the validity of astrological signs, then I would have checked to see if there was a full moon tonight. Wowzers. The question still remained as to whether or not this was a date or a tutor friend thing, but I was so totally going to say yes. Or not, since I was so totally grounded. Irritation surged through me. I'd done everything my mom had asked of me since birth, but one email mention of my mom being a tyrant, which, grounding me without a fair trial where I can defend myself, and now I had to miss out on the most important semi-date of my life? This was so not fair. I mean, if you don't want to. Daniel's voice trailed off. I do. Oops, shouting. Not exactly showing impressive composure. It's just, can I meet you at Crush? Is that all right? Sure, if you prefer, he said, sounding a bit confused. So, I'll see you there tonight? Yes, see you tonight. I hung up the phone, floating briefly through a dreamy state of boy-asked-me-out bliss, even though it was plausible this invite was only as his tutor friend, and then a jolting wave of panic hit me. For the first time in my life, I was going to sneak out. I'd always found myself fortunate that I could park my car in our garage, protecting my car from the outer elements of hot California weather. Until tonight anyway. I needed to sneak out of the house without getting caught, and our loud garage door opener would so wake up my suspicious mom and probably Steven too. I needed an alternate ride. Beth was out as a ride option due to the fact that she'd let one party invite from Amberglass go to her head. Mason was on a date with Said It Girl, so I couldn't exactly ask him for a ride. Beth, Mason, and I had been best friends since we were 12, and usually spent Friday nights at my house studying. Obviously, dropping the sacred pact had been a huge mistake, but no time to dwell on that right now. I needed to focus on Wheels. William Hall from my journalism class only lived several blocks from me, so I figured he was my best bet for a ride to Crush without requiring too much walking on my part. Unfortunately, when I called William, he said he preferred to stay home and binge-watch the nightly news, and it took me the better part of an hour to convince him we should check out this new teen club in order to write an article on Crush for the San Felipe Scoop. This enticement worked. William finally agreed the Crush piece sounded like a valid public interest topic and offered to pick me up. Without mentioning the whole being grounded thing, I opted to meet him at his house instead around 9 o'clock this evening. After spending a couple of hours faux sulking about being grounded downstairs, while simultaneously icing my forehead, I claimed that I was going to bed. My heart pounded, sure that I had LIAR written all over my face and that my mom could tell I was secretly planning to sneak out. But she'd already put my brother to bed and she'd merely muttered, "Good night," without moving her gaze from the TV show she was watching. My mission was a go. I wanted to jump with joy, but made myself walk slowly upstairs, close my door, and turn the lock. I couldn't believe I had to do this without Beth. Pout. And it was the first time I was meeting Daniel outside of school, so I could hardly ask him to meet me 2 blocks away so my mom wouldn't know I was going out. I'm sure that would give him a good laugh and a huge shove toward Trish, whose mom probably treated her like an adult. I slipped into black pants and a shiny sequin tank that I'd worn on a previous Halloween. This felt like an odd choice of outfit, but I'd flipped through a teen fashion magazine earlier and had seen something similar on a teen actress. So the turquoise sequin tank from my old mermaid outfit was an appropriate choice of dance club attire. In honor of my first night out, I'd even replaced my glasses with contacts. It's not like I knew what to expect from a dance club, but I'd seen that mist thing with dry ice that they do in the movies, and the last thing I needed was my glasses fogging over. Instead of my usual makeup-free face, I studied the model in my teen magazine and copied her makeup as precisely as possible with the unused makeup I'd received from last year's birthday. My face felt thick having so much makeup on, but the magazine did say to wear more when going out at night, so I was following knowledgeable instructions. When my mind went to, I can't believe I'm doing this, I focused on my task at hand. If my best friends could hang with the it crowd, then so could I. Stanford would be more challenging than this, right? If I wanted to succeed there, I needed to conquer any hurdle that came my way, no matter what it was. With that last thought, I peeled the soft white bandage off my forehead. There was a thick line at the top of my forehead that looked like someone had dragged sandpaper across it. Although I had no plans to be pre-med, it didn't take a genius to realize putting makeup over an open wound would not be smart. I rubbed off the sticky residue the bandage glue had left behind, then blotted around the red area with my face powder pad. Instead of rubbing the makeup pad across my rather large scratch, I brushed my long brown bangs so they swept across my forehead, then sprayed some hairspray on the side to hold it there. It was a new look for me, but it served its purpose. I glanced in the mirror and looked ready for clubbing, for whatever that was worth. Heart pounding, I flipped my light switch off and, standing in the darkness, I put an ear to my door. I could hear the faint sound of the TV wafting up the stairs. I took a deep breath. It was now or never. I slipped my feet into black flats, then tiptoed over to my bedroom window. As I unhinged the window lock, it made a loud scraping noise. I cringed and waited. Nobody tried my door, only to find that it was locked. Nobody pounded on it, demanding to be let in. It felt weird that I was going out, yet my mom didn't have a clue. The metal window screen came off with ease, and I set it on the carpet inside my window. The side porch was directly beneath my window, so I secured my tiny purse over my shoulder, then climbed out onto the tiny roof below me. After lowering my window so it was within an inch of closing, I scanned the darkness for neighbors, but all was quiet in our sleepy suburban neighborhood. I jumped the 2 feet over onto our detached garage, lowered myself to the top of our side gate, and then lowered myself to solid ground. I checked my cell, and it was exactly 9 o'clock. I'd made it out of the house. Guilt washed through me, but I also felt exhilarated, wondering what the night held in store for me. After running down the sidewalk 3 blocks to William's house, certain that the police, or worse my mom, would be chasing me for sneaking out while grounded, I found Denise Young from the paper standing on his front porch. Apparently, he'd invited her to come along. "Hi, Poppy." Denise eyed me up and down. I already rang the doorbell. "William's little sister is sleeping, but he'll be out here in a minute. You look different." Out of habit, I reached up to adjust my glasses, then realized they weren't there. Different than what? She fiddled with the buttons of her perfectly pressed white blouse. "Different than you usually look." I wasn't sure whether different was a compliment or not. But I'd already decided there would be no stuttering, no bowing my head, and no getting pushed around tonight. So I simply said, "Thank you." Denise crossed her arms. "What happened to your bandage?" "It didn't go with my outfit," I joked, and then my best smile. "We're supposed to have fun tonight, so it's okay to laugh." Her brows rose. "I thought we were working on an article." "Can't we do both?" I asked. Was I the only one wanting to express my true self without fear of repercussions tonight? To have a good time? With all that I was risking, this had better be the best night of my whole life. Or at least a lot of fun. The front door opened, and a tall, lanky boy came out. Got my dad's car keys. William stopped short in front of me and stared. Poppy. Yes, I said, wondering why he was staring like he'd never seen me before. You look so different. Yes, we've covered that. Denise grabbed William's arm and pulled him around the side of the house to the garage. Come on, we don't want to be out too late. My nerves went on edge and I bit my lip. It seemed beyond obvious that William thought I looked good. Not like geek girl cute, but more like it girl beautiful. It felt odd that just because I put on makeup and dressed trendy, that my classmate would look at me differently. I was still the same Clark Kent look-alike, just a different version. Maybe I'd changed into Super Poppy. Oh no. That sounded way lame. As I climbed into the backseat of William's car and he gave me a second glance, I couldn't help thinking that if this was how my friends from the paper reacted, then what would Daniel think when he saw me? Yeah, he'd seen me in my school attire and my Minnie Mouse comfort clothes, but he'd never seen me in club girl mode. Would he think of me the same way? I suddenly felt super thankful Trish Benson wouldn't be at Crush tonight, because new look or not, there would be no more pushing around Poppy Pinkleton. We stood in line for half an hour outside of Crush, which was a plain concrete building with the word Crush written over the black door in yellow neon lights. I could hear the girls in front of me complaining about the expensive entry fee. When it was our turn, the three of us just paid our fees, let security check our bags, and followed the others inside and into another world. The music thumped at an ear-splitting level, the ceiling was black, and directly in the center of the room was a dance floor. Gyrating teens moved to the fast-paced music while flashing lights blinked across the floor, alternately leaving the dancers illuminated by colorful lights or in the dark. Denise took out a piece of paper, wrote something down, then offered to get us all drinks. William reached for my hand and led me to the dance floor. What the? Although William and I had been on the paper for 2 years, I'd never really thought of William as a boy. I mean, not as a member of the opposite sex, in the way he was apparently seeing me tonight. But I didn't see Daniel anywhere, so I figured dancing would be good personal experience for our article. We squeezed between bodies until we were smack in the middle of the dance floor. My ears pounded from the music, and I took a deep breath, trying to remember the dance classes I'd taken when I was 8. William wasn't a bad dancer. No fancy moves, but he definitely found the beat. I wasn't sure what I'd find besides wobbly spaghetti legs. The impracticality of my swooped-over bangs hit me, as despite the hairspray I'd used, my dark hair fell into my eyes as I danced. I had to keep pushing my bangs back so I could see. William stepped toward me, then leaned toward my ear. Strictly research. Of course, I said, trying to loosen the stiffness I felt moving to music while simultaneously feeling like a sardine. After another song, I'd loosened up a little, but I was also starting to sweat. I fanned my face and said, I'm going to find Denise to get my drink. William nodded, then turned to dance with a group of girls to my left. The redhead looked thrilled and threw her hands above her head, swinging back and forth beside him. He was a stellar student and serious professional on the paper. Had he always had this fun side, and I'd never noticed? Weren't all of my newspaper friends studying on Friday nights like I did? Squeezing between bodies and getting knocked into a few times in the process, I made my way to the entrance again, but Denise wasn't there. I looked to my left and saw a refreshment stand and figured that's where she'd gone to get us drinks. There was an army of people between the long table and me, so I stepped back against the wall to study them. There was a small group of boys watching the dance floor, making comments to each other and laughing. Another group of girls who were admiring the boys, but they didn't seem to notice they were being watched. With all of the bodies on the dance floor, there were a handful of couples among them, but for the most part the girls and boys were separate. Nowhere did I see Daniel Baker. I checked my cell phone. No missed calls. No texts. Nothing. Where was he? Just then, Jake Taylor walked in. He wore a black shirt that showed off his arm muscles, dark jeans, and his dark blonde hair was styled up in front. In one word, the guy looked hot. As if sensing me watching, his gaze connected with mine. His eyes widened a fraction, then the side of his mouth hitched upward and he headed straight for me. Chapter 11. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, I'm at Crush with my group of friends. We want to meet you, girl. You are so the bomb when it comes to advice. But I do respect your need for privacy, so let me go ahead and ask this question here on your site. There's this guy they first liked for years, but he never noticed me. Now that I'm over him, he's acting kind of interested. What's with that? The vibe's not there anymore, but should I give him a chance? I couldn't have been wrong all those years about how great he is, right? Help. Totally torn. Dear Totally Torn. I wish I could meet you, but I have to keep my identity a secret so I can continue to work on the column. Glad you're over your crush on this guy because he sounds like he only wants you because he knows he can't have you. My advice? Run. Or dance since you're at Crush. There are a lot of guys out there, and I'm sure you'll find one who's worth your while. Have fun. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: men realize too late when they've blown their chance. Purpose of experiment: get girl to find boy who doesn't play games. Conclusion: to be determined. I found it surprising that Jake and his crowd friends were not all at Trish's party. I found it equally surprising that Jake didn't seem put off by the fact that I had my face in my phone while I checked my secret column. Not that he knew what I was checking, but still. He seemed unperturbed by my rudeness. Sadly, there were no more posts, so I couldn't stall much longer. But I so did not want to talk to Jake. He'd skipped tutoring all week without sending so much as a thanks but no thanks note, and he'd trashed my friend's car. The lack of note I could ignore, but trashing Mason's car? Unforgivable. These things did not make me want to talk to him, especially when I felt determined to speak my true mind tonight, just like Aubrey would, if she were, not my invisible alter ego. Poppy. Jake wore a quizzical look as his gaze swept up and down my body. That you? Hi, Jake. I sighed, not caring if my voice could be heard above the loud music. Guess my teen magazine look was a big hit with the boys. Kind of annoying to be receiving male attention just because I changed my outer appearance. How's your studying going? He laughed at my quip. Would be going better if a certain someone would help me with those take-home quizzes. Dylan Brady walked up wearing an interested look, as if he'd never seen me before. Jake, you going to introduce me to your friend? Poppy Pinkleton, dude. You know her. No way. Dylan blinked, seeming unable to believe his eyes. Nice to see you, Poppy. Hi, Dylan. My throat was dry, and I was sweating from the heat in here, but I tried my best to remember my vow to remain cool and calm, as this it boy eyed me as if I were an it girl. But all of this attention over my looks made me uncomfortable. Couldn't a guy just be interested in me for who I was? Like Daniel seemed to. Speaking of, why hadn't I seen him here yet? He was beyond late. Dylan looked from Jake to me, then back to Jake again. How do you two know each other? Jake put an arm around me, and I couldn't help but notice how muscular his bicep felt against my bare shoulder. Poppy's my history tutor, he said, leaning his head against mine as if we were going to take a selfie together. I pushed him away. Yeah, when you show up for tutoring, which is never. I came the first day. Jake chuckled, seeming to take my little shove as a challenge, because he moved closer and I stepped away again. So that's the way it is, huh? Ignoring his comment, I peeked at my cell again to see if Daniel had called or texted. Still nothing. I looked around for him. Nope, not here. No sign of William or Denise either. It was just Poppy Pinkleton hanging with two it boys. Although I did my best not to appear nervous, I felt out of my element and longed for my best friends. Plus, Dylan was staring at me again. Dance? Jake asked, putting his arm around me. A few weeks ago, an offer to dance with Jake Taylor would have been a dream come true. But I was still feeling hot and dehydrated from dancing with William and really needed that drink from Denise. And Jake had trashed Mason's car. Actually, I'm going to look for my friends. Come on. He gave me a puppy dog look and shouted over the music. Just one song. He took another step toward me and put his hands on my hips, his face mere centimeters from mine. I didn't know if it was Jake or dehydration, but suddenly I couldn't breathe. Amber's dating again, so maybe it's time I did too. Had he just suggested we date? My stomach did a flip, but I'm pretty sure it was from my head injury and dehydration, not from what Jake had said. I swallowed, my throat dry and sticky. I'm meeting someone here. Daniel Baker. He hasn't shown up yet. Jake's forehead wrinkled, and he gestured his thumb toward the front entrance. Daniel's with Trish at her party. I just came from there. The air left my chest, and just like that, the picture of Trish whispering to Daniel during English imprinted back on my brain. Her, bent close to him whispering and him, smiling at whatever she'd said. Are you sure it was Daniel Baker? I asked. Because that would mean that Daniel had stood me up. For Trish. I'm absolutely sure it was Daniel Baker. He was at Trish's party. Although it was pretty dead, so can't figure out why he'd want to stay there. Oh, I could imagine why. Jake gestured across the room. Someone's trying to get your attention. Turning to my left, I spotted Denise holding up a cup of clear soda. I excused myself and hurried over to her. Thanks, Denise. I guzzled a long drink, and the cold soda slid down my throat like liquid ice. You totally saved me. From Jake Taylor or thirst? She asked. Both. I finished off the entire drink, which soothed my throat and completely revived me. Enough so that I could think clearly again and remember, even though I didn't want to, what Jake had just told me. Daniel was at Trish's party. He ditched me. For the girl who took pleasure in making me miserable. I remembered how it felt slamming into that pillar, how much it had hurt, and how her laughter had echoed behind me. We've been looking for you everywhere. Denise tucked her notepad under her arm. William went to look for you by the refreshment stand. We should wait here until he comes back. Okay, I shouted over the music. My feet were rooted in place anyway. My mind frozen on the fact that I'd been a fool to think Daniel liked me. That Trish had gotten to me. Again. The song ended and the DJ's voice came over the speaker. This next song is a special request going out to Aubrey, of Dear Aubrey. Aubrey, are you in the house? This one's for you. A recent song release blasted through the room, and despite the tears burning my eyes, my chest suddenly radiated. I couldn't believe Aubrey had just been given a shout-out at a popular teen dance club. That basically meant that I'd been given a shout-out. I tried to be honest and forthright in my advice column, and people had liked that, liked Aubrey, liked me. Wow. Denise bumped my arm with her elbow. Think she's really here? Aubrey? She said in her column she'd be here. Denise gestured toward the crowd. Any theories on who she is? I'm thinking of writing an article about her. Why would you do that? I asked, even as my mind simultaneously shot back to Daniel's betrayal. All of my moments with Daniel had been special to me. The way he'd tap me with his pencil in class and while tutoring in the library, playing basketball together, studying at my house, and the flirtatious exchanges we'd had at school. But obviously those times had meant nothing to him. He'd chosen Trish. The hurt suddenly turned into irritation. Do you think that's nice, to write an article about Aubrey, Denise? I mean, isn't the whole point of an anonymous column to not know who the author is? Wouldn't you be disrespecting her work? She shrugged. The public has a right to know. Don't you want to know? I mean, I think I figured out who she is, but I'd love to confirm my theory. I studied her face to gauge if she was testing me. How did you figure it out? She stared at me with sharp eyes. It's what she says in her responses and her writing style that makes it completely obvious who Aubrey is. It's not like I'm dumb. My entire body stiffened. First, I'd lost Daniel. Now I was about to be outed. Nausea crept up my throat. How foolish of me to think the writers of our paper wouldn't know my writing style when we'd been working together for 2+ years now. Denise, It's amber glass, Denise said, her eyes lighting up. Aubrey has to be amber, right? The first post was so obviously a way for her to break up with her boyfriend by tossing out that garbage about him cheating, so nobody would blame her for dumping him. Plus, it's her exact voice in that column. I'm just amazed she used more than one-syllable words. That's not nice. I frowned, feeling defensive of Amber. Then I remembered she was with my best friends right now. Mason and Beth. Probably at Trish's party with Daniel, too. My brows scrunched together, and I concentrated, trying to get rid of that awful image of Trish and Daniel. How had Trish managed to take over everyone I cared about? I had to get out of here. I'm not feeling well. Please tell William I first took a cab home. Excuse me? I swung around and was headed for the door when my gaze froze on the gorgeous boy who stepped in front of me. The boy who was staring back at me as well. Tall. Crinkles around his brown eyes. Impish grin. Jake Taylor. You're not leaving, are you? Jake came over and put an arm around me. The night's just getting started. I'm not really a late-night girl, I said, and that was so the truth. He fingered his chin, and his brows crinkled as if he were deep in thought. Then he put his arm around me. I'll walk you out. Okay, I said, unable to figure out Jake's sudden interest in me. Did a girl really just have to wear a sequined tank, makeup, and ditch her glasses in order to attract the opposite sex? Or was this behavior some kind of competition with Amber? She'd asked Mason out, so now Jake wanted to go geek too? After you. He gestured with his arm, then followed me out the door. I stepped outside into the cool evening air and realized I hadn't brought a jacket. Then I had the brilliant realization that I hadn't called a cab yet. After a deep sigh, I bowed my head. Nothing was going my way tonight. Absolutely nothing. I just wanted to go home. Where are you parked? I barely heard Jake's words as I looked around me, trying to figure out where I'd want to meet the cab once I called one. The line outside to get into the club had died down, and only a handful of kids still mingled outside the concrete building, mostly the ones having a smoke. The thought that intelligent teens would smoke boggled my mind. Was it possible they hadn't seen the health statistics? Or was inhaling smoke just that much fun? Not that I was going to try it. Poppy. Jake waved a hand in front of my face. Your car. I just need some air, I managed to choke out. Everything I'd thought I knew had turned out to be wrong. Beth, Mason, Daniel, and even Amber, who had a softer side I'd gotten to know through her emails with Aubrey. And now Jake was paying attention to me, after all these years. But he was acting so differently from the boy I knew back then. My throat tightened again. Everything was so confusing right now. A chilly breeze swept over my shoulders, and goosebumps prickled my neck. I rubbed my hands up and down my arms, trying to create some heat. Why didn't you show up for tutoring, Jake? Don't you care about your grades? Jake laughed at that. It's Friday night. Forget about school. How can you just forget about school? I asked, confused. This is your future we're talking about. Grades matter for more than just sports. Don't you get enough of school during the day? He chuckled, shaking his head. What's so important about grades to my future anyway? My dad never graduated from high school, and he's doing all right. Studying takes time away from what I'm passionate about. Like basketball. But don't you want to get into a good university? I asked. He nudged my hands away and rubbed my shoulders himself. You're cold? You didn't answer my question. I glanced at Jake's hands on my shoulders, thinking about all of the times I'd wished he'd touch me. Now he was. But I couldn't stop thinking about his lack of interest in his future. That didn't compute. Aren't you going to college? You need to keep your grades up if you want to get into a good school. You sound like my guidance counselor, but you're so much cuter. He planted his hands on each of my shoulders and leaned toward me. I know one way to get you to stop talking about school. Believe me, I'd never thinking of doing this with Mr. McCready. Then his mouth was on mine. Jake Taylor, my longtime crush, was kissing me. I'd thought about this moment for 7 years. Now that it was happening, his lips against mine just felt wrong. There were no sparks, no swooning, no feeling of any kind except a bit of annoyance. We were having a serious conversation, and then out of nowhere he'd kissed me. Who does that? I pulled away and stepped back. Jake, Poppy? Is that you? Beth's voice came from behind me. At the sound of my name, I spun around and saw Beth coming toward me from the parking lot. Walking next to her were Amber, Mason, Trish, and Daniel. Wait a minute. What was Daniel doing here? He was supposed to be with Trish at her party. Daniel's gaze met mine and a hurt expression flickered across his handsome face. He'd obviously seen Jake kiss me, but what I didn't get was why he seemed to care. I also didn't get why an enormous feeling of guilt washed over me. Except for my current pending issue in PE, I was an A student prepping for an education at one of the best colleges in the country. I'd just been kissed for the first time by the most popular boy in school who I'd had a crush on forever. Plus, I was a single girl who never had a date in her life. So why did seeing Daniel at this moment feel like a dagger piercing my heart? The new teen posse stopped in front of us while Daniel and Beth, yes Beth, passed right by us without so much as a hello. I caught myself watching Daniel walk away. Hi Poppy. Leave it to Mason, nicest boy in school, to speak the first words. The look on his face was one of major confusion, though. Couldn't really say I blamed him, what with my being majorly confused myself. Hi, I said, giving him a pointed look back, lest he forget the strange phenomenon of the most popular girl in school asking him out. The most popular girl, who was staring at me as if I'd been caught kissing her ex. Which, well, I'm surprised to see you here, he said, looking more like shocked. Did he think because he'd been at an IT party that I was supposed to be home, studying all by myself? I was a teen, this was a teen club, and my halfway decent dance moves had even started coming back to me earlier. I belonged here as much as anyone else. Anyone who wasn't grounded anyway. Why does it surprise you so much that I'm here? I asked, feeling hurt and left out, like my best friends had deserted me, probably because they had thanks to my assistance. Or rather, Aubrey's assistance. You've never been to a club before. My brows rosé. And you have? Nice job, Jake. Real nice. Trish stepped into view and studied my makeover with a hand on her hip. Poppycorn Pinkleton, how did you get that nasty rash on your forehead? Putting one foot in front of the other isn't as easy as calculus for you. Is it? Wow, the gloves were off and she was coming out swinging. Did she have to bring up the humiliating nickname from grade school and my run-in with the concrete pillar in the same breath? And why could Amber take Mason out on a date, but it wasn't all right for me to be kissing Jake? On the sidewalk. In front of everyone. Even the smokers. I looked away. Oh, how mortifying. Party a bus, Trish. Jake chuckled, but I could tell that it was an annoyed chuckle. At least he seemed to be sticking up for me, though. I appreciated the gesture. That must be why you and everyone else is here now. This was pointless. This is pointless, Mason said, as if reading my thoughts. He reached down and squeezed Amber's hand. Why don't we head inside? Amber looked up at Mason as if he were her hero. Sounds like a great idea. Fine by me. Jake turned to face the new happy couple as they walked past. Hope the concert was fun. Hope you enjoyed my seat. Not that I care. I pressed my fingers to my temples. Didn't Jake realize that by stating he didn't care that it showed he did care? But he dismissed me as his tutor, so I didn't need to explain this to him. Besides, I was so ready to go home. Then, I remembered my car problem. I'm going back inside and look for my friends. I told Jake this out of courtesy, since he had sort of stuck up for me with Trish. He apparently took what I said in a way other than I intended, because he put an arm around me and led me toward the entrance to Crush. Great. Let's hit it. Jake led me inside Crush and then started toward the dance floor, giving me a confused look when I pulled away from him. I'm going to find my friends now, I said, crossing my fingers that I could find William and Denise and that they'd be ready to leave. Calling a cab had been a dumb idea anyway. And I didn't want to find Daniel. My feelings about him confused me, and if I got any more confused this night, then I feared my brain would explode all over Crush. Jake put a hand over his ear. What? The music was blasting, and the blinking lights were giving me a headache. Needless to say, I didn't feel like shouting. So I pointed to Jake's chest and then to the dance floor. Then I pointed to myself, and then to a spot far across the room. Not sure what he understood from that, but he nodded and turned to start dancing with a pretty blonde, who looked ecstatic to be dancing with Jake Taylor. Best of luck to her. After pushing through many bodies, aka teens from San Felipe High and whatever other local high schoolers had decided to check out Crush on its opening night, I still couldn't find William or Denise. I hoped they hadn't left already. I also didn't see Daniel, not that I was looking, mind you. Even though it would probably prove useless, I decided to text William on the chance he had his cell on vibrate, since there was no way he'd hear it beep above this blasting song. With music pounding in my ears and strobe lights sweeping through the room, I made my way past the dance floor to the only open seat in the refreshment area next to a boy and a girl who were currently kissing like their lives depended on it. Not that I could throw stones about PDA right now. I rotated in the chair so my back was to the couple, pulled out my cell, and typed a message to William asking where he was and what time he wanted to leave. Why hadn't I brought my own car? Oh, right. I'd nearly forgotten about the whole covert, sneaking out while grounded thing. That seemed like a lifetime ago. My screen lit up and told me I had a voicemail. Weird. I hadn't even heard it ring. I was about to send the call to voicemail when two black-jeaned girls' legs appeared in front of me. I jumped up, startled. My forehead bopped into the girl's chin. Now my wound started throbbing again, and I opened my mouth to apologize to whoever this was. Sorry, My mouth froze as I looked up into Beth's narrowed gaze. What were you thinking? She demanded. I checked behind me, but nobody was there. Are you talking to me? You kissed Jake Taylor. Not exactly true. He'd actually kissed me. But that wasn't the point. Why is it fine for Mason to date an it girl, but not okay for me to date, or kiss an it boy? Beth blew out a breath. Look, Poppy. You and I both know you've had a huge crush on Jake since elementary school. But you can't be serious about him. Yeah, I so wasn't. Why not? Truth be told, I wanted Beth to clarify it for me. Tonight had been unusually confusing, and my perfectly planned life was unraveling rapidly despite the fact that my secret identity was still intact. I mean, the closest guess someone had for Aubrey's identity was Amber, which completely boggled my mind. Beth gave me a dull look. Jake cheated on Amber. He trashed Mason's car. You don't know for sure that he cheated on her, I said lamely. Everyone knows it, Poppy. Are you really that into him that you're too blind to see it? I looked away, not wanting to admit that Daniel had participated in trashing Mason's car too. Speaking of, what were you doing with Daniel? I asked, crossing my arms as I took a quick glance to the right and left. No, Daniel. Were you two on a double date with Amber and Mason? Okay, my tone sounded a wee bit accusatory, but I couldn't stand the thought that Daniel would be interested in Beth. Or vice versa. No, of course not. Mason and Amber were at the concert earlier. I ran into Daniel at Trish's party. I only came inside with him because he looked so hurt catching you kissing Jake. He said you were supposed to meet him at Crush tonight. Is that true? I thought you were grounded. A wave of guilt hit me. Yes, I agreed to meet Daniel. But he didn't show up. He went to Trish's party instead. Why would he do that if he was supposed to meet you here? Because he likes Trish. My stomach nodded as I pointed out the obvious. She shook her head. No, that can't be. She kept flirting with him at her party, and all he'd do is ask around if anyone had seen you. Plus, Daniel went home. Daniel went home? And Trish is still here, Beth said, ignoring my interjection. Why would he leave the club if he liked her? I had no idea. And I was so done. Forget my brain exploding, my gray cells were about to atrophy on the spot. It's been a long night, and I came with William and Denise. Have you seen them anywhere? I'm so ready to go home. I can give you a ride home. She laced her arm through mine and led me toward the entrance. I'll go let Amber know first. My feet stopped moving. Are you insane? You're going to leave Amber and your fun night out with the most popular girl in school to give Poppycorn Pinkleton a ride home? She frowned. Why are you calling yourself that juvenile name? Because Trish did? Just stop. I missed you tonight, okay? Amber's nice, but the party wasn't much fun without you. My vision blurred. Really? Yes. She squeezed my arm and tears brimmed in her eyes. I even missed the pact tonight. Me too. I sniffled, wrapping my arm around my best friend and giving her a squeeze. Thanks for offering me a ride. But I see William and Denise by the door. I'll catch a ride with them. You go enjoy the rest of your night out. Yeah, it's so much fun watching Mason and Amber together. She stared at me so long that I realized, even with him being on a date with Amber, Beth really did have a crush on Mason. We'll talk more later. I gave her a sympathetic look before I walked away. Who was I to give her a hard time about her crush? Especially after my years-long crush on Jake, which I now realized was based on who he'd been and not who he was now. Now Jake was a guy who didn't care about school, who openly kissed his tutor out of nowhere when she was waiting to meet a boy, and then who moved on to the closest blonde when I wouldn't dance with him. Not my type. Not even close. I waved to Mason as I walked by him, knowing what a great guy he was and wishing he'd realize how right he and Beth were for each other. But Amber snuggled up against him, and he seemed happy. I wondered if it was too late for Beth and him. As I made my way to the door, I spotted Trish standing alone against the wall. She looked miserable. Probably because her party had been a bust, in large part due to my Dear Aubrey post, or maybe people were just tired of Trish Benson's meanness. Either way, she hadn't gotten Daniel to like her, and her party had flopped. So why didn't that give me a warm, fuzzy feeling? What was with the big knot of guilt in my chest? Oh, right. Because I'd stooped to her level by using my popular advice column against her. Some psychologist I was going to make. But the worst part of the night came after William and Denise dropped me off a block away from home, and I'd snuck safely back in my room without my mom catching me. I finally checked that voicemail on my phone. "Hi, Poppy. It's Daniel. So sorry about being late to Crush. There was a misunderstanding. Trish told me she'd seen you at her party and that I should meet you here. Turns out it was your friend Beth and not you. Crazy, huh? Beth and I are heading over to Crush now. Finally, we get to meet up outside of school. Can't wait to see you. Bye." After listening to his message 3 times, a gaping hole formed in my chest. Daniel hadn't done anything wrong. I'd mistrusted him due to my own insecurities and had blown my chance with him big time. He hadn't been interested in Trish after all. He'd intended to meet me at Crush, just like he'd planned. When I heard that Daniel was at Trish's party, I assumed the worst because I'd been jealous. That's when I realized I only had myself to blame for losing the boy I liked. That's the moment I broke down and cried. Chapter 12. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, there's this guy on the basketball team who I've got it for bad. Even though I'm not into sports, I'm going to his first game Thursday night just to cheer him on. See how dedicated I am? Lol. I want him to know that I like him, so he'll get the hint to ask me out. But I don't want to make a fool out of myself if he's not interested. How do you think I should approach this? It's a fine line, you know? Hot for him. Dear Hot for him. Haven't you heard the news? Guys don't get hints. If you like him, then tell him, show him, whatever. Just get your point across clearly. I know you want to avoid rejection, but wouldn't it be worse to never know if it might have worked out between you two? If he is interested, well, you can cheer for him openly at the games wearing his Letterman's jacket. If he's not interested, then the worst he should be is flattered. Good luck, and don't forget to let me know how it goes. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: people don't want their hearts broken. Purpose of experiment: get teens to risk it all for love. Conclusion: I'm a total and complete hypocrite who is off to tutor the boy who thinks I'm hot and cold. Actually, I'm probably an iceberg after Friday night. Nerves bubbled in my belly as I opened the door to the school library. My new home away from home. After Beth had waxed poetic about missing me and wanting to make up, I'd walked toward our usual table in the cafeteria at lunch and found her eating with Amber and Mason. Amber was sitting in my spot, and beside her was Trish Benson. No way would I eat a meal with Trish. So I turned around and made a quick exit, spending my lunch hour, 50 minutes, in the library. As for Daniel, he'd been sitting next to Trish in first period again, and hearing her giggle at everything he'd said had made my stomach queasy. Who was that girl crushing on anyway? Jake or Daniel? She flirted insatiably with both of them. Walking into the library, I scanned the room. My gaze landed on a corner table where Daniel was sitting, his head bent over an open book. He was leaning on one elbow, his green-eyed gaze focused on a page before flipping to the next one. Part of me had wondered if Daniel would show up for tutoring after what happened Friday night, but it appeared as though he still wanted my help. At least I'd get to spend time with him, even if it was just to work on U.S. history. My heart rate picked up as I approached the table, and guilt rolled through me for not calling him back this weekend. But really, what could I say? He'd seen me kissing Jake and had been so hurt he'd left the club. What good would it have done to call him? To explain I'd had a crush on Jake Taylor for 7 years, but that once he'd kissed me I realized Daniel was the only one I truly liked? Even to my own ears, that sounded pathetic. No, there was nothing I could say to fix the situation. I'd messed up too many times with Daniel, and he'd admitted in his Dear Aubrey post that he'd had enough disappointment in his life and didn't need any more. Aubrey's advice had been right on in her response to him. He deserved someone who reassured him, not someone who hurt him. I'd be his tutor though, which was something positive I could do for him at least. "How's the studying going?" I asked, avoiding his gaze as I slid into the chair across from him and pulled my notebook out of my backpack. "Fine, I guess." His voice tone was flat, neither cold nor friendly. "I got my U.S. history quiz back today. Got an A." I smiled at the news. "That's great. Thanks." His expression matched his voice. "It's good that my grade is coming back up." "Yes, you've worked hard for that," I said, imagining how relieved I'd feel if my PE grade came back up again. But that just reminded me that nobody had thrown the ball to me today, in PE. Sigh. "We'd better get started if we're practicing at the basketball court too." He straightened, gripping the corner of his book between his thumb and fingers. "What would we do that for? You have Jake to help you with basketball." "Huh?" I asked, unintelligently. My forehead wrinkled. "Jake's not helping me with basketball. Why would I ask him to do that?" He shrugged. "Thought you two were close." My cheeks went up in flames. "Oh, that. None of my business." He flipped the page in his book, even though he hadn't read it. "No, it's not." Suddenly, I felt hurt. He'd promised to tutor me in basketball, and now he was abandoning me after I'd helped him get an A on his U.S. history test. I mean, yes, I'd made a mistake about why he'd been at Trish's party. But was it any wonder I'd had doubts? I'd watched them flirt incessantly in English class, which they'd done again this morning. It's also not my business whether or not you had a good time with Trish at her party Friday night. Didn't you check your voicemail? I thought you had gone to her party. Why would you think that? I asked, my voice rising an octave. You've seen how awful she treats me, but you chose to listen to her word over mine. A line appeared between his brows. Yes, but If you don't want to tutor me in basketball, then I'm not going to hold you to it, I said, a sharp pain stabbing my heart. I'll find another basketball tutor, and you can find someone else to tutor you in U.S. history too. I gathered up my notebook, shoved it into my backpack, and strode out of the library. My throat tightened, and even before I stepped outside, a hot tear slipped down my cheek. As I hurried away from the library, a million emotions stormed through me as I swiped at the tears on my cheeks. Jealousy that Daniel continued to whisper with Trish during class. Betrayal that he'd listened to Trish over me about my whereabouts Friday night. Indignation that he'd cancel tutoring me in basketball even though he knew how much I needed help. Poppy, wait. It sounded like Daniel's voice coming from behind me, but no way was I talking to him during this emotional wave. I needed to get to my car, drive home, and lock myself in my room for a private tear fest. There she is, Poppy Pinkleton. A girl from my math class pointed at me as I whizzed by, and I saw her elbow the guy beside her. She's the one who? Huh? Was that girl talking about me? Two more girls gestured at me as I turned down the hall toward my locker. Then they gaped at me like I'd grown two heads. Weird. I entered my locker combination, pulled out the books I needed for homework, and shoved them into my backpack as I wondered why people had been looking at me. Was it that obvious I was upset? I slammed my locker shut and brushed my fingers under my eyes to make sure they were dried. Erica Scott, from my biology class, stepped in front of me as I was walking toward the student parking lot. How could you? Excuse me? I checked behind me, but I was the only one around, so she had to be talking to me. How could I do what? I just found out you were messing around with Jake Taylor behind Amber's back while they were dating. We may not talk very often, but you seemed like a girl who had it together. Not one who would mess around with a hot jock who was already taken. I heard what she was saying, but it was like she was speaking foreign language. The words made no sense. I'd never do such a thing. Erica shook her head. At least own up to it, Poppy. The whole school knows you hooked up with Jake Taylor at Daniel Baker's party. She glared at me, then started to walk away. Amber did not look too happy when she found out. I'd stay away from her if I were you. But that's not true. My voice came out in a squeak, but she was too far away now to hear me anyway. How could the whole school think I was the reason Amber broke up with Jake? Who would start such a crazy rumor? Across the courtyard, I spotted Trish and Karen, walking in their too short shorts, toward the gym for cheerleading practice. Karen didn't seem to notice me watching, but Trish locked her gaze on mine, stretched her mouth into a wicked grin, and then blew me a kiss. I should have guessed she was the one who had started this awful rumor. And from the looks I was getting from people, everyone seemed to believe it. I was in serious trouble. Dear Aubrey, I have a serious 911 and need your help. You know how Jake cheated on me? Well, I just found out who he hooked up with. Poppy Pinkleton. At least that's what I was told. She's like the biggest geek that ever stepped foot at San Felipe High. I know why she would be interested in him. I mean, Jake is just hot. But why would he hook up with her? She's certainly not prettier than me. Fine, she's way smarter than I am, and the girl is like a walking encyclopedia of wisdom. But that's not what guys want. Believe me, I know. I've had 4 boys ask me to prom already, and it's barely even November. Oh, Aubrey. Is that it? Was Jake just bored with me because I'm not smart enough? I desperately need your advice. My best friend, Karen, barely paid attention when Trish told us about Jake and Poppy. Instead of either of my best friends trying to make me feel better, Trish keeps telling me to confront Poppy about it. But what good would that do? Any advice? Please? You have no idea how badly I need it, and you're the only one I trust. Your friend, Amber. Dear Amber. Maybe Jake's just a giant tool. Trish too. Sitting on my bed, I slumped my chin on my fist and stared at my laptop screen. No, that response to Amber wouldn't work. Even though it was totally true. I backspaced the words, screwed my face up, and tried again. Dear Amber. You know people say things that aren't true, right? Also, why is Poppy the biggest geek at San Felipe High? Has it ever occurred to you that maybe she's not a geek at all, just really motivated and smart? College is going to be about more than wearing the latest fashion. And no. Groaning in frustration, I backspaced that response too. I didn't know what to say to Amber. I was just as confused as she was about friendships. But honestly, why on earth would anyone think Jake had cheated on Amber with me? Before I tutored him that one time, it had been years since we'd even spoken. And okay, he did kiss me last Friday night for a brief and awkward moment. But they were way broken up when that happened, and she'd even been on a date with another guy at the time. So why did Amber care who Jake had cheated with if she was so into Mason? Okay, this worried me. Maybe she wasn't really into Mason at all. Maybe she was just using him to get even with Jake, trading geeks back and forth like pawns in their twisted little romance. Ouch. That thought was really mean, but it felt like a genuine possibility. Mason seemed to really be crushing on her at the club, and I didn't want him to get hurt. Plus, I so wanted him to end up with Beth. I tossed myself backwards on my bed. I stared at the ceiling, hoping the right answer would somehow come to me. Nope, didn't happen. My mom cleared her throat from my doorway. What are you doing? Trying to figure out how I'd messed up my life and everyone else's right along with it. Sigh. No way could I say that to her though, so I said, studying. The ceiling? I sat up. A few books and papers slid to the floor. I stared at them, but didn't bother picking them up. What would be the point? I hoped my face wasn't still puffy from crying. I'd been sobbing off and on the last few hours since I got home from school, trying to figure out what I could do about that awful rumor about me. Had Beth and Mason heard it? I didn't have the stomach to call either of them. They both seemed too happy hanging with the IT crowd this weekend and at lunch today. What if my best friends believe Trish over me? My mom came into the room and I closed the laptop. The last thing I needed was for her to see my Dear Aubrey column. Not that I'd called her a dictator this time. She let out a sigh. Poppy, are you okay? I shrugged. Yeah, why? Her eyes scanned my face. You seem to be struggling lately. Boy, that wasn't even the half of it. I didn't know what to say to her though. Lately, everything between us had been so tense, and I always felt like one wrong word could lead us into an argument. I didn't have the energy for that right now. It's just school, I said. It was the truth, but the real answer was so much more complex than I could explain. School was a mess, along with my massive social mistakes, and now there were awful rumors about Jake and me that I didn't know how to stop. She sat down on the edge of the bed, raising a brow. Do you want to talk about what's going on? I picked at a fingernail, feeling more than a little guilty for sneaking out behind her back this weekend. I wanted to say yes, let's talk about everything. But how could my mom ever understand what I was going through? She and my dad were adults and they couldn't make their relationship work, so how could she help me with the complicated mess I'd made with Daniel? Or the Jake issue, for that matter. Plus, it's not like I even know how my mom's high school career had gone. Maybe she'd been a big geek also. Maybe she'd been an it girl like Amber. Who knew? We'd never talked about her teen life in any real depth, and now didn't feel like the right time to start. My head started to spin, and tears welled in my eyes again. Poppy, she asked, a note of impatience in her voice. I knew that sound all too well. Once again, I'd disappointed her. Story of my life. I'm worried about getting into Stanford, I said, which was totally true. Her brow cleared. I think you're going to be okay. You're a shoo-in for scholarships, and I'll find a way to help out with the rest when the time comes. Scholarships with a C in PE? Right. I didn't have the stomach to admit my awful progress report to her, so I mustered up a smile and ran a hand through my hair. I hope so. I know so. She smiled back, which seemed like our first small connection in a long time. Besides, you still have this year and next to build up your educational resume before applying to schools. How's the tutoring going? My throat tightened. Part of me wanted to talk about Daniel and how he'd slammed me by cutting off the basketball tutoring and how that had hurt. But then I'd have to fess up to sneaking out and going to crush. No way could I do that. It's going, I said, guilt oozing through me. It was going nowhere. Finito. I'm sure you're worrying for nothing. She stood, slapping her hands together briskly. Come help me with dinner. You look like you're stuck on whatever you're studying right now anyway. Sometimes when you walk away from a problem, it solves itself. I took a deep breath. That wasn't likely, but maybe giving myself some time to breathe and thinking about something else might help me figure out the best way to answer Amber's email. So I followed my mom downstairs and into the kitchen. Stephen sat at the table, his eyes narrowed in concentration. His hands were grubby and his hair a mess. Stephen, go wash up, my mom said, the impatience in her voice. Stephen gave her a wounded look, his bottom lip jutting out. I should have been happy Mom didn't seem to be playing favorites today. Instead, I wanted to hug my littler brother. I ruffled his already messy hair as I went by, and he gave me a little gap-toothed smile before scampering off toward the kitchen sink. My phone beeped. I ignored it. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I also didn't want to have to answer any questions about whether it was true that Jake had cheated on Amber with me. I set the table and then took the delicious-smelling garlic bread out of the oven. Mom set dinner on the table just as Stephen came bouncing back into the dining room. We sat down to dinner. My phone beeped again, and then it kept beeping. Mom lifted an eyebrow. What in the world? I grabbed my phone and silenced it, then stuck it into my back pocket. Oh, Beth's probably just having a little crisis. I wasn't completely lying. Beth might be having a crisis if she'd heard I'd hooked up with Jake while he was with Amber. She'd already lectured me at Crush over him kissing me, which had so not been my fault. Maybe she was texting to lecture me some more since her life was perfectly great since Aubrey had helped her become part of the it crowd. Hurt simmered up, and I tried to quash it, but it felt like Beth was slipping away from me. If things were the way they had been before we ended the pact, then Beth would have been in my corner, and the first one I would have called when I found out about Trisha's nasty rumor. I would have known for sure Beth would back me up. Now I wasn't so sure. After dinner, I went back to my room and opened the laptop. Amber's email glared out at me. I took my phone out and immediately got a gut-punched feeling. The texts weren't from Beth. They were from random people slamming me for being a cheater. So many texts. My heart sank. Did everyone in the entire school hate me? I didn't want to read any more of those texts, so I deleted them. The feeling I got, just looking at the number and the names listed there, had made me queasy. My heart throbbed along way too fast and my palms turned sweaty. I couldn't breathe either. Tears stung my eyes. I hadn't done anything wrong. No, that wasn't true. I had done a lot of things wrong. I'd used Aubrey's popularity to get things done the way I wanted them done. I'd lost Beth to the it crowd. I'd gotten so caught up in my former crush on Jake that I hadn't seen who he was now. I also hadn't considered that Amber might still like him. I'd messed things up with Daniel too, even if I hadn't meant to. I took a long breath. I stared at Amber's email, trying to formulate a few thoughts before my fingers started typing an honest response. Dear Amber, nobody should ever feel like they aren't smart enough, or pretty enough, or anything enough for a guy. If he makes you feel that way, then he's the wrong guy. You don't know for sure that he cheated on you with Poppy. It's better not to form an opinion on a rumor until you have all of the facts. With that said, no, I don't think you should confront her. What if he really cheated on you with someone else? You might wreck Poppy's life by accusing her of doing something that she didn't do, and that wouldn't be fair at all. It seems to me that the person who's to blame here is Jake. Not you. Not Poppy. Jake cheated on you. Jake's the reason you feel bad about yourself. So if you want to confront someone, why not confront Jake? Stay real. Aubrey. Chapter 13. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey. I really like this guy, but a friend of mine likes him too. Is it okay for me to tell him that I like him? Or would that make me a bad friend? Maybe I should pretend I don't like him at all, even though it would be painful to see them together if they become a couple. Signed, Friends Before Boyfriends. Dear Friends Before Boyfriends. If this girl's your true friend, then you should be able to talk to her about all of this honestly. You're both interested in the same guy, but who's he interested in? No matter what happens, don't let feelings for a boy ruin your friendship. Good luck. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: will liking the same guy break up a friendship? Purpose of experiment: see if two girls can stay friends even if they like the same guy. Conclusion: undetermined. I crossed the school parking lot the next morning, feeling like everyone was staring at me. Not so long ago, I'd been a teen geek with a good reputation and a studious social life. How could things have changed so much in such a short time? Better yet, why did Trish have it out for me? She did. She really had it out for me. She was determined to ruin me. It wouldn't be so difficult to do either, since I was already doing such a great job at wrecking my entire life, all on my own. I headed for class as the warning bell sounded, trying to ignore everyone staring at me. It took me right back to elementary school when the demeaning Poppycorn nickname had begun. My mouth went dry as I raced past lockers and down the hallway. Every head seemed to turn toward me. Maybe that was my imagination. Yeah, I wished. As I drew close to the classroom, I spotted Amber striding toward me. Her face was set and grim. My pulse hit triple speed. I started to sweat. Was I in for a major confrontation from a girl who had been wronged? Or would she take Aubrey's advice and leave me alone? Aubrey. Me. I was thinking of us as two separate people. I didn't like that any more than I liked being afraid or worried. I didn't like any of what was happening. Everything had gone beyond complicated and straight into utter chaos, and I didn't know how to fix any of it. Now Amber was right in front of me. I held my breath. She sailed right past my shoulder without even a backward glance. I sighed with relief. That relief was cut short when Daniel stepped in front of me. "Poppy," he said, voice low. "Are you okay?" "Of course," I managed to squeak out. He lifted his chin, shook his head, and kept walking down the hall. What the? That had been my moment to speak with him, but I'd blurted out a lie. He obviously knew I wasn't being honest. Hello, degrading rumor. If I wanted that moment back, I'd have to get it myself. Trying to gather my courage, I hurried to catch up with him just as the last bell sounded. Scooting along beside him was no easy feat with his long strides, and I knew I must look ridiculous. "Daniel, I'm sorry. I really thought." He stopped, spun around, and faced me. "You're sorry? For what? You didn't really do that?" I didn't have to ask what that was. No, of course not. I know what people are saying. They're accusing me of doing whatever with Jake while he was with Amber. He did kiss me at Crush for a brief moment, but they were broken up. And Amber was there with Mason. He raked a hand through his hair. I heard it was a hookup. My face went numb. I did not hook up with Jake. I've never hooked up with anyone. Oh, great. Now I was making things even worse. Tears threatened to come flying down my face at full speed, but I couldn't let them. "Can I talk to you about this later? I'm late for class." We're both already late for class, and I do want to talk to you about it because I owe you an apology and an explanation. Daniel gazed down the empty hallway and then back at me. "How about we talk at lunch?" I nodded. It had to do. He headed into his class, and I dashed in after him. I kept my head down, trying not to look at anyone because I knew everyone had heard the rumors and that most people were really angry with me. I found a seat in the back and heard a little outbreak of whispers behind me. My mouth went dry. My hands shook. I should have just pretended to be too sick to go to school, but I couldn't do that for the next 2 years until everyone involved graduated. Although, if things didn't change soon, that just might be my only option. After class, I so needed to run to the restroom, but I spotted Beth in the hall waiting at my locker. I took a deep breath and walked toward her. Would she think I hooked up with Jake while he was with Amber? Or would she still be my friend, despite everything? She tilted her head. Hey there. Aren't you mad at me too? I asked. Because you supposedly stole Jake from Amber? I nodded. Pretty much. That and everything else. No way. She watched while I opened my locker and exchanged my books. Then she turned to me and gave me a hard hug. People are crazy if they think you'd hook up with Jake while he was with Amber. They obviously don't know your character. My eyes welled with tears. She believed in me. Of course she knew better. She knew me. She'd also been the one to tell me that Jake and Amber had broken up back when we had still been super close, and she had spent most of her free time with me. Thanks for believing in me. Beth nodded, then gave me a sad smile. Do you think Amber and Mason are going to work out? My brows knit together. I don't know. Why do you ask? Beth looked around and then leaned toward me. I really like Mason. As in like him. She covered her face with her hands and groaned. I've never admitted that before. I'm finally realizing this now that he and Amber have gone out, which is bad timing. But I don't think they are together, you know? I want to tell him how I feel before it's too late. But I don't want to be a bad friend to Amber. What do you think? I put a hand to my mouth. Had Beth written to dear Aubrey this morning? Was she friends before boyfriends? I knew I should tell her to talk to Amber first, just like Aubrey suggested. But now I knew the parties involved, and I sincerely thought Mason and Beth would be perfect for each other. Mason and Amber? Not so much. I put a hand on Beth's shoulder. You should tell him you like him. Beth gnawed at her bottom lip. You really think so? Yes and no. I laughed at my mixed answer. What I mean is, I've always thought you and Mason would make a great couple. But now it's sticky since he's started dating Amber. Maybe you should talk to her too. She nodded. Mason told me he's concerned that Amber's just using him to try to make Jake jealous. He doesn't get why she picked him because he doesn't realize how amazing he is, which I've always known. I guess I just couldn't admit to myself how much I liked him. I gave her a sympathetic look. Why not? Remember that time you dared us to kiss in junior high? I turned bright red after we kissed and was so embarrassed by my reaction that I told him we should never do that again. So lame, right? Especially since I've replayed that kiss over and over in my head for years. And now it might be too late. But part of me wonders if I still have a chance. You might. I didn't want to encourage her if she didn't have a chance, but what did I know about who Mason liked? Just go into it carefully in case he does genuinely like Amber now. She nodded. What about you? Are you still mad at Daniel? I shook my head. A few students passed by us. I waited until they were gone to say, no. I'm mad at Trish and myself. I'm mostly mad because I didn't kiss Jake back when he kissed me, but I didn't push him away either. Her brows shot toward her hairline. Why didn't you kiss him back? I shifted my books to the other arm. Because it didn't feel right. Yeah, but you've crushed on him forever. How could you resist kissing him back when this is what you've been waiting for? This is going to make me sound so lame. I put one hand to my forehead since it felt like I was coming down with a fever of complete guilt. Nope, just embarrassment. I wasn't completely sure about my feelings until Jake kissed me, and then I realized who I really liked. Daniel? Beth said it as a statement, not a question. It's about time, girl. You knew I had feelings for Daniel? She gave me a look. We've been best friends for years, Poppy. Of course I knew. You were just having a crush dilemma, but I felt like I needed to let you work through it. A stupid crush dilemma that became so clear when my former crush kissed me. I shook my head, feeling like such a dweeb. I should have stepped away faster when he kissed me. But I thought Daniel had changed plans to be with Trish, so I gave it a moment to see, but I felt nothing. Less than nothing. Maybe even a little annoyed. So you just stood there, not kissing him while he kissed you? My shoulders slumped dejectedly as I nodded. I shouldn't have let him kiss me, though. I should have done this. I struck a pose and jabbed my finger at the air. How dare you kiss me out of nowhere? Do you think you're all that? Beth burst into laughter. Wow. Really? That's what you should have done? I stuck my hand on my hip. Okay, maybe I should have been more like, whoa, back up, dude. Not everyone has a crush on you. Except most girls do. Beth raised her brow, then gave the empty hall a wary glance as the final bell rang. We're late for class. But can you talk to Daniel about what happened? Explain what you were thinking? I reminded myself to breathe. We're meeting at lunch. Well, I'll see you at lunch too. I have to run. She headed off, and even though I was late, I headed to the restroom. My tardy record was already flawed and nature was calling me. I stepped into the girls' bathroom and immediately wanted to leave. Trish Benson stood in front of the mirror, fluffing her dark hair, before she turned around and glared at me. Before I could flee, which I so wanted to do, Trish's upper lip peeled off her teeth and she said, "Well, look who it is. Looks like you're in a world of bad trouble, Poppycorn." I didn't know it was possible for my belly to drop to the floor, but it felt like it did. I wanted to be brave like Aubrey would be, but I kept my head down and headed for a stall. Trish stepped in front of me. Her short skirt, all pleats and silky fabric, swung right below her upper thighs. Why she insisted on breaking dress code was beyond me. You're about to be in even more trouble. Bewildered and hurt, all I could do was blurt out, "What did I ever do to you, Trish? You don't even know me. You're trying to steal my best friend and my guy." Her scowl deepened as she thrust a hand to her hip. "And you have the nerve to ask what you ever did to me, geek girl?" Why couldn't she skip hurtful name-calling and see that behind the glasses and the good grades, I was just a girl trying to make it through high school? Wait a minute. What had she said I'd tried to do? Did you say I'm stealing your best friend and your guy, huh? Don't play innocent with me. She stepped closer, her eyes narrowed. Amber was my best friend, and now she barely talks to me. I winced. What does that have to do with me? She blew out a breath. I'm on to you, Poppycorn. Amber talks non-stop about how Aubrey's the only one she can trust when, hello, the girl's identity is supposed to be all incognito. Yet, when I think about it, the one person who's benefited the most since Aubrey started her advice column is you. Now, why would Aubrey help you? Why would Aubrey care about you at all, unless you are Aubrey? My breath sucked in. Heat flushed along the tops of my cheekbones. Was it really that simple to figure out? Was it that easy to see? Had I just used Aubrey to help myself instead of helping the people who asked me for advice? I gulped. That's a pretty bold accusation. Trish twirled a strand of hair around one finger. It seems to me like you've come a long way with the cool people since that column started, though. I don't think that's a coincidence. My cheeks heated. I've come a long way? You still call me a name you teased me with in elementary school. That doesn't sound like progress. And you're accusing me of stealing your guy, but I don't even know who your guy is. Trish yanked her finger through her hair. Don't play dumb. Everyone knows I like Daniel. Actually, I did know that she flirted with him. I was also pretty sure that she'd had something going on with Jake while he'd been with Amber. Oh wait, could that be what Trish was truly upset about? That Jake had kissed me? How many guys did the girl need at one time? I'm not dating anyone. Trish's hand flashed up. I know you're Aubrey. She told everyone she'd rather stick a hot poker in her eye than come to my party. And I used that same phrase with you. Oh, the horror. She had used that phrase with me previously, right here in this very restroom. I'd rather stick a hot poker in my eye? I'd never used that phrase before she'd said it to me. How could I make such an obvious slip? I was so caught. My heart pounded against my ribcage, but I couldn't let it show. Aubrey ruined my party by telling everyone to go to Crush. You ruined my party. No? My voice trailed off, and a wave of dizziness hit me. You're going to pay, Poppycorn. She flounced out before I could frame a good denial. I'd never skipped school before in my life, but now I was considering ditching. I'd given advice that had changed relationships, changed lives. If Trish revealed that the popular and highly sought-after advice columnist of Dear Aubrey was actually teen geek Poppy Pinkleton, then my stellar GPA and all of my extracurricular activities couldn't save me. I'd be the most notorious teen ever to walk the halls of San Felipe High School. I finally left the bathroom and slunk into class. My teacher gave me a surprised look, probably since I'd never been late to his class before, but a tardy was the least of my concerns. As soon as Trish revealed Aubrey's true identity, if she hadn't already, my only option was to convince my mom to let me switch schools. I'd gone through a dozen scenarios in my mind by lunchtime, but I knew not one would be a good enough reason for my mom to let me change schools. I was going to have to come clean with her. About everything. I was so not looking forward to that. She'd ground me for life, but that wouldn't matter since I'd be a teen outcast. How strong were my relationships with Mason and Beth? Could they withstand my total social annihilation? My shoulders slumped, and my optimism was defunct by the time I arrived at the cafeteria. My gaze shot to the IT table. I was shocked to see Mason sitting with Amber and all of her friends, except Trish. Weird. Jake was missing as well. My gaze moved to my usual table where I spotted Beth and Daniel deep in conversation. I couldn't say what I wanted to say to Daniel in front of Beth. My body was entirely numb, and I couldn't even fake a smile as I headed for my table and slipped into the seat next to Beth. We were just talking about you. Daniel's soft gaze met mine, and the corner of his mouth lifted into a welcoming smile. Butterflies fluttered in my belly, making me feel something for the first time since Trish vowed to ruin me. I swallowed. Nothing bad, I hope. Hardly. He picked up the books that were next to his discarded lunch remnants. I'm sorry, but my U.S. history teacher offered to meet me in his classroom to retake a test I took when I first arrived here. I know we said we'd talk. Can I call you later? Yes, I said, grateful Trish didn't seem to have gotten to him with her revelation that I was Aubrey. At least, she hadn't gotten to him yet. I watched him leave, then turned to Beth. How's everything? I was trying to find out if she'd found out that I was Aubrey. That I'd given her advice about our friendship without confiding in her that Aubrey was me. I felt like such a terrible friend. Not great. She gave me a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. So Trish must have told Amber, and then Amber must have told Beth about my secret identity. I totally needed to explain to Beth why I hadn't told her I was Aubrey. It wasn't because I didn't trust her to keep my secret, but I was too insecure to speak my mind freely if people knew who I really was. Man, that sounded pathetic. But it was the truth. Beth, I talked to Mason, she interrupted. He what? I didn't sound vastly intelligent, but did this mean Beth hadn't heard Trish's theory and the truth that I was Aubrey? It took a moment for me to recover, and my stomach chose that moment to growl. I pulled out my sandwich and took a bite. Tell me what happened, and start from the beginning. Right before lunch, I walked up to Mason in the hall, prepared to tell him how much I like him. Her voice was sharp and bright, and I knew her well enough to know that that meant that she was just a quarter inch from breaking down and crying. Oh boy. And He friend-zoned me before I ever got it out of my mouth. He also said he likes Amber. He has actual feelings for her. I blew my chance, Poppy. Mason has a girlfriend now. I'm so sorry. I gave her hand a squeeze. My day had just managed to get even worse. After all of these years hoping, I now knew that Beth and Mason were never going to happen. The sandwich stuck in my throat, choking me. He's totally crushed out on her, Beth pronounced gloomily. My heart is broken. We both glanced over at the table. Amber was giggling and pushing some kind of dessert into Mason's mouth. He grinned, swallowed, then leaned over and kissed her. Right there, in front of everyone. They looked like a happy new couple. And my best friend was heartbroken. I had no advice, and there wasn't anything I could do to help. I couldn't breathe past the huge knot in my stomach, and now that knot wasn't just for me but for Beth. I'd ruined everyone's life with my advice, and I had no idea how to fix any of it. Chapter 14. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, thanks for being so real. I've been trying to be someone I'm not, in order to fit in. But after reading your column, I'm working on just being myself. I'm pretty geeky and I know I'll never be part of the it crowd, but maybe I belong at this school anyway. What do you think? Best. Huge Geek. Dear Huge Geek, I'm glad my columns helped you be real. I get you're feeling left out, and I'll bet a lot of students at San Felipe High can relate. Just know that whatever label you give yourself, geek, athlete, it crowd, or whatever, everyone's got a bit of each label in them. We all belong at this school, and I'm glad you're starting to be yourself. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: teens feel they don't belong at this school. Purpose of experiment: get teens to be themselves and understand we're not so different from each other. Conclusion: maybe I should take my own advice. Later that evening, I was contemplating the post on Dear Aubrey from Huge Geek along with my response. Under my secret identity, I spoke my true mind and was myself, but when I did that in real life, aka calling my mom a dictator, it disrupted my good girl status. I didn't like getting grounded or feeling like I'd disappointed her. Ready to put more effort into making my mom happy, I'd already started dinner when she arrived home. She gave me a grateful look as she and Stephen came through the front door. Unfortunately, his chubby little face was streaked with tears. I watched as he launched himself on the living room couch and then switched on the TV. What's wrong with him? I asked. Mom headed for the refrigerator. He lost his jacket at school. I told him I'm not buying him another new one. He needs to understand the financial consequences. I'm not made of money. Oh. I blinked, wanting to understand. I knew being a single parent couldn't be easy, especially with our dad living across the country. I felt sure Stephen didn't mean to lose his jacket. Accidents happen, right? But I decided to keep my mouth shut, so as not to stir up trouble. Mom picked up the mail from where I'd set it down. She groaned and sat down in a chair, sorting through the stack with a grim expression. I suspected the envelopes contained bills, and no way did I want to be around when she unloaded. So I set the pot of marinara sauce to simmer on the stove and headed for the living room. Stephen sat on the floor, engrossed in some animated show. I sat beside him and put an arm around him. He rested his head on my shoulder. My phone went off and I reached for it. Daniel's name appeared on the screen, which made my belly do a somersault. I put the phone to my ear. Hello. Hey, it's Daniel. What are you up to? I'm cooking dinner because my mom had to work late again. What are you doing? Yeah, my mom had to work late too. There was an air of fatalism in his voice that made me laugh. I'm doing homework. U.S. history. You guessed it. He chuckled, the soft sound giving me a goofy smile. I actually can't talk. My mom will freak if she sees I'm not studying. But I wanted to at least say hi. He wanted to say hi to me? Swoon. I hugged Stephen a little tighter, and my goofy grin turned into a huge smile. I'm glad you called. Me too. I'm glad we're friends. My stomach sank. He just wanted to talk to me as a friend? I shouldn't have felt disappointed, but tears filled my eyes. I suddenly blurted, I'm beyond socially awkward. Aren't I? You're not socially awkward. His voice was firm. Then a long stretch of silence came across the line. Finally, he said, I'd better go. I just wanted to make sure we're good. My throat ached with all the things I wanted to say still. How much I really liked him was first on my list. But if he'd had feelings for me, then they were obviously gone. He'd friend-zoned me just like Mason had done with Beth. I bit my lip. Yeah, we're good. Cool. I'll see you at school tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you at school. I hung up. At least he and I were friends. That was better than nothing. Stephen yawned, and I shook him a little. Hey, don't fall asleep. I'm making spaghetti, your favorite. He smiled up at me. Thanks, Poppy. I gave him a kiss before I got up and went back to the kitchen. The sauce smelled good, and the angel hair pasta was already draining in the colander. I started to set the table while my mom just sat there, her face pointed into the pile of bills and junk mail. She looked beyond stressed out. What kind of advice would Aubrey give my mom? Dear frazzled mom. I'm sure single parenthood is no picnic, but this stress isn't healthy, and it's rubbing off on your kids. Maybe take up yoga or a meditation class during your lunch hour. Your kids need more from you than constant criticism. They're hurting as much as you are. Stay real. Aubrey. Okay, those were things I wanted to say to my mom, but why was I thinking of saying them as Aubrey? If I had something to say, then I should be real and just say it, right? I sucked in a breath. Mom? She didn't even glance up. Hey, hold on a second, okay? I waited, holding a plate in front of me like a shield as she ran her fingers down a bill, the paper crackling slightly as she did so. When she looked back up at me, her eyes were troubled. Poppy, is something going on at school you want to tell me about? I clutched the plate more tightly, wondering if the school had written her a letter about my dismal progress report in PE. I gulped. No. Why? You haven't been acting like yourself. I could say the same about you. I set the plate down carefully. I stared at her. My dad left me. Just like he left Stephen. All we have is you. But it feels like I can't do anything right in your eyes. Now I see you've started to treat Stephen the same way. Her mouth formed an O. Did you honestly just say that to me? Yes, I said, knowing it was too late to take it back. It's true too. You're all we have, but you're always harping on us to do more. I turned to the sink and took the colander, with the still steaming pasta in it, out of the sink and then dumped the pasta into a bowl. It isn't fair, you know. I mean, we do our best. The sound of her chair scraping back was very loud. Life's hard, Poppy. That's the reality. I'm preparing you to be able to take care of yourself. Do you want to struggle like I do? No. I set the strainer down and faced her. Look, I've never been divorced. Or paid bills. I just know it isn't right that we're supposed to support you when you work late, but you don't support us right back. You just expect us to do more. Oh boy. She looked mad. I wrung my hands together and avoided her gaze. She sat back down. I'm sorry you feel that way. Me too. I grabbed the bowl of pasta, dumped the sauce into it, and mixed it all up. Then I took out the bowl of salad I'd made. I set both bowls on the dining room table and called for Stephen. My mom sat motionless and silent in her chair. Guilt ate at me. Why hadn't I just stayed quiet? Speaking my mind obviously hadn't made anything better. Mom sighed. I'm sorry money's so tight and things aren't the best. Not your fault. I attacked my plate, twirling noodles around the tines of my fork while cutting them with my spoon. I'm just saying it would be nice to be praised sometimes. We started eating dinner in an awkward silence. Now that I'd told my mom how I felt, I had the sudden urge to tell her about everything that had happened lately. My column, my progress report, and how things had gotten so out of whack. Would she even listen, though? How could she listen when all she could think about was the mound of bills? Thank you for making dinner tonight, Mom said, her voice quiet. My gaze shot to hers, and we exchanged a look that made my throat tighten. You're welcome, I said, a small weight lifting from my shoulders. I'd said what I thought and she'd heard me. I knew it had been hard for her to give me that small bit of appreciation. But it was a step in the right direction. I arrived early to school the next morning and sat on a bench in the nearly empty courtyard. I'd gotten here early because I wanted to clear my head. I couldn't seem to do that at home after my talk with my mom last night, and there was no way I could relax during the school day with people staring at me and whispering due to the rumor. Enjoying the morning sun and cool breeze, I absorbed myself in a U.S. history assignment. I hadn't finished the chapter I was reading when a shadow fell over me. I glanced up to see Daniel standing there. My heart unwittingly squeezed. He looked beyond gorgeous as usual. His muscular arms, lean from sports, showed beneath the short sleeves of his shirt, and I stared at them, wondering how I'd ever thought Jake's arms were so appealing. Daniel's green eyes with gold flecks peered down at me, causing a little frisson of joy in my chest, until I reminded myself we'd only ever be friends. Is anyone sitting here? He asked. No. I scooted over a little on the bench. He took a spot next to me. What are you working on? Trying to finish this U.S. history assignment. He squinted at my laptop screen. You need some help? I brushed a strand of hair behind one ear. Oh, you're an expert now. He gave me a smug grin. I had a great tutor. By the way, I owe you a basketball lesson. I shouldn't have stopped helping you. I'm sorry. That's okay, I said, touched by his apology. Basketball was definitely a problem on my mind. Plus, my home life was a mess. Trish was literally wrecking my social life by convincing people I'd hooked up with Jake, which meant that Amber might have it out for me too. I had no idea how long Aubrey could hold Amber off, but it was a sure bet that it wouldn't be all the way to graduation. I looked back at the laptop. I could use some help, actually. His mouth curved upward. What don't you understand? I lifted one shoulder. I'm too distracted with life problems to concentrate on U.S. history. Oh. His hand nudged mine, sending tingles up my arm. I remembered him holding my hand before, and wished he would do that again. What's going on? I thought about telling him, then shook my head. I'm having a problem with one of your friends. So it would be really awkward to tell you about it. His eyes peered into mine. Poppy, you can talk to me. Something in the way he was looking at me made me able to say, it's Trish. She hates me and she's spreading the worst kind of gossip, which you've already heard. Everyone seems to believe the rumor, and I don't know how to stop her. I shifted and our bodies touched, just briefly, but enough to make a swarm of butterflies flutter in my belly. She literally cornered me in the restroom yesterday, threatening me. I'm not sure what to do. You don't have anything to prove, he said, then tapped his fingers on his cell phone's keypad. If people want to believe a rumor, then that's their problem. Well, it's sort of mine too, I said, watching him type. What are you doing? He flashed a quick smile. Helping you with the U.S. history assignment. Really? Now if someone could just help me with the rest of my problems. He turned to face me. We sat there, looking at each other. I really wanted to tell him how much I liked him, as more than a friend, and that the worst mistake I'd made lately was believing that he hadn't wanted to meet up with me at Crush. I also wanted to ask him about the whipped cream on his shirt from when Mason's car was vandalized. I still couldn't imagine Daniel doing something so mean. But for some reason, I couldn't make myself say the words. His knees brushed mine. Morning sunshine poured down on us. My heart skipped a whole lot of beats. Finally, he took my hand. I'm here for you, Poppy. As a friend. My throat clenched up. There was that friend word again. But I was still touched. You know, hanging out with me might ruin your social status, right? It would be worth it. I blinked. Really? He nodded, leaning a little closer. The sunlight shone down on his soft brown hair and the strong slant of his cheek. My pulse went crazy. He was so close I could feel his breath against my cheek. Ever so slowly, he leaned toward me and I moved toward him. Was he going to kiss me? If so, I was definitely going to kiss him back. Our mouths became really close. Only centimeters apart. Hey, Daniel, a familiar male voice shouted. My head snapped up, and I saw Mason coming toward us. He took a seat next to Daniel. What are you doing here so early? I looked around. It wasn't that early anymore. The place had begun to fill up with students, and I hadn't even noticed that happen. I also hadn't noticed Trish arrive, but she stood across the courtyard, shooting daggers at me with her eyes. I hadn't told Daniel that Trish liked him. I'd purposely left that part out. In truth, I had wrecked Trish's party. I sort of owed her that favor of silence. Besides, there were some things girls just shouldn't do to each other, and that was one of them. I didn't like how she treated me, but that didn't mean I had to stoop to her level or start a bunch of problems for her. Or embarrass her any more than I had by suggesting everyone go to Crush instead of her party. Daniel chatted with Mason for a few minutes before I gathered up my stuff. Daniel and I had first period together, but he had to go to his locker first in a different hall. Whatever moment we'd shared before Mason's arrival was gone now. So we headed off in different directions, but Mason walked along beside me. I nudged his arm. Hey, thanks for helping me out at Crush. Mason gave me a long look. You're welcome. How are things with Daniel? Huh? We're just friends. Unfortunately. Mason rolled his head on his neck. Poppy, you're one of my best friends. But sometimes you keep your head under the sand. I clutched at my bag. What's that supposed to mean? Trish walked by us. Watch out now. She's a boyfriend stealer. Mason gave her an annoyed look. Trish, go away. At any other time, I would have been happy to have someone stand up to Trish Benson for me. But right then I braced myself that she might blurt out I was Aubrey. For some reason I couldn't understand, she didn't. Odd. What was she up to? I'll see you later, Mason. I practically dashed in the opposite direction, away from him. I hated being such a coward. I hated that revealing my secret identity made me feel so vulnerable. Maybe I never should have started Dear Aubrey in the first place. I was amazed and thankful that Daniel hadn't flirted with Trish in first period today. In fact, he'd saved a seat for me by the window and spent most of the period tapping my arm with his pencil and whispering in my ear. I had to admit, I liked his attention. A lot. When lunch rolled around, Beth and Daniel had saved me a seat at our usual table, and I took it warily. Trish and Jake weren't at the table, and neither were Amber and Mason. I hoped they weren't having a discussion about yours truly. Beth was telling Daniel and me about her Spanish teacher getting on her case over her subpar accent when the cafeteria speakers came to life with a loud crackle and pop. Then a long whine of feedback tore through the room. I clapped a hand to my right ear and glared at the ceiling. Yikes! Attention students, came a disembodied voice. Attention students. There's a special assembly in the main gymnasium today, at 1 o'clock. I repeat, there is a special assembly in the gymnasium at 1 o'clock. Beth tore open a carton of juice. Now what? I opened a ketchup packet. It's probably that fire safety thing. We were talking about it in journalism yesterday because someone's going to cover it for the school paper. Beth snorted. Like anyone's going to stay calm, no matter what they tell us to do. I hate to say it, but if there's a fire, then it's going to be everyone for themselves. Scary. I shuddered. Maybe not everyone for themselves. Daniel gave me a smile that sent my heart into hard palpitations. I'd save you, Poppy. Me too, Beth said. Well, I'd certainly save both of you, too. Touched, I blinked. Then my gaze drifted to the it table and I absently said, I wonder where Amber and everyone are. Oh, magnificent. Had I said that aloud? Beth gawked at me. Wait, you didn't hear? Hear what? I dipped my corn dog in ketchup, swirled it around, and glanced at Daniel. He looked as confused as I felt. Beth shook her head. Amber found out that Jake cheated on her with Trish. My eyes bulged. Then I remembered that Daniel's dad had bolted after he had had an affair with another woman. I opened my mouth and snapped it closed, hoping it would go right over his head. We shouldn't bring stuff like that up right now. Daniel's hand covered mine. His fingers were strong and warm, and tingles spread up my hand and through my arm. It's okay. I'm learning to live with it. I just wish my mom could. I wish my mom could learn to live with my dad having left us too. There it was. Another bond between us, and a real one. Our moms were both handling something so hard. It wasn't fair, and it sure wasn't fun, but somehow our shared understanding comforted me. The bell sounded, signaling the end of our lunch period. We gathered our trash and then headed toward the gym for the special assembly. With my friends beside me and the truth about Trish being the one who Jake had cheated with, not me, the weight I'd been carrying about wanting to switch schools suddenly felt a little lighter. After all, now that the rumor had been put to rest, what more could Trish do to me? Chapter 15. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, I used to be friends with a certain group of kids at school, but now I'm friends with another group as well. Is it okay to be friends with people from both groups, even though they are so very different? Honestly, some of them don't get along. How can I maintain all of the friendships without ruffling any feathers? Signed, Cleek Confused. Dear Cleek Confused, are you happy with your new friends? That's all that matters, really. If you're happy, then there's no reason why you can't be friends with people from different groups. People are individuals and should be valued as such. They aren't ever just one thing, no matter how easy it is to lump a handful into this category or that one. If any of your friends from either group don't think that's okay, then maybe they aren't worth spending time with. Life's short, we should enjoy it. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: teens tend to form cliques. Purpose of experiment: get teens to choose friends based on an individual's personality, not a clique type. Conclusion: high school is hard enough without having to choose one friend over another. As it turned out, I was right about the special assembly. The entire student body gathered in the gym, while the principal and the local fire chief discussed a new safety program. Luckily, I wasn't covering this assembly for the San Felipe scoop, so I could just enjoy the practical safety information without having to take notes. When the assembly ended, it was right before school normally let out, so we were dismissed a bit early, which rocked. I reached for my bag and spotted Daniel getting up on the bleachers across from me. He'd sat with the basketball players, including Jake Taylor. Apparently, Daniel didn't hold anything against Jake for kissing me. But then maybe that's because Daniel only thought of me as a friend now. That last thought was slightly depressing. I stepped down from the bleachers, my feet hitting the wooden gym floor. My gaze locked with Daniel's, and he made a wait gesture with one finger. I paused, but Beth continued across the floor and started talking with Amber. Just then I saw Trish step off the bleachers and onto the floor. She raced toward the center of the room to the podium someone had set up for the event. Trish grabbed the microphone and tapped a finger against it. A loud thump echoed from the speakers. Someone yelled, "The mic's still on." Trish stood there, microphone in hand and a giant smile on her face. "I know it's still on. Thank you. Before everyone leaves, I have an announcement to make. You're going to love it too." Kids who had been exiting stopped and turned around. Clusters of groups stopped talking and watched Trish up on stage. What was she doing? The smile she flashed held nothing but spiteful glee. A horrifying chill rolled up my spine. I crumpled into my seat as my stomach clenched. This couldn't be good. I searched for the nearest exit, wondering if I could make it past the hordes of kids stopped in front of each exit as they waited to hear what Trish Benson had to say. No go. I was stuck. It's been an eventful day, and it's about to get more interesting. Does anyone here read the Dear Aubrey teen advice column? Don't be shy, just give a shout out if you do. Cheers and applause exploded throughout the gym. Part of me felt proud that my advice column was important to so many. The other part knew that Trish was only gearing up. My gaze shot to Daniel, who watched Trish with a wrinkled brow. Then I looked at Beth, who was standing next to Amber. Both of them were staring at Trish. Well, guess what? I used to be a Dear Aubrey fan too. I thought she had to be someone special to dish out advice on all subjects like friendships, dating, and parties. Her voice dropped low on that last word, and her gaze somehow landed on me. Her dark eyes pierced mine. But I was tricked, just like all of you were. Nausea bubbled up in my throat. I was going to be sick. It turns out the joke's on us. You see, Aubrey isn't someone worthy or someone to be revered. Because I know who Aubrey is. A hush fell across the room. I'm here to tell all of you that the Dear Aubrey column is run by our own resident geek, who, by the way, knows absolutely nothing about real life. I mean, how could she? She's never been to a party, never had a boyfriend, and is nothing like us. Isn't that right, Poppycorn Pinkleton? That horrible nickname echoed across the gym, and my face went numb. I felt every ounce of blood drain out from under my skin. My whole body jerked like someone had hit me with a huge electrical charge. Every face turned toward mine. My eyes itched and watered. The whispers turned to mutters. Beth stared right at me, her expression shocked. Is that true? She mouthed. I closed my eyes. I had no choice. I stood up and walked, stiff-legged and shaken, across the gym floor to the podium where Trish stood. She shoved the microphone at my face. Say something, Aubrey. You owe everyone here a good explanation. My eyes scanned the bottom of the bleachers where I'd last seen Daniel. His green eyes locked with mine and his eyes seemed to say something to me. But I couldn't tell what. Still, his expression comforted me enough to say 4 words. My name is Poppy, I said, firmly into the microphone. Hushed voices sounded throughout the room. Is this some kind of joke? What does that mean? Is she really Aubrey? Tell the truth, Poppycorn. The student body has a right to know. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ms. P and the principal step toward the floor, but I shook my head. Ms. P held the principal's arm and stopped. I am telling the truth. I swallowed a lump of fear and sickness. My name's Poppy. Not Poppycorn and not Aubrey. Why do you have to keep trying to bully me like this? I'm not bullying you. I'm reporting about what is happening at school. I know you're Aubrey, so just admit it. Right here, right now. Or are you scared? She shoved the microphone back at my face. Murmurs broke out in the stands. Nobody moved. Suddenly, I grabbed the microphone and stepped back. My fingers curled around the metal device in a tight fist. I could feel the hard press of my nails against my palm. You want the truth? I'll give you the truth. My hand shook as I spoke, and I was pretty sure my voice was shaking too. But I was going to speak my mind once and for all. The truth is that Dear Aubrey is an anonymous teen advice column. Out of respect for the column and its author, I will neither confirm nor deny if I'm Aubrey. Silence ensued. I went on. If I answered Trish's question, then I'd be dishonoring the column, everyone who's posted for advice, anyone who has read the column, and Aubrey herself. And I'm not going to do that, no matter how hard you try to make me. Trish's face went dark. Any second now, she'd start laying out the evidence. The weight in my stomach went from a heavy rock to a 2-ton stone. Just then, Daniel made his way across the floor. He came and stood beside me as I stared at him in disbelief. Show some respect for the Dear Aubrey column, Trish. His voice bellowed into the microphone, then he put an arm around me. Come on, Poppy. You don't have to play this game with her. He tugged at me. I took a step right along with him. Beth rushed toward us and took the microphone from me. Leave her alone, Trish. You're just mad at Aubrey because she didn't want to go to your party, and you know what? I regret ever wanting to go either. I thought you were someone different, someone fun, who would never try and humiliate another person. Amber walked toward me then. My heart sank. Was she going to join Trish's plight and call me Poppycorn again? Just because I wore glasses and had a 4.2 GPA. Well, assuming Mr. Santiago could be reckoned with. But Amber stood next to Beth and took the microphone. Leave her alone, Trish. You've done enough harm to me and everyone else. Trish glared at Amber. Now you're siding with her? We hate her. You're the one who betrayed me. Not Poppy. I know you started that rumor about her, and you almost had me convinced. That is, until I found a note from you on a history quiz of mine that Jake had borrowed. You hooked up with him while we were dating. How could you do that to me? What note? Trish stuttered. Poppy's a good person and a good friend. Mason joined us and took Amber's hand. You owe her, Aubrey, and everyone else here, a big apology. But Poppy is Aubrey, she shouted. Laughter echoed throughout the gym, along with comments like, right and sure, and like we'd believe anything you have to say. More people started shouting out. The principal looked totally flummoxed. I understood that because it was just how I felt too. I had no idea how it had happened, but suddenly Trish Benson, the popular it girl, was on the wrong side of things and I wasn't. Go figure. Daniel took my hand and we walked out of the gym. Plenty of people walked with us. Not everyone, of course not, but a whole lot of people. Tears stung my eyes. Thank you guys. For what? Daniel asked. Beth smiled. Trish asked for the truth. So we gave it to her. Was that true? I considered everything that was said, and it hit me that it had all been true. Amber stepped toward me. Can I talk to you for a minute, Poppy? For a moment, I felt nervous. I looked around at the others, and then nodded. Daniel let go of my hand, but the warmth of his fingers lingered on mine, a phantom heat that gave me courage as Amber and I walked toward a courtyard table and sat down. Amber smoothed her pretty skirt over her knees. She looked across the courtyard and toward the grouped buildings with the classrooms. She let out a sigh. I don't know if you're Aubrey or not. I also don't really care. I do know you didn't hook up with Jake. He cheated on me with Trish, and I should have known by how she always defended him. You know? You're being too hard on yourself, I blurted. I pressed my lips together. Had I really just told the it girl exactly what I thought? She turned her head. I thought he was someone totally different from who he really is. I nodded. Yeah, I can relate to that. Whether you're Aubrey or not, I want you to know something. Her bright blue eyes held a sheen of tears. Aubrey was there for me when I needed her. She was the first real friend I ever had. Now I have Beth. I also have Mason. You do. My stomach tightened at the mention of my two best friends. But then I remembered the advice I'd given Cleek confused on Dear Aubrey. What kind of friend would I be to try to keep Beth and Mason all to myself? Not a very good one. I smiled to myself. Poppy. Amber tugged at the hem of her skirt. I started that whole poppy corn thing in elementary school, didn't I? I nodded. Yes, you did. Amber's hands fell into her lap. I know it's a little late to say I'm sorry, but I am. I thought it was funny, but now I realize it wasn't funny at all. It's never too late to say you're sorry. Your apology is accepted. It was a stupid nickname, but I shouldn't have let it hurt me so much. I know who I am. I did know who I was too. Maybe it was time I let my friends know the real me. Amber leaned a little closer. Trish will probably never stop saying, "You're Aubrey." She tends to glom onto things and not let them go. That's who she is, not who I am. I sighed as a light breeze stirred my ponytail, and I adjusted my glasses. I don't want to hurt anyone. Guilt hit me hard then. I had hurt people. I'd hurt Trish, whether I liked to admit it or not. I'd hurt Beth by accusing her of not being my friend. I'd hurt my mom too. Maybe it was impossible to get through life without hurting people, even when it wasn't on purpose. I had some apologizing of my own to do. I looked over at Beth. She stood talking to Mason and my heart gave a big squeeze. She really liked him, but there wasn't anything she could do about that. Just like there was nothing I could do about how Daniel felt about me. Amber stood up. I have to go to the office now. There's something I've been putting off, and now I'm going to do it. I stood up too. I'm confused. Jake sent me this weeks ago. She pulled out her cell phone, tapped on the screen, and handed it to me. I looked down at her phone and at the video that was playing. I'm messing up his car good, Jake announced in the video, and then he proceeded to spray whipped cream all over Mason's car in the parking lot. Then he added toilet paper and finished off with writing, "Go back to your four-eyed dating pool," across the windshield in chocolate syrup. He had filmed the whole thing. Oh wow. It was the only thing I could think of to say. Then I remembered the whipped cream on Daniel's shirt. But he hadn't been in the video at all. Just Jake and his selfie stick. Was there another video with someone helping Jake trash Mason's car? Amber shook her head. Jake did this one solo. Mason told me how upset he was when he saw what had been done to his car. You know what's sweet though? Daniel Baker saw the vandalism and helped Mason clean his car. That Daniel's a real nice guy too. Yes, he is. Chills vibrated through me. So that was the reason Daniel had whipped cream on his shirt that day. He'd been helping Mason clean the whipped cream off and got some on his shirt. It had never made sense that Daniel would mess up Mason's car, but I couldn't figure out how he'd gotten the white cream on his shirt. Now I knew. Can I ask a favor, Poppy? Would you go with me to the office? You and Beth? I could use a little support. Mason told me not to do it if I wasn't up for it. But it's hard to turn someone in who I once cared about, even though I know it's the right thing to do. Yes, I'll go with you. I searched her face. More guilt set in as I thought about how it would feel to be betrayed by the guy who's supposed to love you. I didn't know how deeply it had hurt my mom to lose my dad when they divorced. I would never know because I only experienced what it felt like to be the daughter. Even though I felt my mom was too hard on me, now I knew she was just trying to do the right thing. She wanted to make sure I'd be able to support myself well so that I wouldn't struggle financially like how she was struggling to provide for Stephen and me. I called for Beth, who came over. "Will you go to the office with Amber and me?" Beth shifted her purse to her other shoulder. "Are you guys turning Trish in? I already think she's in big trouble." The principal didn't look happy when she pulled that stunt in the gym. Beth's brows crinkled as Amber showed her the video. Then she said, "Count me in." My heart ached for Beth all over again. She liked Mason and was ready to defend him even if he wasn't her boyfriend. Just like Daniel wasn't my boyfriend. Sigh. I glanced at Daniel, feeling relieved I'd found out the reason behind the whipped cream on his shirt. When he smiled at me, my heart lifted. Yes, we were friends. But I still felt more for him than he knew. I headed to the office with Amber and Beth, unable to believe the afternoon's events. Just like Cleek confused, Amber, Beth, and I were breaking down the barriers between so-called groups. It girls, geeks, or whatever the label, we were forming friendships. And it felt good, knowing they accepted me for exactly who I was. Not Poppycorn Pinkleton. Not Aubrey either. I was just me, just Poppy. And I was good enough. Chapter 16. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey, I keep fighting with my mom. Is that normal for a teenage girl? I don't like it, and I know she doesn't either, but we don't seem to know how to talk to each other without one of us getting mad. Any advice? Rebellious daughter. Dear rebellious daughter. Now this is a problem I know other teens can relate to because I'm one of them. My advice on your situation? You're fighting, but you're not winning. Life isn't a spectator sport. Get in there and talk to your mom about how you feel. Also, tell her you love her even when you don't see eye to eye. She deserves to hear that. Daughters do too. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: moms and daughters battle. Purpose of experiment: see if talking it out and saying "I love you" helps. Conclusion: gonna have to take my own advice on this one. The next morning, I posted my response on Dear Aubrey, and then put my laptop away. I went down the hall to my mom's room and poked my head through the doorway to her bedroom. Good morning. May I come in? She nodded while she rubbing her eyes. I was just getting up. I sat down on the edge of her bed. I want to talk to you, and I want you to hear me. Her forehead wrinkled. Okay. I sucked in a breath. I'm sorry for what I said the other day. I said all of those things and... Don't be sorry. She held up a hand. I'm glad you talked to me. The things you said made me step back and take a look. You were right that I've been pushing you too hard. Everything has been harder for me since the divorce, including financially. I know money's been tight. I appreciate that you've been trying to find a way to pay for Stanford for me. But I have to tell you something because I don't know if I'm going to get a scholarship after all. My eyes teared up because I knew I'd let her down. But I had to open up and tell her anyway. I got a progress report in PE that I didn't tell you about. Mr. Santiago's giving me a C, I said, waiting for the impending lecture. I know. You what? I know, Poppy. She let out a sigh and patted the spot next to her. So I scooted closer. The school sent me a copy of your progress report in the mail. I've known about the C for weeks, but I felt that you should tell me yourself. I've been trying to get you to open up to me. Why do you think I keep asking how school is? My jaw dropped to the floor. That's why you kept asking about school. She nodded. But I'm not worried. You'll bring the grade up. I shook my head. You don't understand. Mr. Santiago is relentless. He keeps saying I need to participate, and I am, but it's never good enough for him. You'll figure it out. She caught me up into a hug. A hard and tight hug. My head rested so close to her heart that I could hear the beating of it below my ear. I have faith in you. I can't believe you're not mad. I'm mad at myself. I want you to know that I was pushing you because I wanted more for you two than what I got. I'm not just talking about material things either. You and Stephen deserve to have a dad around. A tightness formed in my chest. It's not your fault that Dad left. It was his choice. You can't make someone stay who wants to go. She laughed, but it was shaky and thin. How'd you get to be so smart anyway? I wiggled my brows. I learned from the best. She let out a long sigh. You kids were shorted a dad in the divorce, which is my fault. I robbed you of a complete family. Mom? I gazed up at her, the tightness in my chest threatening to explode. You don't seem to realize that we have a complete family. You, Stephen, and me. We just want you to smile a little more often. What do you think? A tear slid down her cheek. I know I haven't been the greatest with that. I'm going to work on it. I just want you to know that I want the best for you. That's all. I just want the very best for my kids, and I get frustrated and sad because I can't always give you that. Nobody expects you to give us the very best, Mom. She hugged me even harder. I expect that. You'd have to be a parent to understand, I guess. Anyway, we'd better get ready. I have work and you have school. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I invited Suzanne and Daniel over for dinner tonight. I like Suzanne, and honestly, I know how she feels right now. She'll get through it. Just like you did. She let me go and stood up. I love you, Poppy. I stood up and hugged her so hard I was sure I heard a rib crack. I love you, Mom. I walked out of the room and went to get ready for school. I'd done it. I'd finally talked to my mom. Rebellious daughter would be so proud of me. I hoped she'd built up the courage to talk to her mom too. My mom really had gotten through her hard times. And if she could do it, then so could I. So today, Mr. Santiago would see a whole new level of participation from me. I grimaced as I stared at the shining hardwood floors of the gym and gave myself a pep talk. This was the playoffs. Pinkleton versus Santiago. Or was it the Super Bowl? Whatever. I may not be into sports terms, but I sported a cool professional basketball jersey and short set I'd seen on sale and bought with my allowance, and I was ready to play. If you want something, then you had to dress the part, so that was what I was doing. Pinkleton. The word hung in the air, ominous and resounding. I turned and looked at Mr. Santiago, who flexed his thickly corded arms and tilted his head. Haven't we had a lot of discussions about why you need to participate? I glanced at the kids in my class who were already playing basketball. Mr. Santiago, it isn't that I don't want to play. It's that they play around me. Nobody ever passes me the ball. If I try to run next to them, they ignore me. I can't play if they shut me out and down. I've been practicing with a private tutor too. Really hard. I have, but it doesn't matter if nobody gives me a shot. Mr. Santiago lifted a hand to his head and scratched it. Well, if you do not get in there and play, right now this period you're getting that C. My heart gave a violent spasm. I couldn't afford a C if I wanted a scholarship. Not at all. Desperate and terrified, I swallowed. But I can't force them to give me a shot. Then go take one. What was he talking about? I stared at the bodies shifting and running up the court. So many things could go wrong if I joined in. I could get knocked down again. I could break my glasses. I gulped. Mr. Santiago, isn't there anything else I can do? You can take a C, or you can participate, Pinkleton. Those are your options. I'll participate. I had no choice. I stood there watching the players on the court. My heart thudded, and the Dear Aubrey post I'd written that morning came back to haunt me. Life isn't a spectator sport. Isn't that what I'd written? Yes, I'd written that, not Aubrey. Because Aubrey didn't exist. I was great at handing out advice, and today I was taking it. Oh yes. I took a deep breath. Mr. Santiago stood there, his eyes watching the action on the court. Participate or else. Okay then. Play ball. Or yeah, whatever the basketball term was. I ran into the fray. I held my breath as I nearly collided with a bunch of running and leaping bodies, and then I started running too. My shorts flopped around my legs and my feet slapped against the boards. And someone threw me the ball. I was doing it, participating. Just then Trish ran up next to me. Her hand came out of nowhere and slapped the ball out of my hands. It jerked away from under my palm and then spun away from me. Trish grabbed it and started racing toward the other side of the court. No way. I ran beside her, desperate to get it back. I reached for it, and she twisted hard to the left. My feet went out from under me. I landed flat on my back. Mr. Santiago blew his whistle, and everyone stopped. Mr. Santiago's head hung high above my face. Pinkleton, you can't play if you're lying prone on the floor. Well, duh. I sat up gingerly. I know, sir. He tapped a foot against the boards. I managed to get up, and none too gracefully. Trish gave me a catty smile, dribbling the ball easily from hand to hand. I ran toward her and she passed the ball to Karen. I headed for Karen. Now the three of us were slightly ahead of the rest of the kids playing. Karen shot the ball way over my head, and Trish got to it and ran for the hoop again. I dashed alongside her, doing my best to get the ball, but just when it looked like I might claim it, she passed it to Karen again. I headed for Karen, and she tossed it back to Trish. I came to a stop, one hand held against the stitch in my side. No way was I going to play monkey in the middle. It was high school, not third grade. Trish made it to the end of the court. Everyone else was running while I stood there watching. Trish handed the ball off, and it went into the hoop. Mr. Santiago blew the whistle. Pinkleton. My heart sank. I was playing. No, you're standing. I know you can do better. Trish got the ball again, and I headed toward her. I stayed up close as she started to dribble, deliberately keeping the ball close to her body. I love that outfit, Poppycorn. This is PE. You're supposed to dress down, not up like it's a costume party. I watched the ball go from one of her hands to the other. I'm a basketball player. Then why can't you take this ball? I grabbed for it. Trish turned, one of her shoulders hit me square in the chest. But I was undeterred. My legs pedaled along the floor as I tried to run, then I shot forward and lurched toward the ball just as she yanked it away and passed it. I went down on the floor. Pinkleton. I was flat on my back. My knees ached. My glasses were at a bad angle, and I was out of breath. The last thing I needed was Mr. Santiago yelling at me. Yes, Mr. Santiago? What are you doing? I fell. Get up. Okay. I was close to tears, but my mom must have felt this way after the divorce. So I got up and got back in the game. Trish came closer. I saw she was too busy gloating to pay attention, so I stuck a hand out and grabbed the ball away from her. Trish let out a yelp and chased after me as I made my way back toward my basket. Karen came up alongside me. I managed to pass the ball to Denise just before Karen snatched it from me. My feet quit moving as I watched the ball go into her hands. She was quickly surrounded. I thought, that can't be good, right around the time the ball arced up over the heads of all the people around her. Pinkleton. I turned my head to see Mr. Santiago glaring at me. I opened my mouth to ask him if he'd been watching when I'd gotten the ball from Trish. Successful participation, thank you very much, but before I could get the words out, the ball hit me right in the head. It smacked me so hard my glasses flew off. I let out a little cry and went after them. Mom would kill me if I broke my glasses. No way could she afford to buy me new ones. The boy who tossed the ball made his way through the teams and grabbed my arm just as my hand closed on my glasses. He hauled me upright. You okay? I shook my head. No. Not at all. Maybe you should have bought the jersey of a guy who's actually a good player. That dude whose jersey you're wearing got benched after his first season, you know. No. I hadn't known. Oops. Mr. Santiago gave me a look that said quite clearly he was not giving me an A with this kind of participation. There were exactly 2 minutes left in class, and I had to do something fast. So I took off running, thinking about Daniel and all the things he had taught me. He had managed to ace his U.S. history test, so how could I do any less than ace PE after all the tutoring he'd given me? I saw the ball and darted in to grab it. I took it right from under someone's palm, and then I ran down the court just like Daniel had taught me, sprinting toward the opposite side, the ball bouncing up and down with every step. What if I dropped it? What if I fell down? What if someone ran right into me and I fell again? Trust your instincts. That had been Daniel's advice, and I took it. I headed for the basket, hoping I'd make it there and hoping I wouldn't end up flat on my face or, worse, that I'd take the shot and miss. The ball didn't feel like my enemy anymore. It felt like it wanted me to get it in that basket, like it wanted to win as much as I did. Panting and sweaty, with a stitch growing in my side and a shaking set of legs, I finally made it to the end of the court. I jumped as high as I could. My feet left the boards and the ball flew from my hands. Go, I told that ball silently. Please just go in that basket, okay? The ball hit the backboard and dropped down, then the ball circled the rim lazily. My heart flopped, and everyone jostled around me, every head tilted up to watch. I knew if the ball didn't go in, then someone would grab it and take it away. But after what felt like an eternity, that ball made one last slow circle around the metal rim, and then dropped neatly into the net, and then came tumbling out the bottom. The buzzer sounded. My arms went up in the air. Triumph hit. I'd done it. I yelled and jumped up and down. Hands met my back. I stared at the ball lying on the floor near my feet. Everyone started heading for the locker rooms, and my hips started aching from where I'd hit the floor earlier. I bent down and picked up the ball, sweat dripping down my temples. I walked over to Mr. Santiago and handed the ball to him. Was that good enough? His lips twisted. I just want to know why it took you so long to do it. I shrugged. I guess I was scared, Mr. Santiago. Haven't you ever been scared of anything? Probably not. I mean, he was built like a pro wrestler after all. If he'd ever been scared of anything, he'd probably just knocked it down. He took the ball from my hands. Hit the showers, Pinkleton. That's what athletes do after a game. Did you call me an athlete? A feeling of pride washed over me. Does that mean my grade is up? It's super important that I get all A's. I wasn't Aubrey, but that didn't mean I couldn't speak up. My family's not rich, and I want to go to a good college more than anything in the world. I can't let a grade in PE stop me. I just can't. Mr. Santiago said, I told you if you started participating, then I'd bring your grade up, and that's what you've done. The whole point of PE isn't just to make sure kids exercise, you know. It's also to make sure kids participate, that they find their place, and know they belong. You keep this up, and I'll give you an A. I would have hugged him if he hadn't turned around and walked off. Just then Karen appeared. Nice job, Poppy. I'm impressed. Thanks, I said, then headed for the showers. I was kind of impressed myself. I couldn't wait to tell Daniel all that tutoring had paid off. I'd participated in PE. I'd participated in my own life. And it felt amazing. Chapter 17. http://www.dearaubrey.com. Dear Aubrey. There's someone I like, and I let her down. I didn't mean to, but I haven't had the courage to apologize. We've become good friends. I want to be more than that. She's like no other girl I've met. We've both made mistakes. She used to be hot and cold with me, but now I've been that way with her. How do I tell her how I feel? By the way, were you there in the gym that day when Trish went psycho on that pretty girl from the newspaper? I think maybe we locked eyes in the crowd. Yours. Fallen for her. Dear Fallen for her. Yes, I saw you in the gym. Yes, you should tell her how you feel. If it helps, she's fallen for you too. Stay real. Aubrey. Hypothesis: he knows who she is and loves every part of her. Purpose of experiment: she trusts him completely. Conclusion: to be determined, but I'm optimistic. I closed the laptop, wearing a goofy smile. Hot and cold? Daniel was so adorably obvious. He knew I was Aubrey. Wow. If he could figure out my secret identity, then he really did know the real me. Swoon. He and his mom would be over for dinner at my house soon, and I couldn't wait to see him. I approached my little brother, who stood at the kitchen counter, eyeing a sack of flour. What are you doing, cutie? For some reason, the nickname Creep had lost its appeal. Reminded me too much of poppy corn. Cutie suited him much better. Stephen wore a look of concentration. I want to bake something. I gave the bag of flour a doubtful look, then turned to my mom. She lifted a shoulder. What do you want to make exactly? He gave his gap-toothed smile. Cookies. I shook my head. All that sugar? Mom will never say yes. Yes. Mom smiled and then reached for the salad bowl and some romaine. He and I watched a baking show for kids earlier. Now he's unstoppable. Have at it. Wow. Was she serious? Just a few days ago, she would have had a fit at the very thought of making dinner by herself after she'd worked a full day. Times had changed. You want some help? I asked him. He nodded. Yeah. Mom gestured to the flour. You two make dessert while I make dinner. That way we're all helping each other. Like a complete family, I said. I was so in. Stephen peeked over at Mom, and I saw the real joy written all over his face. I nodded. He did too. That sounds good, I said. It was good. Stephen actually knew what he was doing. That baking show had motivated him to produce some really good cookies. I munched on one as I set the table. It was sweet and crumbly between my teeth, and the sugar dusted over the top made it just sugary enough, and the huge amounts of butter in the dough made it light and rich. Magnificent. It was nice to be working together as a family. It was the first time in a long time we had. Dinner wasn't quite ready when Daniel and Suzanne showed up. Mom and Suzanne settled in for a talk in the kitchen where they could keep an eye on Stephen, who was busy concocting something with oranges and pears and sugar. Daniel and I headed outside to the driveway, and I wondered if he'd bring up his Dear Aubrey post now. He gave me a shy look. Want to shoot some hoops? I nodded. Sure. Guess what? What? He tossed the basketball to me. I caught it easily. I participated in PE today, and it was to Mr. Santiago's satisfaction. He said if I keep that up, then I'll get an A in PE. He smiled proudly. That's good news. I had a great tutor. I shot the ball toward the basket, but it bounced off the backboard. Guess I need more lessons. How about it? He retrieved the ball, dribbling it toward me. That can be arranged. I think we make a pretty good team. I kind of guessed that from your dear Aubrey post. I faced him and smiled, butterflies dancing in my belly. Have something you want to tell me? I might. He dribbled over to me, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Then he turned, shot the ball in the air, and it swooshed through the net. Oh wow. That was hot. He came up close to me, put his hands on my hips, and looked down at me with those intriguing green eyes with gold flecks. He inhaled softly. Poppy, Daniel? My breath caught in my throat. I was wondering if you could give me some advice. There's this guy they first really like, and I thought maybe I'd blown it with him. He dropped his forehead to mine. Now you know you didn't? Yes, thanks to my secret column. I laced my arms around his neck, savoring the feel of his skin against mine. Also, I should warn you, I'm not exactly an experienced kisser. He chuckled softly. Trust your instincts, Poppy. Okay, I will. My heart raced and I swayed on my feet as I leaned toward him, lifting my face to his. Then his lips came down on mine, soft and warm. Butterflies danced in my belly as Daniel kissed me, and I kissed him right back. My first real kiss, which was perfect. No advice needed. The end.